Welcome to another all-white Sabbath stream. God bless you all. I'll be back with you in a little bit. We got to agitate the JIDFers, you know what I mean?
All these late night phone calls, I'll hear you out, but I don't think that'll sort it out. Guess there's so much left to say. Between you and me, I still think about you every day. And now I'm losing track of time. Trying to work out what's mine. But we were on fire, darling, when we were young. Drinking while we like, staying up all through the night. But we were on fire, darling, when we were young. 'Cause when you're like a satellite drifting. Can you hear me now? I'm out here miles away from home. Sometimes I wish you're still here. Just wanted to say I'm sorry that I just couldn't stay. Now I'm losing track of time. Just trying to work out what's mine. But we were on fire, darling, we were young. Drinking while we like staying up all through the night. But we were on fire, darling, we were young. 'Cause when you're around, you still make it alright. 'Cause lately I've been feeling something like a stranger in my hometown. They've always known we'd be okay. It's crazy, I know, but I still wanna lay this real towel in my own shirt. I promise now we'll get away. Yeah. So come on. All these late night phone calls, I'll hear you out, but I don't think that'll sort it out. Far away, you and I, in your arms, under the stars of the midnight sky. We were free. Feel the waves in the dark, getting lost, but the light of the moon whispers where you are. We were young. Wish you could take me back. I just feel like I keep seeing your face, and now I can't stop wondering if you saw mine. Did you feel the same? I wanna keep feeling that feeling, bringing it back to back to back. If I could see you, then I know that it was real. Bringing it back tonight. I remember your hands on me, hold me, touch me. Won't you cast your spell back on me and bring this feeling back tonight? Take me back to where we started. 'Cause now the sun sets on me broken and hearted. If I could go back to you, fingertips on my skin, watching you passing me in Huntington Beach. Left me a crescent bed to think of you again. If you could see my face, would you still feel the same? else out there waiting, just for us. We could run away, but leave, never look back. I don't even care where we go, just far away from here. I'll come with you.
Faked our deaths, lit a match, closed the door, and waited for the flash. Greyhound station, paid in cash. It's Lazarus, we're coming back. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sunset, no regrets. First chance, last man, stuck in the middle, leaving the night out. No good love. It tastes so sweet, it hurts a little. Make our home where we stand. One suitcase and half a plan. Follow the wolves and sing along. Pass the voices to the song. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on. Sunset, no regrets. First chance, last man, stuck in the middle, leaving the night out. No good love. It tastes so sweet, it hurts a
How's everyone doing tonight? I hope you enjoy these examples of white excellence. Allow me to make myself.
When I said I would be there, my work just held me back. So we go through the motion and swear on our life. No one else can disarm me. No one else has your life. You sparkle shining in the girl with the braids in her hair. Steady breeze, and though I was falling out, follow her anywhere. The sky turned gray and the flash flood warning. She smiled and she took my hand. She kissed my lips and the rain came pouring, so I heard a marching band. Out of the third story window, oh, you were a sight to see. The black dress that bends when the wind blows, roll back the tide for me. skies, the paint is peeling, the wind blowing sand in her hair. Endless days in the deep blue feeling, I would follow her anywhere.
All right. So, I hope everyone is having a lovely Sabbath evening. God bless you all to my kindred people, as usual. I did not expect to be able to do this tonight, but thankfully things worked out, and I'm happy to do so anytime I get a chance. So, here we are. And let's see. I'll hop in the chat real quick and say hello to everyone. Let's see here. Scott Hernandez said, "Oh yeah, get ready for the beat to drop." Well, hello, happy Sabbath to you. Don Kell said, "Still waiting." Yeah, I have to wait a little bit. Sorry about that. We gotta kind of fend off the yiddy diddlers and whatnot. I don't know what the next gibberish thing is, so I'll skip that one. Pause for Pot said, "Hi there. Hello to you. God bless you and happy Sabbath." Gaius Marius, hello. And he said, "Hello, everybody. Once again, hello to you. God bless you on this glorious Sabbath evening." And he also said, "Once again, I can't stick around playing a video game with my wife that I do not enjoy. However, I sit for her sake." Well, hey, you got to please the ladies. That's how it is. So do your thing. Y'all don't forget to do your Sabbath prayers in the next while, not bossing anyone around, just friendly reminding, that's all. And so anyway, I didn't really pay much attention to the news this week. I did look over some things. I read a few pop-ups, but I was pretty busy this week. I didn't get to really delve into all the particulars of any one thing. And I did, however, get to join in the chat on some of the streams that happened this week. One of the backlash ones, one of the one, several with the Sarah Stock, I think her name is. I hope I'm not getting that wrong. Sarah, anyway, she was on several different podcasts this week or interviews, whatever. Oh, it was the Alex Stein one. That's the one I was on. So I participated in that chat toward the end. I caught it like midstream. I got to participate in Elijah's this week. And, I don't always participate in them, like I've said before, and I encourage others to practice that if they are on a subject that is non-important, to the true scheme of things, the bigger picture, especially if it involves inviting, a special guest, mongrel, or whatever, you know how that is, the whole phenomenon they still have about their cuckery with the non-whites. So, any of those I purposely skip. I don't have anything to do with those. But when I do see that they're talking about what's actually going on, what's actually the deal, the you-know-who's and whatnot, I join in those any chance I get and, just blast facts, and that's all. But let's see what else here. So let me scoot back. Sorry, I forgot to open the chat all the way up. My bad. I just did it. Axel said, "Top quality live. God bless you and happy Sabbath to you." He said, "The black screen." Oh, he's probably trying to rag on me. "The black screen live that lags." Oh, yeah. Best live ever. Okay, I get it. Hey, no problem, man. That's part of annoying anyone who isn't interested in the message. That's part of it. So I allow it to be that way on purpose. I could do much better things to, enhance the experience, but I don't want it to be about that. I want it to be about the message, and I only want it to be for people who are interested specifically in the message and nothing else. And not that it's a message per se, but just they want to hear the same type of understandings they have, and they need it articulated out loud so they can come up with new ways to express it or defend their position when they're out in public. And so that is basically what this channel is for. Also to cram Sabbath down everyone's throat until we finally acknowledge our God's fourth commandment again. And that will heal our nation more so than guns or Trump or any of the other things. In fact, all of those things God will use to our benefit, but only if we acknowledge his fourth commandment. So between those two things, that's all this channel is really for. It's not for fame. It's not for shekels. It's not for really even fun. But I do try to, uh, have a little fun at our enemy now and then. But other than that, yeah, we're not really here for anything other than discussing the situation at hand. So he also said, or no, it was Anthony Simmons. Hello. And he said, "What's up? I bang shite." And he also said, trying to not curse tonight. Let's see here. He also said, "What set you claim, little nigga?" Shit. I claim all the sets, man. He also said, "I'm with the mob." Oh, man. And you include the mob? Man, you're like everything, huh? Let's see here. He also said they stay calling me Thumper. They know I'm built for it out here. We on a whole lot of gang shit. Okay. I guess I'm cussing already. But I'm just repeating what I see or reading what I see here. Anyway, so he's got a few more comments. I'll let them sit because he's welcome to hang out and see what's going on. So basically, the plan for tonight was to just get on and say hello. I don't really have a major talking point that I wanted to really rant about or rage about. Basically, I know I was getting started late. I know I was doing it without any, upfront notice. And so I didn't expect many people to even find it tonight, much less even if they were up and scrolling around on YouTube. And because it's starting so late, I figure some folks got Sabbath plans in the morning and, they're already shutting down. So no big deal. This is for just the future, for when people discover it tomorrow or whenever. But I did see some things this week that perturbed me, and I'm hoping as we scroll along through the night here that I will have some of those come to me. Several things I noticed in the backlash stream that agitated me. One was the dude who's Catholic, that's like the guy that kind of runs things on the left-hand side of your screen when you're watching them. He takes a little jab at Christians sometimes for not being Catholics. And so that irks me about that dude. And I kind of blasted him on there in the chat. And I think some of them may have been hidden because I figured somebody would respond to what I said, but nobody did. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe it was hidden. Maybe it wasn't, and no one was interested in responding. But then later on, when I posted some other things, people did respond. So maybe they were just picking and choosing what they hid, or maybe no one genuinely had anything to respond back. But it was just, it's like this guy is like, 3/5 of the way based, I guess you could say. And then out of nowhere, he takes a jab at Christians. That's like your entire viewer base, dude. He feels like everybody watching his channel is Catholic like he is. No, and we're never going to be Catholics because we're Christians. And Christians don't have anything to do with Catholicism. We don't need a guy calling himself Christ in the flesh while he kisses 10,000 non-whites' feet, which gave him monkeypox, by the way. That's why he's been held up in the hospital. So, there's so many things about the Catholic Church that and it isn't, I don't even like having to call it the Catholic Church, but that's the name it has. But I definitely don't like adding the name Roman in front of it. That's ridiculous to add Roman to the name Catholic Church because there's nothing Roman about it. It's been Jewish controlled since 40 AD. So basically the entirety of the church. And so it's just ridiculous to add Roman to it when Romans, they included every religion in their, they allowed every religion to exist in their kingdom, So, and they had so many gods in their pantheon, they didn't even know how many they had. So definitely wasn't Catholicism. It wasn't Roman Catholicism because Romans, they didn't even have a religion. It was kind of like they just were like it's a universe, it's free for all. That's kind of what it was, like a potluck. That's the way they treated religion. And they did so for a couple of reasons. One was because they just didn't give a crap about other people's religions. And another one was for political ease. They were able to conquer areas and say, look, we're going to let you keep your church. We're not going to burn it down. We're going to let you keep your priest. We're not going to kill them. We're going to let you keep practicing your religion, whatever it is. And in fact, if you want to come set up a shrine of it here at our Pantheon with all the other religions, you're welcome to. And so that kind of, it gave people who were conquered a little bit of like, oh, well, it took the ease off of being conquered by the Romans. And then it allowed them it kind of fooled many groups into just going along with being conquered by the Roman Empire. And so long story long, I don't like using the word Roman in front of it. I don't even like having to use the word Catholic, but that is its name. And for this dude who's, the thing is, if you're a Catholic, I'm just going to announce this now for anyone who listens to the chat any other time or this stream any other time, and whoever's listening now by chance. If you're a Catholic, you're not an actual Christian. You know what I mean? You're just not. And so you're the one who needs more uncucking. You're the one who is still partially a normie, as they love to say, those types love to say. You're the one who still has a long way to go to complete the bigger picture and the full understanding of our identity, the who's who of our Holy Bible, the whole thing. So once you understand the who's who, and then you understand that they've ran the Catholic Church since almost its inception, and that it used the Catholic Church to force white people to stop keeping Sabbath so that our God would be basically perpetually angry with us from now on. And the hope was that we would never rediscover our Sabbath, even though it's written in our Bible 160 times. We somehow would, they hoped we would never have an epiphany. Oh yeah, gosh, we read Sabbath all the time. Sabbath, 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 Sabbath. And fourth commandment is Sabbath. So, wow, I guess maybe we should keep it. And, the hope was that would never occur, that they would just keep on declaring it's their day and that Passover is theirs and, the whole thing. But yeah, there's the Catholic Church. There's nothing Christian about it. And there are other proofs. The other proofs are easy. One of them is, and by the way, with them declaring that the Pope is Jesus Christ in the flesh, right? That is what the church's official statement is about the Pope, is that he is Jesus Christ in the flesh. And you can Google that right now on another tab, put in Catholic quotes, put it all in quotation marks, put Catholic quotes, Pope is Jesus Christ in the flesh. And you will see for yourself, there are not just a couple of writings about them declaring that. There are numerous cardinals and bishops and popes themselves. I think even a pope wrote that once, but archbishops and cardinals and priests who have all declared that. And it is officialized in their faith, or their, I don't want to call it faith even, because Catholics mostly, most Catholics are almost like pagan cucks. How we discussed last stream that folks that tend to lean toward the pagan stuff, they do so because it's easy. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to go do anything special. They don't have to build an altar. They don't have to wear certain clothing they don't have to do a certain thing on a certain day. They don't have to climb a certain mountain and build an effigy and set it on fire. They don't have to do anything. They can just go, I'm pagan, dude. And that just gets them out of having to do anything, and also not have to answer to our God, or any God for that matter. And every now and then they'll get on YouTube and do a Hail Odin in the chat and think, I'm a pagan. And that's the extent of it, right? That's as far as their imaginary religion goes. But the Catholics almost do the same thing. They go, "Yeah, I'm Catholic," and they attended mass once in a while, and that's it. It's official. They're Catholic. Oh, Ash Wednesday, they might rub a ashy cross on their forehead if they remember to, and there might be two other things about their church they'll go do. They might go do a confession once a year, and also the church sold indulgences. There's nothing Christian about that. There's nothing Jesus Christ about that. They honor Mother Mary as though she's this goddess of the world. They even call her goddess of everything and all this stuff, all these crazy adorations they give her. And I appreciate Mother Mary being the mother of Jesus Christ. Of course I do. Jesus Christ called her woman. When he addressed his mother, he called her woman. Why? Because she wasn't really his mother. He allowed her to be the one to carry him and give birth to him. And she was technically, as far as we understand, his mother. But Christ knew that to him, she is woman, his invention. Along with God, they together invented woman. And so he addressed her as woman. And that's how we read it in scriptures. We may find other scriptures someday that we are not privy to yet, that perhaps he addresses her as mother. But for all we know now in our Holy Bible, which is the completion of our understandings that we ever need, he addressed her as woman. So, understanding all of that, Christ is what we're supposed to follow. Christ's behavior, what Christ did. He kept Sabbath. Who he dislikes, what he dislikes. We're supposed to dislike anything Christ dislikes. We're supposed to dislike anyone Christ dislikes. We're also supposed to like anyone Christ likes, and we're supposed to like anything Christ likes. And that's a real Christian. And also a real Christian is one who follows Jesus. I've talked about that before in other streams, that there's a difference between believing in Jesus Christ and being a follower of Jesus Christ, being a soldier for Christ even. And that difference is simple and easy to understand. Imagine Jesus Christ standing at the doorway of the church, and he's looking inside and he sees the Jays are set up with their tables and they're exchanging money and they're selling merchandise, whatever, shekeling. And he turns around and he looks at the crowd of us standing there and he goes, "All right, y'all, I got this whip crafted. We're going to go in here and drive him out of here. Come on, who's with me? You're going to follow me?" And everybody's like, "Whoa, hey, easy, Christ. Hey, we believe in you. I mean, good luck in there, but, they control our military. They control, they have Rome in their back pocket, lets them get away with whatever they want to us. We believe in you, though. We believe in you, bro. Godspeed to you, but we'll be out here watching, follow you. I don't know about all that." And so that's the difference, is to be a follower of Christ, you have to be on the offense when Christ is on the offense, and not spend your time in defense all your life, trying to defend yourself here against these non-whites and defend yourself against the Jays over here and defend yourself against some random mongrel over here that's supposedly part of your faith, but you already understand that she can't be so, or he can't be so, whatever the scenario is. And so understanding that Christianity is exactly what Christ thinks and disliking exactly what Christ dislikes, that's a huge portion of it. The dislike part is a huge portion of it. Everybody wants to be happy-go-lucky and pretend Jesus is this cucked happy hippie that's welcoming everyone. He never is like that. Anywhere in the Holy Bible, the only thing you see that Jesus Christ speaks about is telling white factions of each other, the 12 different tribes of white people, to care about each other and love one another like brothers. And he explained to us that we are all brothers. And then his disciples after him and during his ministry also toured around explaining to all the different types of white people who were living together, basically like a mini America. And they bickered among each other, and imagine the 12 tribes, think of them as the European names. So imagine the Irish are there, and I understand a lot of these didn't form until after we left there. I'm just giving you the European example of what the 12 tribes would have been. So imagine you have Celts and you have Nords and you have Northern Italians and you have Southern Italians and you have Spaniards. You have them all kludged together in this one mini America, right? Well, they bickered among each other. They spoke different languages. People, a lot of people understood Greek as the common language then. So Jesus Christ spoke Greek. I'm sure all the disciples did too. Most of our Israelites probably did because that was basically English at the time back then. It was just the language everybody was speaking. And so in our areas like that. So, and there were other tongues that were still spoke too. Yes, but it was a common language that many of our white folks learned back then. It was basically what you can consider the United States English of back then. And so that is what our Lord and Savior spoke. He didn't walk around speaking Aramaic and all that like people say all the time. He spoke Greek. And I'm sure he knows every language, or of course he knows every language. So yeah, there might be a report someday of someone who jotted down way back then that they saw Jesus Christ in person and he was speaking in Aramaic. Maybe so, but that doesn't mean that was his language. He spoke Greek most commonly because it was the most common thing spoke around among our peoples back then at that time in those areas. So go circling all the way back, Jen Psaki style. In order to be a true Christian, you have to disregard anything that is anti-biblical. The Catholic Church does not do that. The Catholic Church, in fact, does exactly the opposite of that. When the Bible tells you, call no man your father, what does the Catholic Church tell all Catholics to call priests? Father. No other word. Couldn't call him priest. Couldn't call him, hey, big pre, whatever. You couldn't come up with some other name. Could have been any name in the world. Had to be that exact word, that exact name that God told you to call no man. Now, it is okay to call your dad father in honor of the hierarchy that God has created. It is okay to say that. And so that is why you see our godly men talk about their fathers when they speak of their ancestors before them. Our ancestors before us. We call them our fathers. So that is okay. God is okay with that. What he meant was you don't call a strange man your father. You don't call some dude at the church your father. That's what he was meaning because our people are easily cucked because we are high trust beings among each other. And when there is a sinister one among us, or a sinister one who's crept in, as Jude speaks about them, that looks like us to enough of a degree that we are easily fooled by them, we allow certain degeneracy to form and certain opposite talk to form. And just one of those infiltrations can cause a complete subversion of our entire area, So that is what the Catholic Church is. It's basically just like the Jays always do when they see that Whitey has created a new established thing and that it's going to benefit our people or keep us solidified as a unit, as a single unit instead of, the 12 broken up tribes. That and keep in mind, God is okay with us being broken up as 12 tribes. In fact, all the way to heaven, we will enter as 12 broken up tribes, one tribe through each gate. There are 12 gates around the perimeter of heaven, 3 on each side, and they are to accept us as individual groups going through the gates. But it's a complicated story, but really it's simple. It's just that God does appreciate us as 12 individual tribes, but he wants us to think and operate as one, like Christ said. And so that is what Christ was going around doing back then, explaining to all of us different factions of white people that would eventually become the Celts and the Nords and the Germanics and the Spaniards and the Italians and the folks in Portugal and Syrians. Believe it or not, Syria used to be all white people. Iranians used to be all white people in Iran. Um, and so all these places that white people used to inhabit before we white flighted and the non-whites moved in were all these factions of white people that were where our tribes were living. Those were just locations. We weren't Syrians per se. We were just, there were many of us living in what we know now as Syria. And so you add up all those things, Christ was busy trying to get all of us to cooperate because we were, bickering among each other constantly based on our slight differences among our race. So, the way we spoke, our different tongues and all those things. God wanted us to be separated, wanted us to have the separate tongues. But when we come together as one, we needed a universal language like Greek, like the United States English that we use now, to unify us into one common format that we could all communicate and have an appreciation of the same thing together. Now, I know a lot of Europeans are cucked into hating the United States, but a lot of Europeans love the fact that our people from Europe broke away from the Catholic Church, the Jewish-controlled Catholic Church's shackles, and we made it over here to America. We double-crossed the whole system over there that funded us to get here, and then we decided to make this God declared and told us this was our new holy land. And so it's really our original holy land being given back to us without us even knowing it. And so for us, it was the new world. But originally, we started off here. White man was placed in the United States of America where the Garden of Eden was created and placed or put. And so going all the way back to the Catholic Church and that guy taking the jab at Christians, it really was a silly, childish, and mistaken low blow to Christians. Or no, it wasn't even a low blow because it doesn't really affect any real Christian. Any real Christian would laugh at what he mentioned. But it's just the fact that I know most of you will end up watching that podcast, so you'll end up hearing the part that I'm talking about because it'll be obvious when he takes the jab at Christians. So just anybody I guess my point of this rant of this part of the thing that happened is when you hear someone mess or throw some mess or shade at Christianity and they're Catholic and they're trying to use that as a way to woo Christians into becoming a Catholic, just know those things about the Catholic Church. It's been Jewish controlled since its inception, almost its inception. Within a year or two, they had full control of it. That they used it to slaughter 60 million white people over a period of 1,260 years, beginning in the years 366 AD with the Council of Laodicea, changing the Sabbath to Sunday. And you can put that in another tab on Google in quotation marks, Catholic quotes, Catholic Church quotes, Catholic Church changed Sabbath to Sunday. And what was a super bummer about the Reformation was that all of those churches, except for the Seventh-day Adventist Church, which was really originally the Millerites, they are the only ones that broke away. All the other churches actually did not totally reform themselves from the Catholic Church. And the craziest part of that whole scenario of the Reformation is that the most important thing of all of the things that they did disregard, that they were supposed to disregard, they disregarded every important thing except the most important thing, which was Sabbath, which is crazy and wild that never happened. That should have been the first thing day one. I don't know how and why it didn't. I've read around plenty of places and I've never seen any concrete proof of why they all got together and said, we should go back to, we should stick with Sunday. We shouldn't go back to Sabbath. We should just stick with the sun god worship day that the Catholic Church themselves declare is the mark And that's literally a quote verbatim. They call it the mark of the Catholic Church. And so that's why a lot of people back in the day, myself included, I thought it for a while. I breezed over it and didn't really necessarily believe it, but I definitely cruised across that subject and all around it to make sure that it wasn't my full belief forever. But a lot of people back then, and I did study it deeply for a while too, uh, thought that the Sunday worshiping is the mark of the beast because the Catholic Church specifically picked that word to call it a mark, not the official day or some other thing they could have called it. No, they had to call it the mark of the Catholic Church. So a lot of people know the Catholic Church isn't Christian, and it, in fact, is anti-Christian because anything that isn't Christian is anti-Christian, especially when it portrays itself as the mother church of the Christians, even though it's not Christian. That makes it a primary target for being accused and being accused of and blamed as the beast, you know. And so when you see the church brag that Sunday is the mark of them, the mark of their church, it was easy to deduce that it must be in plain words right there in our face that the Catholic Church's Sunday worship is the mark of the beast and that the Catholic Church must be the beast. But in fact, it's not. So that was a distraction that steered us off for a little while. And it was good that we studied it because for all we knew, that very well could have been in plain words right in our face. Bam, that's the mark of the beast. It says it, they call it that. Their church exercises beastly behavior. Boom, the whole thing. It just all made sense. But thankfully, our word of God is true and accurate, and it's not just accurate, it's precise with its accuracy. It tells you not within a ballpark, and it's accurate. It tells you precisely when and how and who. And so once we, myself included, I'm saying we because I think I'm one of the first ones among our people back then who brought this up, that we still had too much time to go. And so there was no way that that could be the mark of the beast because we have too much time left to go. And that also it would, a lot of people say the forehead and the hand mean your thoughts and your belief is in your forehead, and your hand means your actions, that you have to keep a job. So you keep working, and that means the mark is in your hand. You don't really believe it. That would mean it's in your forehead, but it's in your hand, meaning you're still working. You're still participating with the beast system. You're going along with it to get along so that you can earn money for bread, earn money to, pay for a place to stay. And so, because after all, it says anybody who doesn't take it will not get to buy, sell, or trade. So, of course, it makes sense to think that also that, the mark of the beast would be, some people thought it was the barcode when it came out, and the Jays trolled us by putting 3 6s on it, I mean, there's been a lot of things that have come through the years that really do appear as though they are the mark of the beast. But in fact, they were things that very much, could have been if the timing was right and all of the things of prophecy were in alignment and happening in that moment. But the thing is, you can't have the mark of the beast for, 250 years. You can, but not in the way that the Bible describes. The mark of the beast, the way the Bible describes is, and if we're to follow it exactly as it reads, which I do, it means that we really will not be able to buy, sell, or trade, like period, dot. Won't happen. There won't be any underground Silk Road kind of thing happening. There won't be any dark web. There won't be any crypto getting some transactions across without anybody noticing. There will be no buying or selling or trading if you don't have the mark. And so we haven't been all the way in that situation. Now, we were under the Catholic Church for all those years, 2,000 years almost, where if we did not obey the Catholic Church in any particular fashion, any particular thing that you would decide to disobey of theirs, if it was bad enough of a sin and you couldn't pay your way out of it, that they declared you a heretic, well, then you really couldn't buy or sell or trade. And no one could even help you. So it very much does look like, to many people to this day, I mean, I would say thousands, hundreds of thousands of truthers somewhere in the world at this moment still believe with all their heart that it's got to be, that it's definitely the Catholic Church. But in fact, we do have some other situation that will come in the future that we may not ever discover in our lifetime. It may be a future technology that we can't even foresee coming. It could be something that we already have now that we just don't realize. Maybe it's your cell phone, maybe it's whatever. And people have even said things like that. Oh, it's your cell phone. Oh, it's just communication in general, like telephone, because that's like instantaneous worldwide communication. A lot of different things have been called the mark of the beast, and a lot of people believe a lot of different versions of, or a lot of different things that are to them. But it's mostly going to be, and I can tell you now what it's going to be. It's going to be the Star of Rim fan. All of you should know that by now. The mark of the beast is going to be an actual mark, and you'll have to take it on your hand or on your forehead. And who knows what the exact reasoning about that will be. It could be that you have openly with your mouth declared that you agree with Judaism, and so you get it in the forehead, and then you get better privileges, than someone who just gets it in their hand. All right, someone who just gets it in their hand means you're not willing to denounce Jesus Christ. You're not willing to accept Judaism as your faith, but you're going to go along to get along and keep your job, or to be able to have a job and to be able to buy things so you can eat and have things. And I think that will be more of the situation. A lot of people thought it was the Social Security card. A lot of people think it's your driver's license, or ID in general, just having a state ID. There are a whole lot of guesses, but if we just read exactly what the Bible says and don't try to interpret anything. Remember, when you've ever read any book you've ever read of fiction, right? I'm just bringing up fiction because there's characters involved, and a lot of people don't read true stories. So most people read fiction. So that's the only reason I'm bringing this up. I'm not comparing the Bible to fiction. I'm just giving you the example that anytime you've ever read a book of fiction, by the end of the book, you were easily able to, or watch a movie for that matter of fiction, you were easily able at the end of it to recall who were the good guys, who were the bad guys, who were the indifferent people, who were the bystanders that were just there, but they still kept popping up in the story, but they didn't, include themselves in either one, and maybe they were oblivious to the whole thing that was going on. They'll be able to tell you all those things. You will be able to recall those things with just standard memory. Well, when we apply that to the Bible, all of a sudden it becomes interpretation. Oh, well, that's how you interpret that verse. What? No. When you read a book of whatever fiction you ever read, you didn't at the end of it interpret what homeboy said to homegirl and what this chick did about it and what happened in the end because of it and what the cops said and what the bystander said. No, it's just you read it and that's what happened and you follow that. And even though it was total fantasy, you accept it as it was real and factual. Like if I was to come up to someone and tell them that, I don't know, that Luke Skywalker was a bad guy in Star Wars, they would correct me right away if they've watched Star Wars. They'd be like, actually, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. You're completely wrong. Luke Skywalker was considered like the good guy. Well, that's the same way. To me, you could say, well, I interpret it to be that he's the bad guy, based on what all I saw and what I read of the story. But no, the Bible has a specific way, and that's how every book is. Every story, every work of literature has, good guys, bad guys. If it has a conflict type story, it'll have good guys, bad guys, and different guys. And people are able to discern that, So if that's the case, then we should be able to read our Bible exactly the same way and not add anything. Remember our Lord said, don't add anything to and don't take anything away from. That means read it exactly as it's written and accept it for how it's written. And yes, the Bible does do artful writing. So there are times where it'll say something like the ground cried out to God, or the blood on the ground cried out to God. to him, he may hear it as crying out to him. It may happen in real life, and we just don't realize it because our human mortal understandings don't know that blood can cry to God, you know. But really, the Bible is written in artful manner sometimes, and it's to throw off the yiddy diddlers and the nons of the world because they're not designed or meant to ever read or understand our Holy Bible. Some of them have. Louis Farrakhan has. I have a video of him admitting what he reads that the Bible says, plain as day, that Adam is Caucasians, as he calls us, but he means white people, and that we are the Adamic race that is meant by God to rule over this world for 6,000 years. This is our 6,000 year trial. We are right now in the year 5,785 since creation week, 5785. Google it right now. In quotation marks, put year since creation week. You don't even have to put it in quotation marks. You can just put year since creation week in another tab right now, and pow, you'll be given the answer immediately, even by AI on Google. And so this is what the Jays teach their kids. This is what the Jays want you to think anybody that follows it is an idiot. But meanwhile, they teach them their own kids that, and their kids are taught to understand that everything that you've ever been taught to believe in, trillions of years, the Big Bang, outer space, aliens, evolution, dinosaurs, they know that all of that, they teach their kids that all of that is Jewish fiction, also known as goy slop. That is all any of that is. It's for you to believe in those things and ridicule anyone of your own kind who doesn't believe in those things. While Jays don't teach their kids that, and their kids are taught that we are being duped by all of that garbage that they have made up out of thin air in their own heads. And so they laugh it up at every synagogue. They roar with glee when they see some cucked white guy on YouTube talking smack about flat earthers, right, as their example. Oh, the guy must be a flat earther, he's so dumb, or whatever they say like that. All the synagogues just roar with glee when they read stuff like that about this cucked idiot who still does not accept our Holy Bible's declaration of how our God made this world. Why would you believe known liars who openly want you dead over your Holy Bible that you're supposed to believe, that you're supposed to accept every word it says, you're supposed to not interpret, you're supposed to just follow and accept what it says, and getting all the, but just think of that. Think of how pathetic that is of our supposed Christians who they cannot tell you who's who in the Bible, even though they can tell you that about any other book they've ever read or any other movie they've ever watched, any other story they've ever known about. And that they won't stick with their Bible over known liars who openly want us dead and hate our guts and write many books about their disdain and hatred and their for us and their celebration of our extermination by their trickery and by their legalism and by their legal fare, not lawfare as they call it nowadays. That's the new word they've been trying to sling around everywhere in everybody's brain. It's legal fare because legalism is Jewish rules, which defy our God's law. So they're not using God's law as lawfare against people they don't like. They're using their legalism, legal fare. That's what they're using. Policy, or as you know it, police, by mistakenly mispronouncing it. And so they police you, they policy you, and they create these rules known as legalism. And they have a word trickery language, a full language of word trickery known as legalese to match their legalism, which is Jewry. And legalism is not law. God's law is law. And that's what we're supposed to be following. That's what law enforcement is supposed to be following. And instead, they obey the legalists, the Jewry. So the mark of the beast, the Bible says, plain as day, you get it in the hand or the forehead. It does say in, not on. So, perhaps it could be thought of belief, or I'm just doing it for a job, and not a physical mark in the hand or the forehead. But I don't follow that. I follow that it does, in fact, mean a true mark that you have to have on your forehead or on your hand. And I believe the Bible says, I'm saying believe because it's my position, that the Bible means by the word in, that it's going to be either branded or tattooed or something where it's like in the skin. It's in your white skin. It has ruined your white skin in that area. And so it will most likely be either low tech, like branding or tattooing or something like that, or it'll be some new weird laser etch thing, whatever, who knows. And the thing is, they will actually encourage. It won't be just forced on everyone. It'll be encouraged, just like the Jays do now with being anti-J or and pro-Palestine, or being anti-Palestine, pro-J, or being pro-Trump, or being pro-lefty. They cheer on and encourage all of those groups of our duped white people to follow whichever of those ways they've been duped into following. So when it comes time to get the mark in the forehead or in the hand, it makes sense that they will do the same pattern they always have, which is they'll have commercials if those still exist then, on TV if Talmud Vision still exists then, and they'll have it playing on the radio if radio still exists then, and all those things. They'll be broadcasting it to everyone. Don't be the last person without the mark on your forehead, whatever. It'll be something where you're going to be left out. You're going to be left behind. You're archaic. You're in the Stone Age. You're just like how our boomers are treated now. You hear white people all the time calling our elders boomers, and they're not doing it meaning in a loving fashion as the baby boomers who produced 10 and 8 and 12 children of our kind to keep our race, growing like it should. Whereas we fail to do that now anywhere near to the degree they did. Even if we have multiple children, we don't accomplish it like they did with the numerous children they did. And so, regardless of our reason or excuse why, first of all, you see most of them when they use the word boomer, they're using it as more of a derogatory term, as a stab at our elders. Our elders were based. Our elders locked arms to try to prevent our National Guard from forcing blacks into our schools, which immediately caused our children to start being attacked in all the schools. It was like releasing alligators into a chicken coop, and our elders, they didn't understand they were fighting for the Jays. You got to understand that not a single one of our elders, lied about their age when they were 15 and enlisted in the army to go get blown up. They didn't think that they were signing up to do the Jays' bidding. None of them did. Not even one of them, I would say. I don't think a single one of our ancestors who were just a common layperson who enlisted themselves to serve our country did so going, yeah, I'm serving the Jays' interests. No. All of them at that time, we lived in such an all-white world that white people couldn't even conceive that Jays were in control of us. We hardly even thought of them as existing. They were as non-existent to us as other non-whites were. We would have to watch them on National Geographic just to even hear about them. Is the way that most white people felt in their just subconscious without realizing. I mean, we were in an all-white world. And there was no reason for our ancestors, our elders immediately before us, to believe that there was this sinister non-white group in control of us, even though we did have politicians back then warning our people, even though we did have pastors back then warning our people, even though we did have the Klan back then warning our people. We had a lot of white people warning our people back then. But it was the same scenario then as it is now, and it was the same ratio as it was back then of people trying to wake our people up as it is now. Look how few of us there are who've been trying to wake up all of our white people. And even now that we've had this explosion of white people being allowed by the Jews to be anti-J now, and so they can be accused of being Hamas and all this by the Jays, and then they can call you a terrorist, see? But knowing all of that, even though all of that seems miraculous and awesome, and we have way more people we feel like who are noticing now, you see it all the time written in the comments. Oh man, the noticer explosion is on, full steam ahead, blah, blah, blah. We're waking up, thousands every day. It's not as big as you think. It's literally about as hype as it was back in the early 1900s when our ancestors were trying to wake up people all through the early 1900s, late 1800s, mid 1900s, 70s, 80s of the 20th century. We had so many people trying to wake our people up, but we had so many white people who existed back then that the ratio was massive, just like ours is now. And so, even though our numbers have dwindled, well, there aren't as many of us who have been awake all this time. It's only just in the last few years that so many people have started, because of the internet, started discovering these things. And now, just in the last few weeks or whatever, we've had this larger, swelling of noticers, but I promise you, it's a drop in the bucket. All you have to do is watch any Afro ball game for 5 seconds and scan the crowd, and it's completely packed. Every single seat is a white person worshiping the blacks on the field and watching their white little blonde, blue-eyed daughter cheerleading for the blacks and planning on banging one of them after the show. Maybe 3 or 4 of them if they think that she's cool and call her a real one for letting them. And so, even though it feels like we've got this massive winning streak happening of waking up bajillions of people, 6 Brazilian white people were waking up. No, it's really, compared to the amount of white people we have in the world who have money and who are fully cucked still by the non-whites who blast rap every day and night of their life everywhere they go. And this is especially including our white girls. Practically every white girl in high school blasts rap music. Every single one. I mean, you're going to find almost no girls that don't play ghetto, mumble, well, it wouldn't matter what kind it is, any form of rap. They will play it. And with the small exception of maybe some weird goth chicks or something like that. But 98% of our white girls are fully cucked and listening to rap every day. And this is from every age, from 8 years old or 10 or whatever age they're all exposed to. Well, they're exposed to it at kindergarten now, all the way up past high school, all into college, all into adulthood now. And so, you see moms on YouTube playing rap, and they've got their teenage daughters and stuff in the car, and their son's wearing some Nogs basketball jersey. So, we're not anywhere near as far as, and here's the reason why. It's not that I'm trying to be a party pooper or diminish any gains we've been getting. All I'm getting at is the more and more these like the supposed pagan cucks and the Catholic supposed pro-white big names on YouTube and whatnot in our circles, the more they feel and promote like we are winning and kicking butt and taking names, and more white people every day, and next thing you know, all white people are going to know here any day now. The more they champion that whole thing and parade that whole thing on, is the more they will never come to accepting that we have to keep God's Sabbath. It'll take longer for them to realize that we are not truly winning, that all the wealthy white people of the world are still as fully cucked as day one when we started this whole operation. That, all the Nog Ball stadiums are packed with every seat filled with white people, every show, every event, every game. They will think that they basically will pull themselves away from reality. They'll start thinking it's just like the whole concept of the Q-turds saying we're winning, hashtag winning, when really we were losing everything. And Trump was allowing them to take it all, topple all of our statues. That all happened during Trump. He said and did nothing. And by the way, DeSantis went and took some and brought them down to the state of Florida, where he's in control of them, and put them in safekeeping. So who's more based, Trump or DeSantis in that moment, in that situation? Trump didn't save any statue, and instead he said, what are they going to do? They're going to go to the Lincoln Memorial and tear it down too, giving them ideas of where to go next. Instead, DeSantis didn't say crap. He sent a group of guys there to get a couple of the statues and bring him all the way down to Florida where he's in control and keep him in safekeeping. Now that's based. You know what I mean? That's something Trump should have. Actually, Trump should have had all of them hung, is what he should have done. You know, anyone that defaced a single one of our monuments, a single one of our historic things, a single one of our things honoring our people's efforts or donations, by the way. A lot of the reasons we have statues is not to idolize any of them. It's because we are giving them an honor of their image so people know what they looked like. And we want to honor them because, or give notable notoriety to them because a lot of them donated their own land that they personally owned that they could have passed on to their generations of their own family and kept it all to themselves. And instead, their patriotism for our new country, their love for our people, Israel, which they all knew back then that we were all Israelites, and they knew this was our new chosen land by God given to us. They donated the land out of the love of their heart. And so that is why buildings are named after white men that they've been stripping those white names of, by the way, all during Trump's first term. They stripped all the white man's names of all the white men who donated the land or donated millions of dollars out of their own family's pocket to build a building, a hospital, a church, a school, a gymnasium. They stripped all those white men's names and renamed them Harriet Tubman and freaking Anne Frank Center and all that garbage. Named it all after the J's and the B's, you know? And so then this is why we cannot allow them to be in our country at all, because when you allow the first J or the first B into your neighborhood, into your country, they're going to be cucked into your government before you know it, because they will use and they will prey upon the naivety of our high trust society creatures that live in our high trust society, white people, and they will be duped into allowing these invaders to be in positions of power, ruling over millions of our white people. And so while we still have all these wealthy white people in the world, they think everything's great. There's not a thing wrong in the world to them. And so, you know, we're not going to win them over. They're not going to help us. They're not going to come to our side. Even if their own daughter gets raped and killed, what do you see the rich ones do in court? We forgive you. You know, while he's sitting there laughing at him and stuff before he gets taken away. They're not going to help. They're never going to help. And so we can exclude those and just not even think about those as hope. You know, just hoping that we're going to get them ever is just hopium. And there's no point in doing hopium. We can hope, but hopium is different. Hopium is irrational hope. All right. And that's the problem with thinking that we're winning, and we almost got all the white people, you know, sorted. It's just not the case. We are a smidgen of a smidgen of a smidgen of the white people of the world who are uncucked. And, you know, we feel like, you know, the argument would be, oh, bull crap, like Sarah Stock, if that's her last name. I'm pretty sure that is. The other night, you know, she's had like 20 million views. Well, guess what? That 20 million views, 10 million of that is Jays and non-whites who wanted to watch it to get their arguments so they can, you know, and get and use clips of her to try to shame her or try to label her as an evil bigot. And the other 20 million perhaps are white people, but most of them will click and watch for a moment and they'll hear her say what she says and they'll be like, oh, and they'll just disagree and and back out of it. Or they might finish the whole clip, but it doesn't mean they agree just because they watched it. And that's the thing is what the conservatives and the Q-tards and the fake-based white people in our circles are doing is they take view count as though it means we're winning over the white people. But we're not based on that only. And that's the only thing they go by. If you look in the comments a lot of those things, you will see mostly negative comments from people just hating on us. And of course, it's mostly the JIDFers and the ADLers and YouTuber employees. But it's also, there are many white people who are cucked into defending and fighting back against our offensive truths. you know? And so because of that, we not only do we have those cucked white people, but we have the millions and millions and millions and millions of cucked white people who don't even participate on YouTube or on any political forums or 4chans or anything like that. And they literally get up every day. They have their cup of morning coffee or whatever they have while they're watching the morning weather or news, and then they get in their vehicle and they cruise to work, and they work all day without being able to look at news or look at a Talmud vision or anything, without listening to a radio, hearing any propaganda from that. They get in their vehicle, they drive home, they got to take care of the kids, eat dinner, they freaking watch maybe their favorite show on at that time of night on that particular night, and they go to bed. And they do that same thing every day of their life, like Groundhog Day, until their life is over. Those people are also not cucked. If they happen to run across it because a friend shares it and sends it to their phone, they'll click it, they'll hear a little bit, and they might listen to the whole thing, but they'll just back out and they won't be convinced, you know? And, or a lot of them are like, well, I got to keep my job. I can't worry about stuff like that. I got to be up at 5 in the morning, da da da. And so they're never going to devote any of their brain power to it, and therefore they're never going to be of help. So, I don't like that whole like, oh, any minute now we got all the white people woke up because we're winning so many over. It's not. They're just going by whether something goes viral or not. That's view counts. View counts doesn't mean you're winning souls over. There have been many other things that had millions and millions of views, and they hated the video, or they just simply were indifferent to it, or disagreed, or they, like I said, indifferent, where it didn't offend them, but they could care less. And so any of those situations were not winning over anyone. So I mean, all this view count that they go by is hopium. That's what it is. It's hopium. It's irrational hope that's not based on true facts. Yes, we can infer that a lot of white people may be woken up by something going viral and getting millions of views, but we don't have a way to confirm that. We could maybe try to produce a poll or database, try to catalog all of the positive comments, and then, list all the negatives, and then interpolate that into what it, would give us findings wise. A percentage of who and what, who is yes and who's no, and what the odds are and whatever. But kind of like Homeboy LAC's new website, you could chronicle it all, you could database it, put it in a spreadsheet, you could do all these things, and perhaps then we could form a hypothesis. But to just declare, oh, look, it got 20 million views, man, we're winning over white people like hotcakes, we're winning, it's just not. That's really not the situation. So, but to get on to that is a big thing of news this week that I do want to mention is Leather Apron Club has come out with, and I put a community post out. Only 4 people gave me a thumbs up. I don't know why there's no support for this, but Leather Apron Club has come out with a website called something Sentinel, Social Sentinel. .net, and you got to do the .net, because when you put in Social Sentinel on Google, it brings up something else that's definitely not him, and he's about the 5th or 6th thing down if you scroll like that. But if you just put in Social Sentinel, all one word, .net, it'll bring you right to his site. He's accepting donations. I've already donated. I was his 76th donator. And what he's done is he's created a website where he's compiled a complete database, as complete as he can make it so far, and it's fully interactive, where you can create a profile and you can contribute. And if you contribute, you are given, different levels of status, and he's trying to still come up. It's in alpha mode, so he's still trying to come up with new ideas, and he wants you to suggest ideas to make it better, make it more fun, make it more palatable for not we, but the other fake right-wingers call normies. You can contribute. You can help design this thing by throwing him ideas. He will listen to your ideas according to him, says him, and consider them, because he's still trying to figure out how awesome it can be. but it's basically as complete as possible database of anyone who is definitely Jewish who are in our white countries, or who are in a non-white country, perhaps like isn't real, and trying to manipulate us at all times through the Yiddy Diddler group they're involved with or they're a part of. And the database, he has already been doing a ton of work on it, so it's awesome. It has way more on there than I expected it to have already, and he had so many on there that I did not know about. There is a caveat. You can't just put anyone on there who has, say, a Jewish dad, right? It has to be a Jewish mother. So he's not accepting, and I do disagree with that. I wish that whether father or mother, he's going by the official Jewishness thing, right? But we all know that if you're raised by a J at all, right, your dad, your mom, you're going to have those traits. You're going to be 99% chance you're going to be along with all the rest of the J's and be participating in anti-whiteism, aka Jewry. So I'm a little disappointed that he has not accepted that yet into it. But perhaps if enough of us can message him and really push for him to accept either Jewish parent as someone who's Jewish, because after all, even though Jews only go by the mother, if you're raised by literally a J and he's a practicing J, you're going to grow up a practicing J doing all the practicing J things, J-tivities. So at that point, does it matter that it wasn't your mom that was Jewish? No, you're a full-blown J following after your father, a J, which, by the way, our Bible follows father to father, not through mothers. And notice the J's pick the opposite because our God and our Holy Bible follows lineage through fathers. So J's, of course, had to do the exact opposite, just like they do with everything. Upside down, reverse clown world. So, I hope that we can convince him to eventually accept either parent, and then the database is going to be really complete like it should be. And I hope a lot of you sign up and contribute. I'm not shilling for the guy. I sent him money, and I don't contribute to any YouTuber. I mean, that's just bottom line. I don't contribute to any YouTuber. But this effort he has done and put in, and this website, it's clean, it's fast, he's got everything arranged fairly nicely already. I would say better than I would have ever thought to do it, for sure. And so it navigates very well. It has pertinent information for each one. Anything that's available, he gives as the evidence. And you have to have evidence to provide with your contribution, okay? But any Hollywood, celebrity, any politician, any powerful person in politics in any way, if you know for a fact that they have a Jewish mother, and I think he will even accept a Jewish grandmother. But I'm pretty sure that's what he said, but don't quote me on that one. But for sure, if the person has a Jewish mother, it's not on the database. They're an important power, or they're involved in a notable power over white people, or involved against white people. Put it in the database. Set yourself up an account, put it in the database, and contribute it to the site. Please do. I will be contributing any chance I get. I already have some in mind that I didn't see on the list that I'm going to add myself, but I've got to do the research and produce evidence to also turn in with it so that he will accept it. And you can also make corrections. You can message him for corrections if somebody puts up something and somehow it slips all the way through the cracks, like their evidence isn't true or something like that, but it makes it all the way to being posted on the site, and you read their evidence or whatever for that one, and you go, no, that's blatantly false, and I have this other evidence over here that proves that wrong right away. You can message him with that evidence, and he will make the correction, or his staff, whoever is doing it, will make the correction. Moderators, that's what it was. His moderators will do it. So yeah, definitely if you have money, this is not for women, okay? Ladies, y'all hang on to your money, all right? This is for the men. Men, if you have money, if you got extra money sitting around, don't need it, you know? Been wanting to donate somewhere for good cause toward our white people. This is a solid effort that this man has done. And you know, there are baby truthers who could be like, you know, oh, you got duped, man. This is all probably Jay controlled and Jay ran and whatnot. But same thing, same position I had with Handsome Truther that a lot of you, I don't want to say a lot of you that listen in regularly, but a lot of the folks that did listen in who aren't the regulars, um, back when they questioned me about Handsome Truther, I told them, you know, I don't care if he's a J or not. He's putting out real truth. Okay. So, in the same spirit, I don't care if LAC is a complete shill, a setup, or whatever. They already know that you're anti J. If you've already been on YouTube and you've already been watching pro white videos and they already know. Okay, it's just like when I mentioned before about cucks that use VPNs still, thinking they're being slick. You're not. The Jays know, even when you're going through a VPN, they know exactly where you are and everything. They know exactly who you are, what you're watching, when you're watching it, how long you watch it. And so they already have their database made and you're already in it. And you should be grateful that you are. Thank God tonight in your Sabbath prayers that you're on their list. And so the thing is, you know, it doesn't matter if it's a what people would think of as a setup or whatever. It's not. For one, how can you be set up when all you're doing is posting a fact on it? Now, you could say, oh, well, you say that now, but they're going to change the laws around some more even. And when they do, you know, that will be against the law what you did. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. If it ever came, the odds of that are low because these are just facts. You're not getting to spew your own opinion on there, add your own little jab at them or anything like that. All you can do is post the exact evidence that proves, either by their own mouth or I don't know what all he's going to consider as proof. Of course, if you could get Wiki's page or a birth certificate or something like that, a copy of it and post it, then he would probably accept that. Whatever his proofs are going to be that he accepts, you're going to have that, and you're going to have to provide that even to get it posted. And then you can't post anything of your own opinion with it anyway. So I doubt very seriously that even if it was Jewish created and proffered to us, that we would get any kind of big kickback from it, because anytime they want to get any of us, they can. Anytime. You know what I mean? You see it all the time. They swat this guy or that guy, and it's just some one dude who lives alone, or one guy that, like, whatever, he was just some 14-year-old kid, or it's different each time, but it's similar where they pick some random dude who's been watching, you know, all the same stuff we've watched, and then they come after him for whatever reason. He may have some other little small thing that they're going to get him for, but they'll just pick that particular guy because they know he's a government dissident. They know he's a noticer to some degree. You don't even got to be fully uncucked. You can be like the Catholic dude on the backlash. You can be, you know, trying to be a pagan cuck, right? Because they don't care what you are as long as you're not a follower of Jesus Christ. That's it. They don't care if you call yourself an atheist or a pagan or a Catholic or, you know, anything. As long as you don't declare that you are Christian and that you follow Jesus Christ. That's the only one they don't care. That's the only one they care about. If you are that one, you're an evil, hateful bigot, and otherwise you're good to go. So you add all those things up, it's pretty obvious who our enemies are, and yet still somehow people read our Holy Bible and they derp out when you ask them, okay, well, who's who of the Bible? You know, who are the good guys? Who are the bad guys? When you ask them who the bad guys are in the Bible, they derp out. They're like, Satan. I guess Satan, right? The fallen angels, the fallen angels. There you go, the Nephile. I mean, read that in the book of Enoch. And they think, oh yeah, I won. Or I answered that one. Cool. But no, that isn't the correct answer at all. So it's just that our people have been cucked over so many generations now. And this is why you shouldn't be blaming boomers and all this crap. They didn't have all the technology we have now. All right. They didn't have a way to just suddenly be sent to their phone a link that explains to them that everything they've been taught all their life since birth was all a lie, and we're trying to come along now when they're already so old that they're not going to easily a lot of them are not going to easily accept a complete change of an upside down flipping of everything they've ever known and believed. You know what I mean? Just before they die in their life, just before their mortal trial is over. It's so overwhelming for so many of them, perhaps, that they're not going to be able to, absorb it. And because they can't absorb it, what happens? It gets rejected. Anything that doesn't get absorbed gets rejected. So it's kind of an uphill battle with our elders, but don't keep the Jays roaring with glee, calling them boomers as a derogatory term, or blaming the boomers especially. And man, you'll definitely hear the pagan cucks, the Catholics, and even some fake right wingers. They blame boomers. They blame our elders. Our elders had no idea that they were working toward their own demise. They had no idea of that. They were based, and they would have never done any such thing had they only known what we know now about the Jays. So, and by the way, our white people are still cucking our whole country away because the massive 90% or 90+% of them don't know these truths that you know now. So, I mean, we have an enormous uphill battle, and we shouldn't be celebrating like we just won the world over one based girl who got on there and slaughtered a jay in 10 seconds with her statements. And God bless her, and happy Sabbath to her if she ever hears this. Happy Sabbath to you, and God bless you, dear. That was amazing. Way to stand as a blonde lady and the colors of Jesus Christ and declare the truth. That was great work. That was really great work. And you definitely earned yourself another fine piece of art in your mansion in heaven, no doubt, for that move. So you were 1,000 times more based than anyone else there. In fact, all the others I would say were plants. You notice they all got up there. Notice they're all kids for one. This freaking 55, 60-year-old Jay that definitely wants to bang all of them or their little sisters if they had any, is sitting there going, oh, look at me. I'm so awesome. I'm debating all these little college kids that don't know anything about the Bible at all. Don't know anything about. Remember, if you don't know anything about the Bible, you don't know anything about conservatism. What are you conserving? Third world cucked hellhole? We're already in that. There's no need to try to conserve it. We're already in it. That's already the mainstream. That's what the government wants. That's what the Jays want to keep cramming down our throat. So you can't conserve that. It's already the thing. So conservatism is Christianity, white Christian fascism. And that is why they created anti-fascism, because they want white people to be cucked into calling their own enemies, anybody who's their enemy, they presume, as fascist, because it cucks them out of ever wanting to call themselves one or accepting fascism again for our country, for ourselves. How are you going to want to accept being called a fascist and call yourself a fascist when you spend all your time calling some purple-haired, bald-headed chick or purple-haired, giant holes in her ears, face-tatted freaking chick a fascist? You're not ever going to want to be one when the truth comes your way. Your ego is going to reject it because you're like, your ego is going to be like, no way, there's no way I've been calling my enemy the good guys all along, So, the way we're going to win is keeping our holy Sabbath. You need to do your Sabbath prayers every Sabbath. I mean, It's not my opinion. It's not me trying to boss anyone around. It's what are all of our godly men before us, all of our ancestors, including almost our most recent ancestors. Our ancestors all the way up to the 1800s kept Sabbath, and it's only because, and you can say, what are you talking about, man? The 1500s is when they had to reform the church, and then you said only the Millerites kept Sabbath afterwards. So what do you mean? Well, there are many of our people who still kept Sabbath, but they are the fully uncucked ones, all right? The ones who aren't Seventh-day Adventists, because Seventh-day Adventists is third world multiculti, he'll hold to. Um, they didn't keep Sunday though. They went back to keeping Sabbath, and they started these little small white identity churches here and there, Christian identity as it's called, and those were the true churches. And so one still exists, and perhaps there might be a second one now who keeps Sabbath also and is Christian identity. Haven't confirmed it all the way. I'm going to have to make a special long distance trip to get there and see for myself whether it truly is. But according to their website, which I'm not going to share yet because I want to go see the place for myself before I promote it at all. But if it truly is, that's wild and amazing, and I'm super grateful if it is. And but as it stands, the Church of Israel, Missouri, is the only Christian identity church of our people that keeps Sabbath. Who keeps Sabbath? So as it stands right now, they are the one true church, and then there are other true churches, which are our Christian identity churches, but they keep Sunday, so they are not the one true church. And so any church that keeps our holy Sabbath and is Christian identity for our people only is the one true church. There is only one of those I know of in our country. That's the Church of Israel, Missouri. On Rumble, by the way, under that name. And so that's who I donate to. I suggest you donate to them. If you don't have any church to tithe to, that is your church. Donate to them. Keep them alive. Keep them going. When someone like LAC comes out with such a good work as he's done, much like Handsome Truther, I care not whether it's a setup to get us more banned later on or any of these things. We cannot just stay on the defense all of our lives until we're backed all the way in the corner and then we're slaughtered. We have to be on the offense. When Handsome Truther and his gang were out there throwing those flyers out wherever they do, it got on the news. It made the news. And the news actually zoomed in on the part where it said, Jews run the media, Jews run the banking, Jews run the... It said it right there on the screen. They actually put it on the screen, So you cannot... he goes out on bridges and hangs massive signs over where thousands of white people drive under that bridge every time they do it. That says Jews want a race war. It's hard to argue with results like that. And in the same respect with LAC, this work he has done, it is hard not to respect it. I mean, it's impossible not to respect it. It's already such a good build. He's made a very nice site, and it has an enormous database already. And he's leaving it open to a degree where we're able to participate. We're able to not just participate, but actually help shape and mold this new invention as the way we need it to be, so that it can be navigated easily, so that the facts can be brought up quickly, so that the connected dots between all these different ones can happen just at a touch of one click. And I know you folks can help do it. And I know it'll be great. And by sponsoring him in whatever way, if you're thinking to yourself, man, I ain't got but $10, that I could spare this week. Well, do it. You know why? You already know why, but I'm going to explain it, because you're going to have to, well, I'm not going to explain it. Let me reword that. I'm going to remind you why. because you already know in your holy Bible, God tells you every time you give to him, he's going to give back to you tenfold. And I want to witness to you now, as a faithful follower of Jesus Christ, uh, for a fact that has happened to me numerous times. One day I only had a $50 bill on me. And yes, I had money, in the bank, but it would have been super inconvenient for me to go and get that money. It was super far away. I don't like using ATMs. Call me crazy or dumb or whatever. I don't like using like ATMs at places that aren't my bank. Um, yes, I could use my card to go wherever and buy stuff, or use one of my cards to go wherever and buy stuff. Um, but I'm a cash person. I want to keep cash alive, even though it's quote fiat currency, as the crypto lovers like to call it, and the gold and silver guys like to call it. It's much easier than carrying around a bunch of gold, which would just get you robbed super quick. It's more concealable as pieces of paper. You can use it everywhere. It's accepted everywhere among our people, among all of our establishments. So I would prefer to keep that alive versus going all digital. So I keep cash on me pretty much, anytime. And I try to buy everything with cash and only use one of the cards, or the one I like to use, called that I just call my card. I have a favorite one that I will use in most circumstances if I need to use a card. But the goal is to not do that. And so I only use it when I have to buy something online or something like that. I'll go ahead and use it. If I have to pay some emergency bill right away immediately and I can't go to the place and pay them cash, I'll do it. But I hope you folks are helping cash stay king for now. And I don't mean king like Jesus Christ king. I mean like the metaphor. And so as long as we all keep using cash. And also another thing with that, I would like all of you to do, to be helpful, if you don't mind, please, would be always make, whatever place you have a transaction with, always make them give you a receipt. Always do that. As soon as we stop taking receipts as a people, as soon as we stop demanding them, as soon as we stop wanting the receipt before we leave, the proof of purchase that we did, they will get rid of it over time. All right. So it's important for us to not only keep spending or buying things with cash, but also to force these establishments to give us a paper receipt, not an email receipt, a paper receipt. And the reason why paper, not email, is not important right now for the scope of what we're talking about. So the bottom line is you want to always make them give you a receipt. And cash, another good thing about cash is you get it back right away. If, like, say you bought something with cash and then it's a total piece of crap, it doesn't work at all, or it's nothing like what it was advertised, or it's super disappointing in some way, you take it back, you get cash back. You don't get, oh, put your card back in. Okay, it'll be a couple, 3 days, could be up to a week. And so for someone who perhaps is living on a tight budget, waiting that 2 or 3 days could be, slightly bothersome, or even more than slightly bothersome. So having cash, you return something, boom, you get all your cash back right then. You can go buy food to feed your children. You can put gas in your tank. You don't have to wait 3 days or 2 days or 24 hours or a week. And so, but really and truly, it's because we want cash to stay in existence. And that's why we have to keep using it. So let me scroll back up. People have been busy in here. Let's see here. Sure, we're going to have some of the JIDFers tonight. Hello, all of you cucked whites and yid tubers. Welcome to the all-white Sabbath stream. Let's see here. Amanda said, oh, nope, we got to go further back than that. Erase the bagels. Nope. Got to go further back than Erase the Bagels. Let's see here. Let's see. We have some weirdo non-white name. He's irrelevant too. All right, so we'll get to Lily Gordon. Says you have a deep voice. Well, thank you. I don't really. It doesn't really seem deep to me, but I appreciate that. Thank you very much for thinking so. I guess. Um, Bob Mickles said Jesus is the best. I agree. God bless you for that, and God will bless you for that. Erase the Bagels is here. Hello, sir, and God bless you and welcome. And I hope you have a happy Sabbath this Sabbath. And he said, if you have to guess, when do you think the flashpoint is going to happen? Well, man, I tell you what, that's everybody's guess, isn't it? I'm sure there are a group of diddlers who already have in mind when they want to pull the stunt, but me personally, no. I mean, I don't know. And like you said, if I had to guess, so I will go by that. Let me swallow a drink of that cold drink and ponder this for a moment. How long do I think before everything pops off fully? Some people may not like my answer, but I'm going to say 15 years from now. And I hate to say a number that far away. I wish I could say it was coming this summer or next year or in a couple, 3 years or 10 at the most. But I think the earliest that we'll ever get some kind of wild go live all the way against Whitey where guns are blazing in the streets, and I mean everywhere, not just in some downtown Nogville like Baltimore or wherever, but like literally across the entire country all at the same time, 100,000 times worse than what the 2020 thing was in the summer. For it to really go that hot where white people are all over the place arming up with their loading up their stuff they got and shooting back at the non-whites finally. I'm thinking 15 years. And I'm sorry, and I mean bare minimum I'm thinking that. It could be 25 or 35 and it stings my heart to have to say that, but it just seems like based on the totality of the circumstances and the behavior of our people still at this point, that's what it seems to me like. Erase the Bagels also asked, do you believe in higher dimensions? Yes, absolutely, but not in the sense that the atheist Jewish Kabbalism is. Multidimensionalism is actually Kabbalism. The Kabbalah is what teaches people to believe in multidimensions. But I think of them in a different way than the Kabbalah teaches multidimension. The Kabbalah teaches it as though there is no God because, after all, we're all just in a simulation or just one dimension of multiple dimensions of someone who looks just like you, who's living a completely different life or slightly different life, and there's millions of those examples happening. So there are millions of examples of exactly you, but you got the girl, not didn't get the girl, or you didn't get the girl instead of you got the girl. And so because you didn't get the girl, now you didn't have the kids in this other dimension life and all these things. And what it does is it creates a situation of, and I'm not saying this is on the forefront of people's thought, but what it does is it creates a subconscious brainwashing that there is more than God that is omnipresent, that there is just this existence known as dimensions and or known as a dimension, and then there are multiple examples of them all happening in concurrence, and that somehow because of that, well, the by default of that, the because of that is therefore something else other than God and Christ are omnipresent, and omniscient, And so I, with the multi-dimension thing, I don't focus on it. It's not a part of my study. It's not a part of my concern. In the grand scheme of the war against white people, it means nothing, and it won't save us no matter how much knowledge we learn about anything. Keep in mind, any knowledge you could ever acquire about it is most likely going to be influenced by the Kabbalah stuff, because whoever is ever entertaining the idea of multi dimensions has already had the diddlers come in and cheer them along and lead the way, if you will. Like they always like to put in their articles about how Israel leads the way in homosexual rights and leads the way in transsexual surgeries and rights and whatever. Leads the way in helping refugees find a white country to move to. So in that same, format, I think that they most likely will, on almost all talks of forums or anywhere that kind of stuff is chatted about online, the information is already well infected with Jewry, I imagine. But in my stance about dimensions, or what my structure in that I think it exists is that God in Job, we see in Job that God called the gods together to a meeting. And it says the gods of the various worlds. So there are other worlds, and those worlds are not us living a different life, slightly different or completely different, but still the same people, as though they're two different dimensions of same people, like the Kabbalahism teaches. But it's the other worlds of other, either upright bipeds that we've never seen, or perhaps there's an all black world, perhaps there's an all Asian world, perhaps there's an all whatever world. Um, and so they have their gods that God has created and assigned to those beings, just like God has created and assigned all these religions and their gods to our specific non-whites that live on the earth with us. And so these the multi-dimension thing for me is more of multi-worlds. I follow the book of Job, that there are various worlds, and they are not balls whirling around out in an endless void of imaginary Jewish fiction outer space. They are completely other worlds that could be something that our minds cannot even fathom, where they don't have form or shape as we know it. They don't have wood and metal and plastic and plaster and paint and all these things like we know of for something to exist. Instead, some of those worlds could just be substances we've never seen or will never know about as mortals in this 6,000-year trial. They could be what we would consider as mortals in this trial, completely non-existent but existing. You know what I mean? Where they don't have any particles, they don't have any discernible, identifiable, recognizable, or even visible or ever observable, even through instruments or whatever, existence. But in fact, they do, and they're doing their thing, and we'll just never have any way to have connection to them whatsoever. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities of what various worlds can mean, but in general, various worlds just means there are other locations with other beings that have other things going on, and so even if they're a part of this world and there's more land further beyond Antarctica ring or whatever, it wouldn't matter, because it's a separate world that God has made for those beings, and other beings, they have their own separate world somewhere else. So there's all these various worlds, as the book of Job declares. And so we know that God, they are all submissive to our God, because our God called all of them to a meeting. And if you know anything about leaders, think about kings. Imagine if you were a king in Europe in the 1400s or the 800s or the 600s, and you decided, I hereby command all the kings of Europe to come meet me. How do you think that would go down? Most of the kings didn't even like each other and warred against each other with their people. They used their people as pawns to war against each other. And so if any king were to do that back then, they'd have been like, yeah, right, tell that dude go blow himself or whatever they would say, you know? And they would basically just tell him, no thanks, or yeah, all right, buddy. And so that is what these gods of these various worlds would have done if they were not submissive to our God. And so, God, remember, our God is the creator of all things, right? That's a quote too. And so that means all of these gods of these various worlds, God created them. And God created those worlds for them to rule over. Remember, Adam kind, us, we were created to be the gods of this world. So, and we failed, you know, but God knew we were going to fail, but we did. And so because of that, we now have to, you know, be saved through Jesus Christ. But God wanted it all to go down that way because he wanted true friendship. And if he had just made us perfect, never gave us an opportunity to become imperfect, where we then would have a choice to follow him or not, and a choice to befriend him or not, a choice to love what he's made us and what all he's given us or not, then he has true friendship from all of the ones of us who do appreciate that he created us, who do love him for all the things he's given us and how well he's taken care of us and all he's taught us. That's what God wanted. So he created this scenario all on purpose, knowing we would sin, knowing that we would have the choice after we've sinned. You know, if we stayed in perfection in the garden all through the generations, there would have been no true trial. You know, we're here to be put on trial for 6,000 years. Whitey's on trial. And this is the sifting of the gold out of the ore. You know, white people in general are the ore, and then the ones who God's going to keep as his friends who chose him, they chose to love him and follow his son's way and his way, those are the nuggets of gold that he gets out of all that sifting the ore. So, you know, the takeaway from that is don't be a part of the ore, be one of the gold nuggets, you know, get sifted, you know. All right, let's move along here. But the dimensions thing, yeah, that's my position on that, is that I don't believe in dimensions like the Kabbalah teaches, but I believe in the various worlds. And I think of them in that way because they can happen in different time frames than we do and that we understand. Their time frames could be completely different than ours. Remember, our time is set by the sun, moon, and our stars. God created the sun and moon and stars and placed them above us inside the dome to rule over, meaning to give us a time. So like when you see these intellectuals that are like, oh, one of the hardest questions in the world is what is time? That's not a hard question at all. It's the motion of the sun, moon, and stars. That's what dictates what we as mortals will ever know in this 6,000 year trial as time. Let's see here. John Decker thinks that pro-white people are freaks. All right, go be cucked wherever you like. Amanda said, stay mad, racist. Well, everybody gets mad about something, so I don't stay mad. Maddie Lou said, what is a nog? Well, I'm sorry you don't understand that. Tell both of your IQ digits we said hello, though. Liam Trainer said, what's with the name Stay White? Is that intended to be as racially motivated as it comes across? Yes, absolutely it is. Maddie Lou said, what are J's and B's? Okay, definitely have a beginner here tonight. Liam Trainer also said, yep, I've listened for 30 seconds and that's confirmed. There you go. All right, that third digit of your IQ's kicking in, huh? He also said, Jews and blacks, I believe, Maddie. Hey, man, he's winning all over the place. He also said, guys comfortable enough to spout this disgusting vitriol, but too scared to say it out loud. Well, tell me which part is disgusting vitriol. I'm sure it's anything I've mentioned that's pro-white, which means that you're anti-white, which means you're the disgusting vitriol nonsense. All right. And then he said, what about the Jewish and black members of the military that fought for your freedom? Well, they didn't. So they were paid and they just were paid to do a job. No different than like Mexicans come here. I didn't want them to come here. I didn't ask them to come here. I don't want them here because it's biblically not right for them to be here. No, but non-whites are supposed to be on our soil and living among us. It says so in our Bible over and over and over again. Whether it's prudent, whether it's good for us, whether it's counterproductive, whether it's whatever, it's still good for us because it's biblical. But it's biblical. So that's the only thing we need to know. That's the only thing we need to go by. We don't need any other reason or excuse or anything. All we need to know is it's biblical, and that's it. Liam Trainer said, "Who fucking hurt you, bro?" David Cox said, "Yes, hello. Can you please give advice for hemorrhoids?" What is that? Preparation H, I think it's called. Maddie Lou said, "Slave morality is lame." Oh, man. Who knows where she's at with that. Going back to Liam Trainer, get yourself an ointment and donut cushion to sit on, David. Oh, okay, there you go. That's good advice. And don't push too hard on the loo. Yeah, good advice. He said, "Bro, you're being cucked by an imaginary boogeyman." Okay, cool story, man. Maddie Lou said, "Dude, we got to protect the whites from the big bad xenophobe brown people." Yeah, well, you don't see them flooding by the millions in any non-white country, do you? No. Liam Trainer said, "Even having cucked in your vocabulary is pathetic." Okay. Nice one, slow-mo. Let's see. Maddie Lou said, "I think I'm going to pee my pants. This is so base, dude." Liam Trainer said, "Real Sigma shit, bro." Liam Trainer also said, "Finally, someone standing up for us whites. When do we get a win?" Maddie Lou said, "Imagine having no hobbies, interests, or anything going on and making stuff up like this." All right. I mean, still no arguments. You still have no point of argument. Just nonsense, just like the typical Jews do. Liam Trainer said, "How can you have a hobby or any interest when you're being so suppressed?" Well, no one said we're suppressed. What I say is that we're not in control of our own country, which we're supposed to be. It's been usurped from us, and we simply need to take it back. That's all. And I also say that we need to take it back. I don't just sit around and say, "Oh, we're conquered. Oh, we're oppressed." No, that's not what I say. I say we need to all, as white people, demand by the millions that the Jews are removed from our government, and then, once they're out of our government, remove them from the country. Simple stuff. Super straightforward stuff. Maddie Lou said, "And then they wonder why women think they're gross and lame." Cool. I've dated plenty of girls way hotter than you are. I promise you that. Liam Trainer said, "Wake up." Okay, man, I'm awake. Let's see here. I'm scrolling on. They're just like, I'm going to scroll past their boring stuff. I guess I just got the two Jews in the chat for now. But anyhow, let's see here. I got to skip a bunch because, boy, you know how the Jays are. They love to chat back and forth like they're all in it. Doop-a-doop-doop-doom. Well, let me stop at this one here real quick because she's got it in all caps. Maddie Lou said, "You are a resentful loser that believes in anti-Semitic ideology." Well, you're an idiot that doesn't know that Jews are not Semitic. Jews are not Semites. All right, so you're just a fucking moron that doesn't even know what you're talking about. And by the way, all the Jews literally write book after book after book about their hatred for white people and how they celebrate looking forward to the extermination of white people so that they will then each, at that time, once they accomplish that, you can read it in their Talmud and Gittin, they will each, every man, woman, boy, and girl alive at the time, once they successfully exterminate enough white people and take control of the full world all the way, that's New World Order as they call it. But once they accomplish that, every Jew alive at that time, man, woman, boy, and girl, will each own 2,800 non-Jew, which means non-white slaves, because all the whites will already be exterminated, according to them. So if you're non-Jewish and all the whites are already exterminated, what that means is every Jew alive at that time, once Whitey is gone, will own 2,800 non-white slaves for each and every man, woman, boy, and girl Jew alive at that time, once they're successful. So you want to get mad at someone, you want to call someone hateful, you want to call someone an evil bigot, you want to call someone super scary R word, you go call the Jews that, and you can recite their Talmud to them for it. And you can recite their books like You Gentiles by Maurice Samuel You can recite their book like the Jewish Almanac, where on page 3, line 1, the very first sentence, quote, strictly speaking, it is incorrect to refer to an ancient Hebrew or Israelite as a Jew, or to call a Jew a Hebrew or an Israelite, end quote. So, if you want to talk about who's who in the Bible or who's an evil, scary, bigot, racist, or any of that, you can just go complain to the Jews. They only write book after book after book about their hatred for white people and how they can't wait to exterminate us. Let's see here. Sean G said, we are living on planet Earth. That is heaven and hell, and God is the land. That's a new one. All right, let's see here. Moving on. I'm scrolling past the Jews. Scrolling on. Let's see here. Boring. I don't care about your stupid Jew talk. None of it matters to me. Gaius Marius said, why are you two even here? Exactly. They're just being a couple. They're just Jews here being pests. That's all. And I could care less. The thing is, here's the deal, you two freaking yitty diddlers. I don't care. You can sit here and blow my chat up all night. That's fantastic. All you're doing is making my chat count look way better. You're going to make my comment or the chat comments look way better. So you can type everything you want. It doesn't matter what scary R word or evil bigot or oh you just love it. Whatever stupid shit you come up with, it means nothing to me. I'm a blonde hair, blue eyed, colors of Jesus Christ white man. I've already won. You aren't shit. All right. So because you're anti-white and because you're not a blonde hair, blue eyed, color of Jesus Christ, pure blood white man like me, you're nothing to me. You're absolutely nothing to me at all. It doesn't matter how much you LARP and moan and piss and cry and talk shit in the forum or the chat. It doesn't matter. Like, what? It doesn't matter. It just does not matter what you say. And literally, I could sit here all night and read all your comments, and you're not going to cause one little flutter of my heart. Whatever you type, it literally means nothing to me. If only you knew what I knew, you would realize that nothing you could ever type in a trillion years on a chat would ever get me down. Promise you that. I've been life maxing for a long time, and it's God blessed. So, yeah, I don't have anything to worry about compared to y'all. Y'all are hating it. You're only going to get your one measly little sniveling life, and then you're done, and that's it. Gaius Marius said, stay white explains that Adam, his lineage, and Jesus were white. These things are probably true. He is also racially continuous and pro-white. And I think he meant conscious, but or continous he put there. And pro-white. He also understands the evil of the Jews. Yes, that's true. And he also said, that's about all I care about. Exactly. That is what the point of this channel is. Doesn't matter if you two sniveling Jays don't like it, or YidTube employees, whichever you are. I could care less. And let's see. Let me scroll on down. Dab420 said, Browns are worthless. You see that, you two sniveling Jews? Browns are worthless. Boom. Exactly. And so what else we got here? Steven DeBerg said, hell yeah, brother. Well, God bless and happy Sabbath to you. And also God bless and happy Sabbath to you, Dab420. Let's see here. Let's scrolling on down, passing the Jews. Boom, boom, boom. Steven DeBerg said, Iowa here. Well, that's cool. It's probably chilly over there tonight, but I hope it isn't. I hope you're having a decent night over there. I haven't checked out the weather in a few days. Let's see here. Gaius Marius said, time for me to head off. Bedtime. Hey, God bless you for stopping back by, man. I know you needed to go and stuff, and then now you got to hit the sack, so I appreciate you stopping by. God bless you, and have a wonderful Sabbath tomorrow. And we got, let's see here. Okay, Liam Trainer seems to be, maybe I'm mistaken. Liam, were you being like polite with me and I was being rude to you or something? I don't know. If I was mistakenly, if I thought you were one of the Jays coming at me and I was talking smack to you also, my bad. But it seemed like when I first read your comments that you were talking smack, so that's why I talked smack back. But if you actually are cool, my bad. That's my apologies if I was mistaken on that. Rick Wayne said, scared to show his face. Yeah, stupid fuck, because I literally am having to teach the truth that isn't allowed by the Jewish YouTube and by anyone on the news and by anyone in our freaking government. Dumbass. Of course I can't show my face, you fucking retard. Derp. All right. Rabbi Chowdhury. Rabbi Chowdhury said, you guys know Mahdi? I don't know who Mahdi is. Maybe I do it. I'm just having a brain fart for the moment. Let's see. Stephen DeBerg said, I love Trump, Liam. Voted for him 3 times. Yeah, the thing is, Trump can swing our way. We could literally get what the pro-Trumpers like yourself hope that Trump or think that Trump, perhaps, I'm not accusing you of thinking this for sure, but what you, I assume, voted for Trump, hoping Trump will do, God can cause Trump to do for us. Right now we're being told he's out whipping ass and taking names for white people. All that is Jewish permitted, so that white people kick their feet up and go, cool, our favorite guy's at the wheel. No need to do anything now. He's going to run the ship the right way. We ain't going to have to help. We ain't going to have to defend white people online anymore. We're not going to have to, and I'm not putting those words in your mouth. I'm saying that is the mentality of a lot of the pro-Trumpers once they got their way. And Jews understand this, that if they threw us a bone, Jews are not utterly stupid. They're stupid, but they're not utterly stupid. So they know that they have to throw us a bone now and then in order to be like a pressure relief valve. It has to just, it's like they throttle back and then you relax because, they're not pressuring us all of a sudden. Well, all they're doing, they're still standing right there in our face and they're still touching us and they're still pushing on us. They're just not pushing as hard. And so as soon as that throttle back happens, or that bone gets thrown away, we get the leader we want or whatever is president, it makes white people think we're in charge of our own country again, that we have control of white people's destiny again, like we're supposed to at all times in America, in white Christian fascist America. And so, I want Trump to do what we want him to do. I want Trump to do what the Trump voters hope and expect that he's going to do. I'm also a realist, though, and I understand that God has him in the Jews' back pockets. So he can swing Trump either way he wants based on our obedience to God's way. Sabbath, that's the number one problem we have. That's why I created this channel, was to force feed Sabbath back to our people, even though they don't want to taste it, even though they don't want to swallow it. They're going to have to, because if they want our country back and they want our white daughters to be able to roam freely again without having to worry of being attacked and raped and killed, or without our daughters being cucked into being willing participants of multiple ones that were going to rape and then kill her, but instead she's a willing participant. So they just got to all run a train on her, and now daddy's girl's ruined for whoever poor white guy she ends up marrying for money later on, and then he finds out 20 years later that the whole ball team ran a train on her. Or she ends up knocked up, some fugly mongrel baby, and then she's a ghetto rat for the rest of her life until she's a crackhead and gets killed. And that's the two ways why our white girls end up if we allow non-whites to live in our country. So, and that's saying that if we allow them to be around them and have them around our people and the whole thing, that's what ends up happening to thousands and thousands of our girls every year. And so, in the interest of women, how we're always talking about women's rights and protect women. All the liberals are always like, oh, stand for women, protect women. Well, women's rights, the real right our women are supposed to have is to be able to roam freely in our country without the worry of non-whites attacking them and killing them after they've raped them. That's what our white women's right is supposed to be. And they don't have that right anymore because white men have forced them through our cuckery, not mine, but white men's cuckery, to have to walk around in a freaking alligator pit where, women don't realize everywhere they go when they walk past non-whites, they are a target in the non-whites' minds. They are, and the only thing holding non-whites back, the only thing that's holding the flashpoint back so far is the fact that they are still inconvenienced by police and arrested sometimes. Even if they're let go quickly afterward, they're still harassed by police and inconvenienced with being arrested. And that's the only thing that holds them back from attacking white people way more often than they do, especially our white females, especially the blonde ones, especially pretty ones of any hair color. And there's a couple other things that hold them back, but that's the main thing that holds them back is the inconvenience of being arrested, And the reason they want to attack white people is because they wish they were white. They wish they had been born white. This is the same problem Jews have. Jews are envious and angry and raged that they are going to be totally doomed, says the book of Obadiah, where God himself declares what he's going to do to them. And so they know they're doomed. And the situation is just like when you watch the climax of any particular Jewish fiction, juvie, movie, whatever. You'll see the bad guy. He's about to fall down in the pit to his death, or he's about to fall off the edge of the building, and he's hanging on by just his fingertips. And at the last moment, he reaches out and he grabs either the good guy that he was fighting that knocked him down onto the ledge, or he grabs an innocent person, to drag down with him. If I got to die, you got to come with me. And that's what the Jews' whole plan is. The Jews' plan is to try to trash as much of Christ's harvest as possible. They know that Jesus Christ is not coming to save them. So their whole goal is to convince as many white people to dupe their own selves into dooming their own selves as possible. Get our white people to, do every stupid thing like obey or idolize Nogs, obey the Jews into doing, becoming a transsexual, cutting her wiener off, or becoming gay. They don't care which thing they talk you into, as long as they talk you into one of the anti-Christian, anti-biblical behaviors. And once you do that, you become more and more abominable, which means not redeemable. Okay? And Christ is our Redeemer. So if you become more and more not redeemable, and especially if you are duped even into one act which is abominable, like homosexuality, race mixing, that's it. You're ruined. And so at that point, now it's really going to be, the Jews just don't have to do anything. They don't have to create a war against us where they literally go out and try to shoot at us, knowing that we're going to shoot back. They don't have to do any of those things. All they have to do is trick white people into dooming their own selves. They just dupe white people into thinking, oh, I should put giant holes in my ears. And that seems harmless enough, but then it turns into, oh, but I want one across the nose too to look like my friend who's also into giant holes in his ears. I want a giant hole in my nose like he's got. And then it turns into, oh man, this other dude we know, he's got a big old dinner plate in his mouth like the Africans over. I need to do that too. All that stupid crap is idolizing third worldism, right? And it's defiling your own body to emulate. Why would you want to emulate third worlders? It's the stupidest idea ever, but that's what white people are doing. And that's a form of idolatry. That's one of the major forms of idolatry. One of the major examples when it speaks about idolatry in our Holy Bible, that's the kind of thing it's talking about. And idolatry is cuckery. It's you just following along with whatever third worlders are into. When you see white girls twerking, that's cuckery. That's idolatry. When you see, whites cheering on Nogs at the Nog ball game, they're literally idolizing. They're idolizing these blacks. You got the little boy walking around in a Blacks jersey, a Blacks basketball jersey, and stupid crap like that. So we're not supposed to have them in our country. We're not supposed to pay any attention to them. And keep in mind, when you don't have any non-whites in your country, there is no non-whites to pay attention to. All right. If there are no non-whites in your country, then there are no non-whites to idolize. So you wouldn't have Afro ball. We would actually still have football. We wouldn't have Afro soccer. We would have soccer. We wouldn't have, freaking uh, Felipe Hernandez freaking baseball, Juarez Gomez baseball. We would have real all American baseball again. And so all the things fall in place correctly once all the non-whites are removed from our country as they're supposed to be. And our country was not even the ruin of our country didn't really truly hardcore begin until 1990. That's when the real ramp up started. But the baby step of it that kicked it all off, it wasn't even a baby step. It was a pretty big first step. The one that really kicked it off was 1965. All the way until 1965, you had to be a white European to move to this country and become naturalized. And and the thing is, even that was not based enough. We actually still allowed some non-whites into our country, but we wanted to keep it a majority every year of the percentage white. That's good, but that wasn't good enough. We needed to actually have 100% white only at all times, white people, okay? There is no need to have non-whites move to our country, okay? We don't need any Jorge, not one. We don't need any Arab, not a single one. There is nowhere in this country where it'd be like, oh crap, we need a Pajit, nobody else can do it. There's a billion white men in this country, not a single one of them can do it. We got to have a Pajit. Or, oh man, it's got to be a black. What else? Who else is going to fix this truck except a black? We got to where's a black? We need a black. What are we going to do? What are we white people going to do if we don't find a black? That's not how white people are. White people are literally the ones who create and do everything all our own, especially when we are in an all white world. That's when all of our inventions get it. That's when all the inventions you enjoy, air conditioning, plumbing, refrigeration, automobiles, airplanes, it all came from all white worlds. It didn't come from multi-culti, third world hellhole anything. It didn't come from third world it didn't come from multi-culti, modern day type of multi-culti. It came from only white world. In the 1950s and 60s, when aeronautics was at its peak and jet engines freaking had been invented and started being used by Germany. They were invented by a British man, but they started being picked up and used by Germans, and they were the ones who successfully built working ones and started flying them. And so all of those countries, doesn't matter which one you pick, they were all white countries, and they just had Jews subverting us. That's it. We didn't have a bunch of blacks here. We didn't start having a lot of blacks here until the 80s when we started paying them to multiply like hotcakes. We didn't do that before then. And we didn't pay Africa money back then. Until the 1980s, we didn't give Africa money, so Africans were multiplying like hotcakes. They kept their population stayed around 3 or 4 million. That was it. And that's including Sudan and Nigeria and all those black countries. They were in low numbers. Why? Because we weren't giving them money and medicines and all those things. So they were just living on their own devices. And living on their own devices, they only lived to be about 34, 35 years old. And then something would happen. They would get an infection and die, or they would get injured in battle and die, or, some animal would kill them while they're trying to kill it, or, a variety of things would take them out. Sometimes they would kill each other just out of hatred or whatever in a fight. And so any random thing would cause one of them to only live to be about 30 or 35 years old, sometimes only 20 something. And so it was, think about it. When you see old footage from the 1950s, 1960s, where they would go over and tour tribes of blacks in Africa, you wouldn't find anyone over 35, 40 years old. That's it. And each tribe only had 20 or 15 or 25 upright bipeds in it. That's it. With a handful of children. That was it. And so that is what the bulk of Africa was back then. It was very low population of blacks back then. But once we started paying money, cucking away money to Africa, providing them food, providing them clothes, providing them tools, providing them medicine, well, wouldn't you know, they started living way longer into their 50s and 60s. And they're producing way more kids, and next thing you know, their population exploded. Well, the Jays are like, yes, that was their wet dream. So they started funneling them over, flying them over by the jumbo jet full. And that's what they're still doing to this day. You know, you see reports all the time in airports, or from people who have been in an airport most recently, and they report or show a film, a short film or something, of that they see all these migrants, you know, that got off of a plane, an entire plane load of them. I don't want to call them migrants, the non-white invaders. They have a whole plane of non-white invaders get off at the airport. And they even take them into special hallways where they have our own government, whatever, U.S. Marshals or whatever, protect them in their own separate little hider rooms and stuff so that the common public doesn't see them. And sometimes they just let them chill in the hallways like they just belong here, you know, right in your face. But either way, they fly them in by the jumbo jet full. While they have you focused on the south border, they walk them right in through the north border, and then they fly them into every airport every day. You know, so the southern border is like minuscule amount of the invaders compared to how many they fly in every day. And that's why they want you focused on the southern border, not the airports, not the northern border. I mean, think about Canada. Canada is full leftist cuck, hate America, super anti-white, fucking kill whitey. That's their whole theme up there. You don't think they're flooding our country with millions of freaking muzzies and non-whites in general? Of course they are. They welcome them into there, and then they go, oh, you want help to go ruin America? Here's you some money. Here's you a hotel car. Be our guest. Please do. Go down there and trash them best you can. You know? That's Canada for you. You really don't think they're up to that? It'd be crazy to think they're not. Dab 420 said, it's in the Talmud for real. Yes, it is. I know which part he's talking about. Let's see here. Trump loves, okay. Rabbi said, Trump loves the 51st state because it's a second Democrat state. I agree. I think trying to include a cuck nation like that into ours is all it's going to do is trash the pro-white, movement completely. And Republicans would never get a vote ever again. Not that they don't obey the same yitty diddlers as Democrats, but Democrats openly cheer for white people's demise, whereas Republicans pretend that they aren't doing it, So I don't know which one's worse, to be honest with you. It's almost better to have the Democrats in your face openly saying, hey, I'm your enemy. We want you dead. Fuck whitey. White supremacy. We got Joe Biden up here telling all of you as president, white supremacy is the greatest threat to our nation, even though that's literally what created the nation. And that's the whole reason millions of non-whites want to come here. But anyway, super bad, super problem. Again, people like, what's her face back here? The Maddie Lou Jew. Maddie Jew, you have no problem with Japanese supremacy in all of Japan, from its northern border to its southern border, and from its west border to its east border. You have no problem whatsoever with Chinese supremacy in all of China. Every Chinese person enjoys full Chinese supremacy there in China. No problem with Maddie Jew. Maddie Jew also has no problem with full Arab supremacy, 100% Arab supremacy in all Arab countries. Maddie Jew also has no issue whatsoever. Doesn't make her heart flutter. Doesn't make butterflies happen in her stomach. Doesn't make her filled with rage or anger about Mexicans enjoying Mexican supremacy over the entirety of all of Mexico. Doesn't bother her a bit. Well, by the way, a Jew is ruling over Mexico right now. But anyway, Maddie Jew has no problem with, say, Jays controlling all of Israel. and leveling all the Gazans so they can move in and declare that it's Israel instead of Palestine, as usual. And you have no problem with that, I'm sure, because after all, you have no problem with Chinese supremacy or Japanese supremacy in Japan or Mexican supremacy in Mexico or Arab supremacy in Arab countries. You have no problem at all. It doesn't bother you a bit. You don't think anything evil, bigot, racist, baddie about Indians enjoying Indian supremacy all through the entirety of India. So that is why we don't give two flying dog shits about whatever opinion you have about us. White people are supposed to be supreme in every country that white people created. And white people created America, white people created Canada, white people created Russia, white people created all of Europe, white people created Australia, and white people created New Zealand. And we don't owe any of it to any non-whites anywhere. So, and no non-white on the face of this earth has any, quote, right to have access to white people or to have access to our countries or to have access to our institutions or to have access to our money or to have access to our help or to have access to our women. Let's see. Rick Wayne said, this guy's definitely a Trump tard. Well, shows what you know, because I already explained what Trump's up about. And I'm not 100% Trump follower at all. Let's see here. Gaius Marius said, stay white. Looking forward to the next stream. These kids have little idea what they're talking about. Yeah, well, I mean, they're Jays. I mean, it's obvious they're Jays. But yes, you're right. And he said, forgive their foolish and derogatory comments. Oh, man, they don't even bother me, but I appreciate your kind words. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. And Stephen DeBerg says, thanks. I don't know what that's about. Maddie Jew said, bro, this guy sounds like like those black Israelites. No, in fact, I don't, because I'm telling the Bible as it is. Black imaginary Hebrews, the Harambe Hebrews, as we like to call them, Harambe Hebrews, they grab little snippets of a verse. They don't even read a whole verse most of the time. They have to grab a snippet of a verse, or they have to have tiny little sections of a whole statement, and where they grab the word black and go, ooh, see, we were the people of the Bible. But in fact, none of that's true. If you kept reading the thing, it would immediately show that they're full of shit and that actually, white people are Israel. But and let me just give you one quick point of evidence that will dump on any fantasy of Jews or any non-whites ever being Israel. Therefore, only white people are Israel. Well, let me give you two facts real quick. The first one is white people are distinguished apart from all the world's non-white upright biped beasts of the field with our 12 different hair and eye color combinations, one combination for each tribe of Israel. While all the world's non-white beasts are brown with black hair and brown eyes and cannot blush. And by the way, Adam, the name Adam from Adam and Eve, Adam, Hebrew word H119 means man who can blush. Man who can blush. White man. Man who can blush. Only white men, only white people can blush. Non-whites cannot blush. And as a matter of fact, you'll notice all through antiquities, paintings that have ever existed that we know of to this day that we still have the ability to look at, they always make the white person's cheeks blush ruddy red in the paintings. Why? Because that means they're an Adamite. That was our people dog whistling, if you will, to our own white people, because no non-whites were ever going to go into an art gallery and look at our paintings. Only white people appreciate true art that we create. So only white people saw those paintings back then, and they all have the perfect rosy red blushing cheeks. That's what white people do. Now let me give you the second fact, which really is a third fact here, proving that only whites are Adam kind. Therefore, only pure white people are Noah's children. Therefore, only pure white people are Israel. The third one is Abraham and Israel were both promised by God that their seed would form a multitude of exceedingly prosperous nations, and that many kings, meaning hundreds or thousands of kings, would come up from their seed, right? That would be produced by the multitude of their seed. And that they would also, and only white people have done that, by the way, only white people have created a multitude of exceedingly prosperous nations, and only white people have had, quote, many kings. Okay? Arabs have not had many kings. Jews have not had any kings, which totally negates them from ever being the Israelites right there off the bat. Blacks have never had kings. Okay, you hear about we was kings, we was kings. No, you wouldn't, because the word king is no the concept of being a king and the word itself have nothing to do with blacks. Blacks had no concept of that. There was just a leader, kind of like how the feathers over here had a chief, right? Well, y'all just had like a chief. That's all. Whoever blacks are listening in. Not talking to you who mentioned the blacks there, but for any blacks ever listening, they just had a chief, if you will. There was no kings. They didn't have kangs. They literally had like 5 and 15 person villages. Oh, you're going to call yourself a king over 12 people? Give me a break. You know what I mean? They were just chiefs of a little village. That's all. And but my point is, God gave specific promises to Abraham and Israel's seed. Israel is obviously Abraham's grandson. He gave them both the same promise that, hey, he gave it to Abraham, and then he reminded and gave it to Abraham's grandson Israel. And so the promises are that not only would they set up a multitude of exceedingly prosperous nations from all his seed, but also many kings would come up from him, but also we would create and own the mightiest navy the world would ever know. Only white people have ever, while non-whites stood on the shore, white people were traveling across the whole world in massive boats we had built already for hundreds of years. Also, God told Abraham and Israel's seed that their seed would have dominion over the entire earth and all that is in it. Only white people, no other race, has freaking navigated and mapped every known desert on earth, every known cave network on earth, every ocean and sea on earth, even the ocean floors, 7 miles deep. All the sky, white people have navigated and successfully mapped the entire sky under the dome. White people created all these sciences that we use today for reference and measurement and understanding of different concepts like physics and thermodynamics and electricity and electronics. And by the way, all of those were created by white people because of the sciences white people had created that led to those things. So the bottom line is, God's promises to Abraham and Israel's seed has long ago been easily accomplished by white people, while all the world's non-white kinds and Jews combined have never even accomplished one of God's promises to Abraham's seed. So that fact alone dumps on any and all non-whites being a part of Israel. The other fact alone dumps on the idea of any non-whites or Jews being Israel. And the second fact does too, but the first and third facts really by themselves absolutely dump on the idea of any non-whites ever being involved in Israel. And therefore, we are not the imposters. So when I do talk about being the chosen people, it only seems to bother you when white people say, actually, no, we're the chosen people. All these years you don't mind saying, oh, Jews are God's chosen people. Jews are the chosen people. Jews are special because God loves Jews the most. Jews are God's people. You had no problem saying that all your life, but all of a sudden when a white person comes along and says, actually, when you look at the facts, only white people are Israel, all of a sudden it's evil, hateful, bigotry, blah, 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 you know what I mean? So that's the thing is, people have no problem with Jews being God's chosen people. Never had a problem with it. They just accepted it all their life. They never went, wait a minute, why are these sniveling assholes just declare that they're God's chosen people? There's no proof for that. In fact, these are like the worst, most despicable upright bipeds there are, other than the blacks. So how are they going to call themselves God's chosen people? Nope, they just accepted it. They're like, oh, Jews are God's chosen people? Oh, okay. Jesus was a Jew? Oh, okay. And they just accept it as though it's true. And that's laughable and embarrassing and terrible for those kinds and pathetic for those kinds. But bottom line is, no, white people accomplished all of God's promises to Israel's children. All the world's non-whites and Jews combined worldwide have never accomplished even one. So, boom, there you go, right there. There's no such thing as any non-white Israelite. No such thing as a non-white Adamite. And there's no such thing as any whites or as any non-whites. Also, there's no such thing as any non-whites blushing or having 12 different hair and eye color combinations among them. Only white people match that. So, boom, we're the only ones that can be that. But also, the non-whites do not have the law of God written on their heart. So, when white people drop a phone, another white person sees it and they go, oh, excuse me. They don't like wait till the white person gets further away and walk over there and grab it and stick it in their pocket. Instead, they stop the person right away. Ma'am, you dropped your phone. Sir, you dropped your phone. It's right there. You know, if a white person sees money about to fall out of someone's back pocket, sir, you got money sticking out of your pocket. You're going to lose it. Just say it's about to fall. You know, a non-white's going to follow the dude around until the shit falls out of his pocket. And then he's going to reach down and pick it up. And if the white dude were to turn around and go, hey, is that my 20 that just fell out of my pocket? They'd be like, nah, man, no, I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? They're opportunists. They're animals. They have nothing to do with God's law written on their heart. They are the beasts of the field. And they are called unclean beasts. And that's why they're called unclean beasts, because they don't think like us, they don't behave like us, they don't act like us, and they don't want to, and they never plan on it. They're not designed that way. That's like trying to get a zebra to become a taxi driver. It's stupid. You wouldn't do so because they're not designed to be able to drive a vehicle with a steering wheel and sit in the seat upright and look out the windshield like that and all that. No, they're not. They're too big for it. They're too awkward shaped. They're too four-legged. It just wouldn't work. All right. It's the same deal when you try to put non-whites in a white person position as far as status or existence in the world. It cannot be done. They don't have the hair and eye color combinations. They cannot blush. They never invented anything. They've never had a mightier army than all the rest of the world combined. They've never mapped anywhere in the world, navigated it, and mapped it. Only white people have. So even one fact dumps on the idea that any non-whites could ever be Israelites or Adamites at all. But also, our Holy Bible is just clear in plain words, and also all the other facts. They cannot blush. They've never created anything. You add it all up, it's utterly impossible to declare that Jews are God's chosen people. And it's even more laughable to look at blacks and their behavior and their animal opportunistic behaviors and super predatorism and all these things and say, oh yeah, those are God's chosen people. Also, here's another one you can do real quick. Speaking of color, like the cucked white people say, I don't see color. Well, guess what? That just means you're an idiot, because all the non-whites of the world do see color. And they blame white people all the time for all their problems. And they stand in solidarity with their POCs, meaning color. So non-whites always see color. And any white person that claims that they don't see color is just a liar or an idiot. And really, most of them are just liars, because all white people see color. They are just lying out loud as a defense to cover themselves and claiming that they don't. But you'll never see one of those white people that, quote, don't see color saving up all their money to move to the black neighborhood. You'll never see them get to the black neighborhood and go, ooh, honey, let's roll the windows down, get some air in here, freaking unlock the doors. And wow, you'll never see that off any one of these cucks who supposedly don't see color. All right. So that's all bullshit, And when it comes to their safety, they see color. And all non-whites see color at all times. They're always blaming white people specifically for their problems. And so they definitely see color. So bottom line is, they're envious of us. And this is why God told us not to ever have them living among us. It's because they develop envy. They look around. Look at the cargo cults back in the day. The cargo cult blacks used to sit and watch our planes land on their island and take off again. And we built these runways and we built fences and we built buildings and we built the airport tower. And they would make up their own version of that out of sticks and twigs and leaves. And they'd freaking burn fires, and they would sit for days and months hoping that they could trick our airplane, thinking it was a living bird, into flying and landing into their area. And then they would get all the precious gifts that come out of the bird's belly, you know, and that's what they really believed, and that's what they thought, because they could not understand even the simplest things of mankind, like metallurgy, nuts and bolts. This is a machine, we built it, it's not a living creature just because it can fly and just because it makes noises and moves. There's actually people inside it, and we're controlling it with levers and mechanisms, and there's no way to explain any of that to them. Okay, they're literally, it's like explaining it to turtles. All right, so we have taken, and this is how intelligent white people are, we were able to take God's unclean beasts of the field and decorate them up in white people clothes and teach them how to pretend to act like white people. And they managed to do so. Some of them can do a pretty good job of it until you call them a nigger or something happens that makes them chimp out. And all of a sudden, it doesn't matter that you decorated them up in the finest, most expensive, most snug-fitting white people clothes. They're dappered up better than any white person could be in the room. They will turn straight and nog in an instant if something goes awry that they don't like, you know, and or if an opportunity comes up to steal something or whatever the case, you know what I mean? And this is not my opinion. This is fact. This is what happens regularly to white people, and they do it to themselves all the time. So we're always seeing story after story after story every freaking day. It never stops. Black did this, black murdered this person, black murdered that person, black raped that person, black robbed that person, black robbed that person, black jacked that person, black stole that person's car, black stole that person, stole a car, stole a car, stole a car, stole a car, stole a wallet, stole a car, stole a phone. It's literally just never stops. You know? My buddy went to Atlanta a while back. I told him, better watch your ass while you're up there. You know the deal. Never relax. You're literally going to Africa if you go up there. Guess what happened his first day there? Laptop stolen. You know? First day. He still had 14 days to go. Laptop stolen on the first day. Guess how many places that dude's been with that laptop? He's been all over up north. Maine, Vermont, upstate New York, you know, all these places he's been. He's even been places like Nashville, which is nog heavy, and all these other places. But he finally went to real Africa in America, which is Atlanta. And the first day, laptop's gone. Let's see. Matty Jew said the irony is he would call them nogs when the crap he's saying is just as dumb. Okay, whatever. Think what you got to, weirdo. Let's see. Matty Jew said, you worship a brown dude. Yeah, I don't know what would make you deduce that. I guess both of your IQ digits banged into each other and somehow came up with that one. Let's see here. Rick Wayne said Jesus wasn't white. That would be where you're wrong. Revelation 1:14 confirms Jesus's head is white. Jesus's hair is white. And that doesn't mean he's an elderly person, so he has white elderly person hair. He has bright platinum blonde hair, and they didn't use the word blonde back then yet. That word hadn't been came up with yet. When you see a bright platinum blonde or beyond platinum, bright blonde person, that their hair looks white. And so his hair is white like wool, not woolly hair, white like wool, because wool is white. So it's all about the color. It has nothing to do with texture and that crap. And by the way, wool is not crinkly or anything like black's hair. And then also, Jesus' head is white, which is the first thing it says before it mentions his hair. You can't be a black or an Arab or any of those things and have a white head. Also, his eyes are the colors of a fiery flame or a flame of fire, depending on which version of Holy Bible you read. And either way, doesn't matter which way you read, if you look up what the hottest color of fire is, the hottest color of flame is blue. And the next hottest color of fire and flame is white. So you have the two hottest things ever are blue and white. Blue eyes, white person. All right. Liam Trainer said Jesus was definitely blonde hair, blue eyed. Correct. And I apologize if you were on my side and I was giving you crap earlier. That's really my bad. Matty Juice said he's seething. No, I'm actually having a laugh at all the non-whites. That's what all these streams are. But it also allows me to wake up more white people. So as more uncucked white people visit, they stumble into my channel, they will have other truths revealed to them that they haven't had revealed to them yet, further uncucking them from Jewry, you know? They've been living under all their life. Screen is black, dude said. Good for you. Nothing gets past you, Eagle Eyes. Dab 420 said Christ was white. Correct. That is absolutely true. Revelation 1:14 and all of Rome's writings about Jesus Christ. Let's see here. Oh, and the Dora Europus, which nobody in the chat knows about that except the super base people. When was the last time you had sausage? Couldn't tell you, Bo. Matty Jew said Jesus was actually a Scandinavian. Well, I mean, Scandinavians do derive from the children of Israel, but they weren't the Judahites. But I'm sure some Scandinavians, or what ended up being the Scandinavians, could have come from the tribe of Judah. It is possible. Let's see here. Liam Trainer said, yeah, man, you've got the power of God and anime on your side. Well, cool. Dab 420 said he was white. He didn't even get a tan. Bruh said no, Christ was Vietnamese. I was gonna go but no, that's not the right one because that's the Chinese thing. I think when you do that song. Let's see here. Stephen DeBerg said, why don't you two start your own stream? Yeah, exactly. Well, they do that. That's a good point. But I don't mind that Liam Trainer's here since he actually hasn't been. I thought he was, tag teaming with Matty Jew, but maybe he wasn't. And if he was, then that's fine too. And then we have Rick Wayne, who I guess is a Harambe Hebrew, and he said, you will when you get doxxed, stated, etc. Oh, man. You know what I'll do? I'll just start another channel, buddy. That's it. That's what's going to happen. Dab 420 said, I'm anti-Jew but pro-vax. Are you now? Mm-hmm. Matty Jew said, Jesus was brown, though. Incorrect. In fact, I didn't even tell you the other fact. Here's one for y'all. Matty Jew and what was the other one? The Harambe Hebrew. What was his name? I mean, he's using white men's names, but who knows what his real name is and his own kinds click noises. But he's using two white guy names, Rick and Wayne. For you two, hop on another tab of Google right now so you can depress yourself a little further tonight. And go ahead and type on Google. What was here? Yeah. Anyway, so hop on Google on another tab right now, okay? And type, what does the color black represent in the Holy Bible? Ask that question. When you're done with that one, ask the same question with the color brown. What does the color brown represent in the Holy Bible? And then when you're done reading both of those negative descriptors that brown and black are about in the Holy Bible, then ask the same question with the word white. And guess what? I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. Guess what the answer is going to be? The color white, this is the answer. This is exactly what it's going to say. The color white represents the salvation of Jesus Christ. Wow! The salvation of Jesus Christ. Do you know why the color white represents the salvation of Jesus Christ? Because white means pure. White means righteousness. It's going to tell you that in there also. It's going to tell you that it means pureness and righteousness. It means the salvation of Christ because that is the color of the people Christ is coming to save. All right? So, and you'll notice that in Revelation, when he shows up, he's going to kill all the damned and all the non-whites with the brightness of his coming. What does bright look like to your eyes? Whenever brightness happens, you're like, oh my God, the blueness. Or you go, oh my God, the brownness. No. When something is so bright that it's going to kill you, that means what is the hottest color of flame? Blue and white, right? Well, his brightness isn't a fire. His eyes are the color of the fire. So that's the hottest. So his whole body is going to be white and emanating such a white brightness, so much whiteness. He's going to exterminate all the world's wicked with the whiteness of his appearance. Comprehend that. There won't be any sunglasses dark enough to block the whiteness that's coming blasting at them. And every eye shall see him, it says. There won't be any raptures, no such thing as that Jewish fiction garbage that I don't know how they convinced even one white person to ever believe in that. But it's nowhere in the Bible. Jesus said when Jesus told John the Revelator, when he arrives, every eye will see him, and all of the damned will die right then from the whiteness of his appearance. And all of the saved white people who are dead in Christ will rise up out of the ground, and we will meet with the living in Christ at the time, white people, 215 years from now when that day comes, and we will all rise together into the sky and leave the dome for one day. And we will spend that one day outside of the dome in heaven. We will be with our Lord for our first Sabbath day, all together in heaven. And then, after that one day in heaven is finished, that will be a 1,000-year period on the earth. The same one day in heaven as 1,000 earth years. But time will have stopped on earth. So even though the physical time did go, the time was stopped. And so bodies won't decay. Everything will be as though it's only that it only happened a moment ago. So everyone will just get back up off the ground. Their bodies will still be intact. They'll be like, what the heck just happened? And they will realize at that moment that Christ has already come and taken all of the saved away. And now all that is left on the earth are the damned who have just become the second resurrection. And if you read about the second resurrection, it says in there over and over, anytime it mentions the second resurrection, that means there is no eternal life for them. It means that is the resurrection of the damned. Okay, so you don't want to be in the second resurrection, I promise you that. So that means you want to be in the first one, and that means there is no rapture. Okay, Jesus shows up like a thief in the night, meaning in 215 years, when our white people are walking around playing badminton or throwing frisbee or they're freaking skateboarding or they're driving their car, they're not going to be thinking about Jesus Christ's arrival at that moment, and suddenly he will arrive. You know, and that's what a thief in the night does. He just shows up on you suddenly. He creeps up and bang, he's there. And it doesn't matter if you don't know that he showed up and stole from you and took off or whatever. It's just the fact that he shows up on you unexpectedly. That's what showing up like a thief in the night means in that context. He's just saying Christ is going to show up unexpectedly. No one's going to expect his arrival that day. And that comes 215 years from now. So we will all be dead in Christ, waiting to rise with the rest. We won't feel that time, I don't think. I imagine the moment you die, you just are suspended until that time when we all rise up. And in that moment when we rise up, you're not going to be like, oh man, thank goodness I've been trapped down there for 200 years. Or, you know, people from died 4,000 years ago, they're not going to rise and be like, oh my gosh, thank goodness, finally, you know. It's just not going to be like that. It's going to be that there's just no time passed in your, as far as you know, you died and then poof, you're being called up to God, you know. But it isn't happening right this second. It has to happen when Christ arrives. It's just going to feel that way to you. When you're dead, you're just totally suspended. You don't know anything. Just like the disciples said, the dead know not anything. So you just won't know anything. You'll just be dead. That's it. And totally suspended as far as that goes. And you won't know that you're stuck in the ground waiting. You won't know that you've been cremated and that you're just dust all over the earth or whatever in the air. Instead, you will just be, the next thing you know, boom, Christ arrived. The 215 years has passed. And you're getting called up with the guy who's been waiting 4,000 years and 2,100 years and 500 years and 20 years. You're all going to just suddenly be like, oh, wow, I was dead a moment ago, or I died a moment ago, but now here I am. We're all rising up and the time's up. So that's the position I have on this. And that's how it reads in the Bible, that we're just going to be suspended and we aren't even going to know. And just all of a sudden we'll be called up. And that's exactly why and by the way, all the ones who are damned, and that applies to anyone who speaks against or works against white people. That means you are an antichrist. You're an enemy of Christ. That means you're an antichrist. Anyone against white people is against God's favorite and chosen people who were created to have dominion over this earth for 6,000 years. And if you work against white people, you're working against God. God built us to have the law installed in us. We are born with the law in our heart. Okay, so when you work against white people, you work against God. You work against God's law that is in our heart, and you work against Jesus Christ. Therefore, you're an antichrist. And God already declared what he's going to do to the Jews. And then God already declared in Revelation through Jesus Christ, through John the Revelator, what he's going to do. At the end of Revelation, he declares what's going to happen to all the non-whites of the world who ever worked against white people. Keep this in mind. There will be millions of non-whites who God does not exterminate. Okay? They won't be brought to heaven with us. They're not going to be saved by Jesus Christ, even if they sing to Jesus Christ every day. They're not going to be saved by Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ said in Matthew 15:24, I was sent only for the house of lost sheep of the house of Israel. Or I was sent only for the house of Israel. So that's it. He's not sent for any other group. But the ones who live their whole life in their non-white country where they belong, and who never talk bad against white people online, who never try to grift white tourists that come to their country, who always are good to white people if they ever interact with one at all, they will be blessed because God says so. Our God says anyone who blesses white people, Israel, anyone who blesses white people will be blessed by our God. So that is how we know for certain that not all non-whites will be exterminated from Christ's whiteness of his appearance. Instead, God or Christ will allow them to, like us, be not immune, but immune to death from Christ's brightness. And they will simply admire it and be sent elsewhere by God to their own various worlds that we already know through the book of Job exist. And even if they're not sent to those various worlds, God will make them their own new worlds and put them in him. And so they'll never have to deal with white people. They'll never have to feel that envy about white people. They'll never have to feel that comparison against white people ever again. If they're an Indian, they're going to live in a world that's all India, and they won't have to compete against, white people or anybody for that matter, just among themselves. And same thing goes for blacks. Same thing goes for, Asians. Same thing goes for Mexicans or whoever. They're all going to be given their own worlds, and their worlds will be sufficient and pleasurable for them and work exactly the way they want to do things. If the Mexicans go back to sacrificing 130 people a week or whatever it is to sacrifice to their rain god, that's what they'll do. That's what God gave them that religion for. That's what God kept their numbers in check with. Same thing with voodoo. God will give blacks give blacks voodoo again and give them their 120 or 140 gods, whatever it is, and then they will worship those and they will do whatever little weird things they do to appease those gods. And again, the same thing applies with the Asians. They will be given their Buddhism in their world, and they will follow Buddha, and they will do all their things Buddha-wise. And then same thing with Indians. They will be given their own world. They'll be given Hinduism, and they'll follow their Hindu billion gods. God created all these things for them. He didn't create their religions for them, and then for us to come along, only for us to have to come along later and go, hey, that crap's garbage. You're supposed to follow our religion, the white man religion. No, it's the white man's religion. It's not meant for the other races. Why would a non-white want to follow the white man's religion? And that's what's so funny about the Harambe Hebrews trying to take our identity. I've heard all the stories too, from we was white to white people are a genetic mutation to Jacob invented them or Jacob did selective breeding until he got the one with all the prisoners and created white people. All these hilarious stories. But then Louis Farrakhan, the most learned, well-read black alive, what did he do? Even though he teaches all kind of fantasy to his blacks to believe in outer space and the big wheel up in the sky with 60,000 high-tech black scientists aboard it waiting to destroy America any moment, he at least admitted to his entire congregation that when he read the Bible, this is how it read, that Adam is the beginning of a new race, the white people, and that God put us here to be the gods of this world for 6,000 years and have dominion over it and everything in it. And that's exactly what he determined from reading our Holy Bible. So, if Louis Farrakhan can read it and see exactly the exact same thing I've been telling you on my channel the whole time, then if you don't like what I'm saying, then you got to be mad at Louis Farrakhan too, because that most learned black in the world says blacks read the Holy Bible, and that's exactly what he deduced from it. So that's what the Bible says. That's what it reads, plain as day in plain words. Maddie Jew said, or no, Dab 420 said, I spoke to Jesus 5 minutes ago. He was white and used sunscreen religiously. Maddie Jew said, I thought you race realists knew about climate phenotypes. Okay. Oh, climate A phenotypes. Yeah, we do actually. And we also have all of the mummies. You're probably not aware of this. Of course you're not. So I'll go ahead and tell you, but there has never been a non-white mummy ever discovered in all of Egypt or Israel. Not one ancient non-white mummy has ever been found in either one. And we're talking through the pharaohs. And keep in mind, there are massive burial sites. There are massive graveyards all over Egypt, okay, and are all around Israel. And they have exhumed ancient bodies from all of those different burial grounds. Not everybody of every burial ground, but they have exhumed bodies from every burial ground, every known one. The largest, first of all that is ever found anywhere are white people. Nothing else. There is never an ancient Jew body found. There's never an ancient non-white body found anywhere in any of the mummies in Israel or Egypt. But also, there are the largest, and you can look this up right now on another tab of Google. Get you a tab ready, okay? And you're going to type in quotes. You're going to put Haaretz, Haaretz, then put over 1 million mummies in Egypt, and then put another quotation mark, and then send it. And you're going to see Haaretz and the Times of Israel both. Two different Jewish magazines are going to pop up right in the first 2 or 3 selections with that quote in there. And they're both going to say and admit that the largest burial site ever found in Egypt has over what they estimate to be over 1 million mummies in it, right? And they admit if you go down to like the 8th paragraph in the story, they admit, and this is what it says, bizarrely, entire sections they are sectioned off by sections of hair color. Blondes in some sections, redheads in other sections, brunettes in others. Now, there's no such thing as blonde and brunette and redhead non-whites. The entire cemetery is full of white people, just like all of the cemeteries are found in Egypt and in Israel. Another way we know is we have already exhumed most of the kings that we've ever found. Every pharaoh that we know where they're buried, we've already exhumed them. King Tut, King this, King who, don't matter which one. We've already, if we know where they're buried, we've already exhumed them, and we have them on display in Cairo Museum. And so you can go, or you can just go online right now, and you can look at any of the pharaohs that have been pulled up, have been exhumed that we know of, where they're buried and everything, and you can see that they have the European face, European nose, and they have white people hair. That's it. They have white people hair. They have literally white people skulls, so white people face, white people nose, because that comes with the white people face, and they have the blonde hair or red hair or whichever color hair, you know. And so you can see King Tut's blonde hair, wavy blonde hair. It's nice, long, flowing blonde hair coming right off the back of his skull. It's still there for all the world to see. All right, what else? Steven DeBerg said, it's cold here. Wow, I'm way behind the chat. Yeah, it. I figured it would be, but I was hoping maybe you got lucky and had some warm weather come through. Stand by, y'all, for a moment. Sorry about that. All right, apologize for that. Wait. All right. Booyah. Y'all like the thumbnail tonight? That's not me in the thumbnail, by the way. That's an Indian, a feather Indian in the thumbnail. And he thought that wearing and posting a picture of him wearing a shirt that has Caucasians wrote on it, whatever, with a blonde on it, would somehow offend white people. I thought the picture was great, so I stole it and decided to use it for this. They steal from us enough, so we're getting at least a free thumbnail out of them now and then. All right. All right. Apologize for your wait. Let's see. Liam Trainer said, "No, mate, I'm fully taking the piss out of you, dense fuck." Okay, well, that's cool. Whichever way. I don't mind if you're against me. I don't mind if you're for me or against me. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever name you call me doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. So let's see here. Stephen DeBerg said, Pantera or Alice in Chains? Well, if I was forced to pick one between one or the other, um, I, I would hate to pick one because, well, first of all, Alice in Chains is an automatic no because they use the Lord's name in vain. So they're automatically out of the picture. So that would make me default to saying Pantera. But for all I know, because I don't listen to much Pantera, they probably defile the Lord's name also. So I would have to say neither. But God did bless those groups with good musical ability, but I believe they just misused it, with their lyrics and their behavior, as far as the lyrics is the behavior. Miss Loyal White Knight is here. Hello, dear. And she said, I'm here on my favorite stream as always. Hey, Stay White. Well, hello to you, dear. God bless you, and I hope you are having a lovely Sabbath evening. All right, let's see here. Liam said, Alice in Chains, that MTV acoustic set. I remember when that came out. They did a good musical job on that concert. Or a little mini concert, but I just don't like that they used the Lord's name in vain on that particular song, the Rooster, or whichever one it was. No, it wasn't the Rooster. It was whichever one the other big radio hit was. But yeah, I'm not a fan of that. If they could have just picked anything else to say there and not say deny your maker and all that crap. I mean, it was basically just an anti-white song or anti-Christ song. So yeah, they basically had to fail because of that for me. Let's see. What happened to Bob's channel? You talking about Bob, Chaplain Bob? I hope nothing. But he said he was kind of getting tired and wanting to retire and things, and so it is a possibility that he just has shut down or stopped posting for a while. In fact, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him even do a community post in quite a while. So yeah, I guess maybe he is, or maybe at least he's just taking a break. I mean, folks like myself and Chaplain Bob, you do experience burnout over time, and you just have to kind of stop doing everything for a while and go on kind of a Sabbath, like a long-term Sabbath for a minute for yourself, just to like reacquaint yourself with everything. It's not reacquaint yourself with everything. That's the wrong thing to say. It's just you just need a break. You need to chill and just kind of defrag or something. So maybe Chaplain Bob will come back later because that's typically what we end up doing. We'll take some time off, and then eventually it's eating us up to get back in the game and help out with our people. And so uh, I imagine that he'll come back soon. Uh, what's up, buddy? You get your ear. What is that in your ear? There you go. All right. All right. What's up, buddy? Happy Sabbath. Yeah. You here for your little Sabbath treat? I'll hook you up, bro. Give me just a moment here, all right? Liam Trainer said, Trump is Jewish. Well, his daughter's definitely converted to Judaism. Whether he's Jewish or not, I don't know. I mean, I don't think his mom's Jewish. I don't think his grandma's Jewish. I think he just bought into them, is really all it is. I think he's just bought in. But maybe he is. Maybe he's got some Jewish heritage. Maddie Jew said, this guy's reading comprehension is something to behold. I've literally read almost everything the way everybody's wrote it verbatim. I don't know what your problem is about that, but okay. And Liam Trainer said, hear that, Maddie? You're not utterly stupid after all. Yeah, Maddie J, you're not utterly stupid. You're just stupid if you're Jay. That's all. Let's see. Maddie tried to quote me and say, Jews are actually stupid, but they like run an international Mossad psyop cabal at the same time. Yeah, I know y'all think that's your funny little gotcha thing, but here's the deal is it does work that way. Exactly. And the reason why is simple to understand for anyone with all 3 digits of their IQ functioning and in existence. But for 2-digit IQ people, allow me to explain. I'd be glad to. It's because white people are a high trust society. White people are, on the whole, generally speaking, honest people. And because when we live together in all white communities, did you know, you probably don't know, but in all white communities where there are no non-whites anywhere, white people don't even lock their doors. And this is what I grew up with, enjoying in real America back in the 1980s before we had the mud flood of the 1990s. And so, and not only did white people not lock the doors of their houses, we didn't lock the doors of our cars. And a lot of white people, I would say like 80% of white men back in the day, left their car key in the ignition of their car. You could walk around a grocery store parking lot, which white people didn't do because we're white. But if we were inclined to, we could have walked around a parking lot in a grocery store back in the day, or the mall or wherever, and peek in cars. And sure enough, I would say probably 60 to 80% of the cars in the parking lot at the mall, at the grocery store, at the wherever, would have the key in the ignition. And so you cannot invite parasites into your host country or into your country and expect them not to become predators or prey upon the naivety or the trust, the high trust that white people have already established among ourselves. When you go into a high trust area, it's very easy for a criminal to come in there and invade and then do something to cause a usurpation in some way. It's not that hard to understand or comprehend. I know it is for you, but it's easy to understand for anyone else. Let's see here. A realist. Yes, that is what I am, for sure. Liam asked, so when the whites are winning, it's only because the Jews are allowing you to? Cook. Oh, okay. Well, no, it has nothing to do with me honoring the Jews as though we're winning because the Jews are letting us, or the whatever bullshit you're wanting to come up with calling me a cuck. You got it all confused. First of all, you don't understand how to properly use the word cuck. Cuck is only for people who give our shit away. You know what I mean? If you cuckold your wife or your country or your kids or anything away to the non-whites, you're a cuck. I'm the opposite of that. I'm uncucking white people best I can by giving them a place to listen to hard standard facts, not Jewish imagination, not interpretation garbage, real actual facts that you can look up anywhere. I keep inviting you to get on Google with another tab and look up each thing that I point out. So yeah, nothing exact opposite of cuck. You just don't know how to use the word. It's funny enough. You tried to meme with it, but you don't even know how to meme with it. Let's see here. Maddie Jew said this guy is thinking about a train getting ran on his daughter. No, I was giving the example that does happen because of cuckery of white girls these days. Maddie Jew also said, dude, you're weird. Oh, thanks, Snow Brown. Weird. Liam Trainer said, God forbid you procreate. Too late, buddy. I already made 3 of ours. Did my part. Liam Trainer said, right on, Maddie. What the fuck, man? Maddie Jew said, what's on your hard drives, buddy? Oh, no, that would be your kind that has to worry about that. My hard drives don't have anything that your J's have on them. And he also said, rightoids, be on that pedo shit. Nope, that's literally a leftist mantra thing. Leftists are the ones who promote gay rights, which leads to trans rights, which leads to pedo rights. Left is the one who created MAP for to be the word for pedo, to hide the word pedo. Pretty much every single thing that you're claiming is the exact thing that the Jays do and that no one else does. Matter of fact, do you know why the ADL was formed? Of course you do. It was formed because 40 rabbis were busted in a child pedo sex slavery. And then they turned the story in, they forced the story onto only one Jew who was caught screwing a little girl, and then said that's why they formed the ADL. But no, they actually formed the ADL to defend 40 rabbis who were caught in a child sex sting, worldwide child sex slave sting. What else we got here? We see, see, I don't mind addressing your things. If you got actual things to say or argue, I don't mind arguing them out with you, no problem. Let's see here. Let me get this can open all the way. It's fish, you know, so I gotta go a little slower so it doesn't sling fish oil on me. All right, let's see here. What are the diddlers saying now in the chat? Let's see here. You don't want women to have rights. Stop lying. Well, that's not true. I literally just stated earlier when I mentioned it that our white women need to have the right to be able to roam freely all over our country again without being worried about it being attacked or raped or killed by a non-white or random one that just happens to walk by. Like happens, you know, 40,000 times a year or so, 16,000 on a low year, up to 40,000 on a busy year for the blacks. And that's just blacks alone. That's not counting Muslims that attack our women. That's not counting Indians that grope them in public. They're kind of too afraid to try to rape a white girl because they could get beat up by white girls. But they'll still get a grab or something on the bus and then try to dip out before they get slapped or whatever, you know. So bottom line is our white women are not free to roam around without, when, you know, it doesn't matter if a white woman is oblivious to the situation, because a lot of our white women are, but the bottom line is they're being forced to walk around in an alligator pit full of envious, drooling, salivating at them non-whites, and that puts them in, you know, a lot of danger. So what I want is our women to have a right to roam freely again without problems from non-whites, without having to worry about being killed by them, and that's it. Hey, baby, come on. There we go. All right, you go inside. That way he can eat. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come All right. Got to break up the critters or they, steal each other's food. Kind of like the non-whites. All right. So, got that sorted. Homeboy's got his Sabbath treat. Good for him. Let's see here. What do we have in the chat? See that Republican that just got arrested for trying to pay a minor for sex? I'm sure there is. All Republicans are just Yiddy Diddler approved Shabos Goy. So that's no big deal to me. Blacks rape white women at an alarming rate. Wait, that's what he's talking about? Yes, that is what I'm talking about. Maddie Jew said, you want to marry little girls and have a delusion that any brown person is as creepy as you. Cool story, Jew. Liam Trainer said, bro, women must feel so unsafe around you. Ha, yeah. That's a great take, man. Really great take when I literally don't want our women attacked or raped or killed. Awesome take there, homie. Let's see here. What else we got? Let me grab my drink. Let's plop that down over here. I'll have me a seat. First time sitting down since the stream started. I've been walking around the yard in the house and stuff. Let's see here. Somebody redacted something, and let's see here. Dab420 said, I'm white. Good stuff. Liam Trainer said, proud of you, Dab. You should be. Let's see here. Matty Jew said, why can't this guy just be honest? That's literally all I've been doing the whole entire night, but it makes you butthurt, so I don't know what to tell you. And let's see. He'd want his daughter all for himself. Cool story, Jew. That's Jewish behavior. Should we read Nidda 44b right now just to set the record straight of who the pedos are in the world? That it's the Jays, it's you and your group, not anybody else. Yeah, let's do that right now. Let's go ahead. Why don't y'all whoop out another tab on Google right now. Type in Nidda 44b. Niddah. Niddah. Nidda 44b. Start reading at line number 9, and you'll notice that in the Talmud, they put the numbers of the lines on the right-hand side of the screen, not the left. So look on the right-hand side of the screen, scroll down till you get to line 9, and start your reading there and read all the way to the end of 45b. Matty Jew said, Christianity is the most castrated religion ever. Now that you and I can agree on. Liam Trainer said, bro, do an ancestry test. There's no way you're fully white. Oh, I promise you I am. That's what blonde hair, blue-eyed, blushing, pure white people look like. Miss Loyal White Knight said, sad that people like y'all think this man would want his own daughter. Like, it looks like you're the sickos. Yeah, you notice how they default to stuff like that? That's what Jews default to, is pedo stuff. And they always accuse everyone else of what they're up to, because that's communism step 1, is accuse your opponent of what you're up to. Matty Jew said, Jesus said, if you look at a woman, you should gouge your eyes out. Nope, that's literally not what he said at all. Produce the verse. Matty Jew said, white men raped native women. False. Pocahontas' story is Jewish fiction, just like any other. White men had no interest in third worlders. Liam Trainer said, I hate race mixing. 100-meter sprint and 100-meter relay should never mix. Well, I don't know. 4 cylinders race V8 sometimes and win. Matty Lou, Jew, sorry, my bad, said, they're biggest creeps out. They're the biggest creeps out there. Well, you talking about me earlier, you don't even know how to use there correctly. You used the possessive there instead of they are apostrophe. Matty Jew said, go on any predator hunter page and you see white dudes. No, you actually see Jays, and the only reason you wouldn't see Jays is because Jays don't get arrested, because Jays have a little thing worked out in our government where they don't get busted nowadays. So even if they get arrested, their mugshot won't be posted online like every black or white or anybody else's will. And once they're arrested, they're immediately flown to Tel Aviv if it's anything to do with kitty diddling. And then that's why Israel created, well, Palestine, but their version of it, created a rule where they can come escape there anytime they get caught doing pedo acts in any white country and get busted. And they will not allow a white country to extradite any one of their Jews back to the white country to face. And that's why we know Jeffrey Epstein was never in prison and he didn't kill himself because he never died in the first place. He was immediately flown to Tel Aviv and he's over there banging kids with rabbis, laughing at all you cucks that say Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Anyhow, Liam's back to the show your face, you coward. Stupid fuck, I already explained to you that I literally teach against the government's freaking teachings. I cannot do such a thing, and you know that, so there's no reason to even keep going on about it. Miss Loyal White Knight said the Nogs are the most racist people. Well, that's true, other than the Jays. That's totally true. Then again, you got the Indians that call us stupid Americans, and maricon and all that. I know they're little nicknames for us. They're little derogatory terms. There's plenty of them. Basically, all non-whites are envious of us, so they all hate us to some degree. Maddie Jew said, white girls' butts are bad? Is this guy in the closet? What in the world would make you to do something so idiotic? Liam Trainer said, one of the biggest perpetrators of child sexual abuse is the Catholic Church, which is white Christians. False. It's Shabbos Goy Freemasons who have sold their soul and are now obedient to Jewry. And Jews rule the Catholic Church. That's why pedoism is so rampant in it. Maddie Jew said, just a whiny beach. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. Liam Trainer said, squats are a Jewish concept. Squats, huh? Mm-hmm. You ever seen Jews do squats? Ha! You'll never see that anywhere. Let's see. Liam asked, what the fuck is Afro soccer? It's any soccer that has Afro-headed people or Afro-headed upright bipeds in it. I'm surprised you couldn't figure that out from the word Afro, but hey, sometimes two digits can't get things going all the way, It's like, I think I can. It's like the little two digits that could, but then sometimes they just couldn't. Liam Trainer said, bet you're a real athlete, dude. Well, not a slob, so I'm pretty fit. Maddie Jew said, those darn Jews making white girls have big butts. Yeah, I don't know where you're deducing the big butt thing or white girl butts or any of that. All I ever said was white girls were twerking, idolizing the stupid third worlders. It's about the only thing I said. Rabbi said, he means association football. He's referencing Pele. Let's see here. Liam Trainer said, your cardio must be insane. You've been running away from reality for years. Well, what reality would that be? Go ahead and spit it out. I'm ready to continue arguing with you anytime about any of it. No problem. Deb of Christ said, hello, God bless everybody. Well, God bless all our kindred people, but you don't have to worry about the others in the chat. Except Miss Little White Knight and 420 and there's a couple others. Let's see here. Liam Trainer said, I know, Rabbi, I'm attacked the concept of Afro football. Okay. Liam Trainer said, football is football, for fuck's sakes. Well, no, it's not. Once you invite Nogs and all the world's non-whites into it, it just becomes third world multiculti bullshit. Miss Little White Knight said, hey, Deb of Christ, to her. Maddie Jew said, those Jews are making white girls shake their butts. Now, that's what I said. I said nothing about any of the other shit you made up. Liam Trainer said, ancient Muslim mathematicians created the mathematics we use for all our modern day technology. Cool story, bro. I've heard that one before, too. Deb of Christ said, hope you're having a great weekend or a great week, to Miss Loyal White Knight. DSM, so Dick Sucking Moo Productions said, shut up, bruv. Miss Loyal White Knight said, it's funny, people that hate racists are the same ones in here listening because you know he is speaking the truth. Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, they like to hear what we're talking about because they want to try to come up with ways to argue, but you'll notice their arguments are always just non-arguments. Shut up, bruv, and oh, you like kids, or what was the other stupid shit when they just said, let me scroll back here, what was the other, oh, the white girls' butts, and I call white girls' butts something, which I never did. They always have some non-argument, some retarded bullshit. But all that stuff doesn't faze me, so I don't mind reading their stupid thing and then responding to it now and then. I'll skip some now and then if it gets too boring, but for now it's mildly entertaining. I don't mind. Liam Trainer said, algorithm is derived from a Muslim mathematician called Al-Khwarizmi, or no, Charisma, or something like that. And without that, you do not have the code to create the technology you're using right now. Again, cool story. I've heard the Third World Street Shitters creative math 2 story before. It's just more Jewish fiction. Rabbi Childbury said, tons of white men are with Asian women. They're losers by these guys' standards. Correct. But these dudes never call them out for it. Stand on their principles. I have called them out many times. I've told them that, they need to stick with their own kind. But also, you're throwing Asians in there. I noticed you used Asians instead of someone else. Asians are actually Adamites. So I'm not 1,000% against white men being with Asians. I do disagree with it, but I don't condemn them as much as if they were with any of the other races. Asians, in fact, are the descendants of Cain. Cain is an Adamite. And so I don't have as much of a problem with that as I do with the other non-white races. Matty Jew said, he's not going to listen. Correct. I'm definitely not going to listen to any stupid shit either of you think. I don't mind responding to it, though. Brandon said, yo, sup, do a flip for Jesus. Do a flip? Well, I'm sitting down right now. Maybe later. Miss Loyal White Knight said, Deb of Christ, my week was somewhat okay. I just got over the flu. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, dear, but I'm glad, or that you caught it, but I'm glad to hear that you got over it. Liam Trainer said, I know, but I'm getting a kick out of arguing with a black screen. Well, good. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. So am I. Rabbi said, also algebra for the theorem discovered. Yeah, okay. Matty Jew said, brown Middle Eastern people made the books he claims to believe in. He's still cognitively dissonant. Yeah, okay. Cool story again. Dab 420 said, stay white. Opinions on Rhodesian history. They don't have a history, so that's about as far as I know about that. As I know they don't have one. Rhodesia is a pretty fresh country, and it probably wasn't started by blacks. In fact, I'm almost certain it wasn't, and that's why Rhodesia had to have freedom fighters and all that other garbage like Nigeria and Zimbabwe and everywhere else that is now trash again. Liam Trainer said, Rabbi. Matty Jew said, stay white is going to jinx himself. Okay, I don't believe in that, so it doesn't faze me. Rabbi said, if you slow the stream down, you can catch a glimpse of his facing during the flashes of non-black. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but no, you can't. Anyway, let's see here. Miss Little White Knight said, Browns and Middle Eastern people didn't do anything they claim they have done. Exactly. It's all just Jewish BS. Titus 1:14, pay no attention to Jewish lies. Matty Jew said a brown dude is going to smash his daughter and he's going to get cucked. No, unfortunately that won't be, or unfortunately for you, that won't be the case. Sorry about your luck. Liam Trainer said, do they do this? See, notice how it's just nonsense after nonsense. It's so funny. Liam Trainer said, do they do the things I claim they have done? No, that's exactly communism, is blame the others for what you do. So that's exactly what you're up to tonight. Like we always see every single time a Witz, Noseberg is involved. Liam Trainer, what have you contributed to the world, White Knight? Well, first of all, she's created white children. So that's her contribution. That's all really our white women need to contribute, but they also contribute other things. They keep our men afloat. Our white men need our women. Just like when God spared the non-whites on the ark, he spared the unclean beasts, 4 of each kind. He spared 2 non-whites and then 2 non-white females for those kinds of each kind. Excuse me. So that's a normal thing. It's perfectly natural. It's God assigned. And so women are our helpmate. And so they do contribute greatly to white people's betterment and well-being. Rabbi said, "Oh no." Miss Little White Knight said, "Okay, she's just talking to Deb of Christ about feeling better." Rabbi said, "But y'all still marry these invaders for wives?" Incorrect. I do not. Some cucked whites do, yeah, but I've already admitted that a whole shit ton of white people are cucks. So no new surprise there. And I'm trying to break them of that habit. So Miss Little White Knight said, "What every good white person has done." Ben Stolen said, "Hey, would you rather walk into your wife clapping your best friend or your brother?" I don't do those weird what ifs things or would you rather things. Liam Trainer said, well, his was irrelevant. It's just a thing. And then Matty Jew said, he's got a lot of traits of those people. Dylan Roof said all this same crap. No, he didn't. Dylan Roof was just a freaking made up character made up by the Jews. Liam Trainer said, trick question, guys never getting married. Rabbi said, Canada is more white than America. You guys live in a bubble, just more representation of non-white people. Well, yes, Canada is more white people, but it's fully cucked. Again, the more white a place is, the more cucked it is. That's how Sweden was conquered immediately, and all their girls were raped overnight practically, and we went from literally almost overnight from being the safest country in the world to the rape capital of the world in just weeks of time once they flooded just 10 or 20,000 blacks into Sweden. Same goes for UK. Same goes for Maine. Same goes for Vermont. They just sent however many to freaking well, look at what is it? Minnesota. You know, Minnesota is basically freaking Muslim now, in a whole swaths of Minnesota that really matter. You know, like the most populated areas that actually have all the control over the rest of the state. Rabbi said, Canada. Oh no, I already read that. Liam Trainer said, we're having friends. Yeah, I got plenty of friends. You don't have to worry about me. Matty Jew said, I don't like any Abrahamic religion. For your information. Well, good for you. Miss Little White Knight said, stay around from ignorant, or it says stay around from ignorant, mindless sheep trolls like you who get on somebody's stream just to argue. Matty Jew said, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are all garbage for fascist losers. Okay, well, I mean, that's a good thing to say when you want to pretend you're not a J in the chat, I guess. Matty Jew said, Japan sucks. Well, it doesn't matter. You have no problem with Japanese supremacy in Japan, and you have no problem with Chinese supremacy in China, and you have no problem with Arab supremacy in any Arab country, and you have no problem with Mexican supremacy in Mexico, and you have no problem with any non-white supremacy in any non-white country. You have no problem with black supremacy in any black country that's controlled by blacks. And so all you're doing is just by only being against white people having supremacy over our countries, it just shows that you're an anti-white piece of shit. That's all it is. You're just a hypocrite, anti-white piece of shit. That's it. You're a hypocrite and an anti-white piece of shit. You comprehend? I hope so. All right. Let's see. Matty Jew said the culture is full of slave morality and conformist losers. Okay. Matty Jew said, I don't fuck with Islam. Islam is garbage. Matty Jew said, I don't fuck with any nationalism. I hat Israel. Yeah, you wear a small hat and think Israel is your country. Liam Trainer said, he knows so much about you. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious by how he acts. Or she. It's probably a female. Some fat, chubby female with her short boy haircut. Matty Jew said, this dude is mentally slow. Nope, I'm just reading super tiny font on my phone here. Matty Jew said nationalism is slave moralist garbage. Okay. Hugo the Pork Eater, 100%. Liam Trainer said, yeah, White Knight, we should only have people agree with us, right? Yes, correct. Because if you're in a white country, agreeing with us is called assimilation. And you don't come to a country to do anything other than assimilate or invade and be a parasite. So, since you're not assimilating, by not agreeing with us in our own country, on our own soil, that just makes you a worthless parasite and an anti-white. Matty Jew said, so get the fuck out of America. No thanks. White people were placed in America first by God, so this is our original land, our original Garden of Eden. Matty Jew said, Mexicans and Native Americans own America. False. First of all, Mexicans owned Mexico, and they owned part of what we ended up buying from them in the Louisiana Purchase. We also gave the Feathers money for New York and New Jersey and other places that we wanted to buy from them, and they accepted the purchase. We bought land from them all over the place that we didn't even have to do. We could have just killed them all and just took the land. And instead, we decided to teach them commerce, and so we traded goods, which they could use among themselves as a new form of money for certain places. Now, as far as having to cut down the feathers a little bit, it's because the feathers, anytime they caught a white person alone by themselves, or if anytime they caught a white person who, or several white people, but they outnumbered those white people, they would capture them and they would cut their eyelids off. They would cut their or remove their fingernails. They would scalp them. They would eventually, the final thing they would do is disembowel them, but they would also do something else first. Oh, yeah, cut their privates off. They would have the kids and the women pluck all the hairs from their body just a pinch at a time. And then eventually, after they had screamed enough for their god to please their god Okius from all the pain and everything, and eventually they would disembowel them, and then that would finally end the party. But because they kept being caught doing this to white people, we finally had enough. We said, look, we cannot build our first world society that we're trying to mind our business and build here if you idiots keep coming over here and attacking one or two or three of our white people at a time and doing all this heinous shit to them. So from then on, whenever we found out that a tribe of Indians had anything to do with torturing one of our people to death, we would go in and obliterate that entire village or that entire tribe. And so that's exactly what we did. And, only white people have been kind enough to name things after the ones we conquered. Okay. So, in other words, non whites, if they conquered some other group, some other race of, say, non whites, for example, that aren't their kind, they would never name any of the things or places or buildings or attack helicopters or anything after them, football teams or anything at all. They would literally erase them from the earth completely, history, anything that had anything to do with them, any writings they ever may have conjured up, any clothing they had, whatever, all their things would be burned away in fire. And there would be nothing left of them. And nothing would be renamed after or be named after them or any of that in their honor. Only white people did that by naming things after the feathers after we defeated them. And so, your whole thing about Mexicans owning America and Indians owning, it's all unfounded. We literally tried to, just build our own areas and leave them alone and mind their own business, and they refused. And so you poke the bear enough times, you're going to get the claws. And that's exactly what happened. And that's what the non-whites are doing now. They keep poking the bear, and then you're all going to cry, boo, and hiss when white people finally have had their can full and remove all of you from our country. I'm trying to get our white people to all demand it now and then eventually try to convince you all to just go in peace. But I already know you're not going to go in peace because that's not what parasites do. So we already know we're going to have to use an antibiotic on you. And it's probably going to have to be a lot of lead, to do so. I don't want it to be that way. I've already stated on my channel multiple times, and I'll state it again here. I would prefer that not one single J or non-white be harmed or perish from being removed from our country whatsoever. It's just the fact that I already know that they're going to put up a resistance to it. The Jays probably won't. The Jays will just, have to walk until they can find their way back in this country. But the non-whites are going to put up a fight. I already understand that. So I don't concern myself with trying to get them to peacefully leave on their own anymore because I know that that's just not a reality. So as fancifully fun as it is to, imagine, I'm too grounded in reality to, get lost in that kind of belief. So there is going to be war, and non-whites are going to have to go down That's the way it happened for the Feathers. That's the way it's happened for anyone who's ever decided to do open conflict against all white people in a country. So I realize the Jays have flooded so many non-whites into our country now that y'all think y'all have a fighting chance in hell. But I promise you, even though I tell my white people on this channel it looks grim for us and we're going to need the miracle of God in order to actually win, not our guns, not Trump, whatever, it actually is still that we're guaranteed victory because God is on our side. And so God will never be on your side. He will always be on white people's side unless he's working a curse or a punishment against us, which does happen. But the thing is, even when God sides with non-whites for a moment to destroy us, if you keep reading in that same example each time where God talks about that in the Old Testament specifically, if you continue reading right along from where it says that part where he used some non-whites to destroy us, he then turns around and destroys all of the non-whites that he used to destroy us. So keep that in mind, that even if and even when God decides to let non-whites come into our country and allow Jews to flood our country with non-whites and destroy our country, God still destroys all of you on his own. So even if we get destroyed by the upright biped bioweapons of mass destruction, God will turn around and destroy all of you as soon as he's done using you. So, and we see that account more than once in the Old Testament. So no problems there. I don't have any concern with that. Maddie Jew said, by your logic, no, I already read that. Liam Trainer said, oh, fuck, I was only seeing top messages. I missed so much of your BS. Well, I haven't been in the chat, so I don't know. I guess maybe you're talking about somebody else. Maddie Jew said, America is for the scragglings, the natives, or she called them scralings, but they're scragglers. Even Vikings knew to leave America alone. Well, Vikings were over here trading with the Eskimo feathers up there. We brought them tin and gems, and we brought them certain foods, and they would give us fish and other things that we used for fish oils and things. Liam Trainer said, all people descended from black folk in Central Africa. Now we finally get into the nitty gritty of what Liam is. So are you a black going by the name Liam? That's pretty funny if you are, because that's not a name in the black world. So, of course, cultural appropriation there, as usual. Krypton said, you fail to see the fact that time marches on. Ethnicity based on its region or country that is maintained by that ethnicity is homogenized. USA is integrated and developed over time by different people. No, it actually wasn't. If you look at 1965, we had already created everything that's here. And there were no non-whites here. They were literally like 5% of the total populace. America was 92% white all the way till 1990. All right, 92% white all the way to 1990. And that's reported in Time magazine. So you can argue with them about that. But yeah, America's always been a white country, and therefore, all the way up to 1990, 92% whites means white people built this country, created it from scratch, from trees and dirt and rocks and water. And non-whites came along afterward, after all this country's been built, and now you're wanting to stand around and go, oh, we helped build this shit. No, you didn't. You just showed up after the fact. Liam Trainer said, does that make you mad? I don't know what he's talking about. Krypton said, not just white. Yep, just white. Liam Trainer said, exactly. Hugo the Pork Eater said, they've disproved that nonsense. I'm not sure which thing he's referring to because it's been too long. Miss Little White Knight said, yeah, cuz we was kangs and stuff. Law, what a joke. Exactly. I mean, they're literally just copium jokers is all they are. Same thing with the Jews. The Jews taught the blacks how to do copium, and eternal victimhood and the whole thing. The blacks basically know everything they know from the Jays, and that's why they're as dumb as they are, because, the Jays only teach them so much, and the Jays only know so much. So, poor blacks, it's actually the Jays keeping them down, and they don't realize it. Maddie Jew said, "This dude is slow as fuck." Okay, I've literally responded in speed talk to pretty much everything. Maddie Jew said, "Africa had the king of Kush." False. Kush has nothing to do with blacks. Cush is one of Noah's sons. All three of Noah's sons are white. All three of their wives were white. That's why Noah was called, quote, and I'm quoting, perfect in his generations, end quote, in the Holy Bible. Because perfect in his generations means he's pure blooded all the way to Adam and Eve, to him, and from him all the way to his sons and their new wives. So he was perfect in his generations. If he had had a son with one non-white wife, or he had had a non-white son, which is impossible because Noah had a white wife and white people only produce white people, then God would not have declared him to be perfect in his generations, because after all, the very next generation was going to be a freaking mongrel. So that is why Noah's house was spared. Out of all the earth that was spared, the only white people family that was spared was Noah's. And it was perpetuated again by his three white sons. Rabbi said, "What about Mansa Musa? What about him? It's just Jewish fiction." I've heard all the Jewish fiction about Mansa Musa, supposedly the richest guy ever, yada, yada, yada. There's no statue of him anywhere, no carving of him anywhere, no edict written about him anywhere, no mention of him from any ancient empire. No one talks about the dude. He's literally just Jewish fiction. And it's just black copium where they can be like, well, at one point we was the richest people on the earth, and no, if one black guy was ever the richest person on the earth, which is a lie, but if one black guy, we're talking about one black, not blacks, one black on the whole face of the earth, supposedly, according to the blacks, was the richest person in the world for a short period. And guess what? He didn't share the wealth with all the other blacks. All the other blacks were his servants, his freaking slaves. So you're talking about one black in the entire world who would have had you as a slave. He wouldn't have gave two shits about you. He wouldn't have been like, yeah, brother, we brothers, we in solidarity. I'm rich, you rich. I'm the richest person in the world, so all you blacks is the richest people in the world. No, it doesn't work that way. Just like when a black gets money, the first thing he does is move out of the hood. So a black abandons the other blacks the first moment he gets, first opportunity possible. And that's why when you hear about a black who never moved out of the hood and stayed, quote, true to his roots and all this, that's when those blacks are much higher respected than the blacks who move out and get a white woman as soon as they can and leave the hood forever and never go back other than to visit great grandma or something. Liam Trainer said, bros waffling. That's all any rant is. Maddie Jew said, Cushite kings. Yep, that's just more white people. Miss Loyal White Knight said, the Nogs serve no purpose here. Correct. They serve no purpose at all other than crime and problems, which is why the Jays brought them here in the first place. Maddie Jew said, there's also the Mali Empire. Yeah, what about it? So what? It's just a bunch of street shitters. There's nothing empire about that. TDF Media said, how come my dig is bigger than yours? Oh, there we go. Never saw that coming, right? Wow. So original, man. Wow. Did you get that out of the Black Handbook, page 1, line 1? Actually, I forgot. Y'all don't have a written language. My bad. And that's why college grad blacks can't even spell 4th grade words. That's why we had to get rid of cursive writing, by the way. I don't know if y'all know that in the chat who are based white people. Did you know that the reason we stopped teaching cursive writing is because blacks and other non-whites don't have the mental capacity to learn English and learn English in cursive also. And most blacks, when they are given graduation at high school, blacks never graduate high school. They're given a graduation, they're given a diploma. And are also given 400 free points on their SAT for the 400 imaginary years. That was actually only 250, but blacks don't know how to do math. So that's why they say 400 years, when really, if you add up 1619, which is the year they love to claim, 400 years means they were slaves all the way until 2019. They were only slaves for 250 freaking years. That has nothing to do with the number 400. So much for their 400 years hoax. And by the way, I have a video of the 400 years hoax. on minds.com and on Rumble for you to review any old time. On Minds, I am Mr. Bigot. On Rumble, I am USA 110. So check that out for yourself. And let's see here. You're a narcissistic tool, Matty Jew said. Well, I'm not the one sitting in someone's chat for 4 hours saying stupid shit like you're a narcissistic, what was the other ones you said? Are you talking about white girls' butts are bad? I don't remember what all stupid shit you said tonight, but you're the idiot that's here trying to LARP on a pro-white channel that doesn't give two flying shits about you. I'm just entertaining myself reading your quotes or reading your posts and responding to them, but you're never going to get me down. Again, I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man, colors of Jesus Christ. You can't get me down. It's impossible. So you can be here all night if you want. It literally won't phase me at all. You have to understand, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white people have already won. We've already won. There is no battle. You can sit here and claw and punch and swing and whatever. There is no battle. We've already won. The fight's over. We were born the colors of Jesus Christ and you were not. That's it. So, sorry about your luck. Here's the thing. I realize you non-whites feel like, because you're envy and you wish you were white and all these things, that it ends up making you envy white people to the point where you feel like white people must have gotten together in heaven and we hung out with God and God's like, all right, my favorite white people, which one of these kinds get to be white people when they're born and which ones don't? And we saw some of you and said, nope, that one don't get to be white. Make that one an Indian. And nope, that one don't get to be white. Make that one a black. Nope, that one don't get to be white. Make that one a something else. Like we're some kind of club that has say-so over what you kinds all ended up having to be born. And you know that we didn't have that say-so, and we know that we didn't have that say-so, and that's why we don't have any kind of concern for your envy other than it causes us problems while you're in our countries. Once we get you the F out of our countries, which will happen, it's coming, and once we do, you're going to be like that fat Mexican that we overfed for too many years since she's been born that was like, oh, you kick us all out, or whatever she was mine. Yeah, that's going to be all of you soon because stage one is kicking out the quote illegals. But once white people are tipped off to the fact that all non-whites are quote unlawful in our country, meaning all of them are also illegal, you're all on your way out. So I don't know how fast it's going to happen, but we are going to make it happen. You're definitely going to leave. You're all going loaded on the barges together. One big, happy, third world, cuck, mixed up family. And who knows how many, oh gosh, there's no telling how many barges we're going to need for that, but we will get them. We'll get them from China. Funny enough, all these years the Jays have had white people worried about China and little boogeyman shy-coms or whatever they call them. And meanwhile, we're going to use Chinese barges to ship y'all home. And if the Chinese barge doesn't make it all the way across the ocean, oh, well, but you're getting loaded on the barges. Liam Trainer said, White Knight, were you born with hate in your heart, or did you move away from the preachings of the Bible as you grew up? Well, God hates Esau. It says right in our Bible, God himself. It says in our Holy Bible, every version says God hates Esau. And Israel I have loved. That's white people. God hates our enemy and loves us. It's really straightforward stuff. Also, Jesus Christ called Jews dogs, wolves, thieves, liars, hypocrites, vipers, children of the serpent, the synagogue of Satan. He told them their father was a murderer from the beginning. He called them the children of the devil. He told them their father is the devil and they do the will of their father, the devil. And he also told them they're not of his ethnicity, meaning, or he said, you are not of my fold, meaning I know that you're not of my ethnicity. All right, let's see here. Hugo, the pork eater, said they had no written language. They didn't even have the wheel, just like the so-called Native Americans. Exactly. No non-whites have ever had any inventions. So all these hilarious things they come up with that we've debunked already millions of times over again. Like, street shitter math and the number zero. We literally have had zero since the beginning. We never needed non-whites. We never used them for any time that we've had the number zero. Same thing with, like the black inventions. We've busted all of those. We've dumped on every single one of those Jewish fantasies. And so, yeah, Doc Holliday is here. Hello. And he said, cheers. And by the way, happy Sabbath to Hugo the Pork Eater and Doc Holliday. Happy Sabbath to both of you. God bless you both. Liam Trainer, sorry, said, mapping the deserts to own the Jews. No, it isn't to own the Jews. It's that we have dominion over the world and all that's in it. And only white people were curious enough to have dominion over our world enough to map all the world's oceans, all the world's deserts, all the world's known cave networks, the entire sky, every mountain range, while non-whites stand around in their own little village picking their ass and eating bugs and eating dirt and killing each other. White people were busy out doing those things, exploring the world and learning all of our world, and that's having dominion of it. It has nothing to do with us owning the Jews because we freaking mapped the desert. What a stupid thing to say. But again, y'all have had no high IQ comment all night long. It's just one stupid Jewish platitude after another against us that we're already used to hearing. So none of it matters to us at all, but we'll still entertain it. I don't mind laughing at it, but it doesn't bother me a bit. I promise you're never going to get under my skin. It doesn't matter what you talk about. You can talk about wieners and kitty diddling and whatever stuff you Jews like to talk about and try to throw at us. It doesn't matter to me. I'm blonde hair, blue eye, white man, colors of Christ, and you are not. So you've already lost and I've already won. Doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you say. You're irrelevant. You're just a parasite in our country, and soon you'll all be gone. Can't say how soon, but buckle up. It's coming. Pack your shit. Miss Loyal White Knight said, I'm on here solely to speak to stay white and proud white Americans. If you're not one of them, you have no business talking to me. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing is, like, they act like I don't know, they have like this non-whites have, for I guess part of their copium is they've tried to create main character syndrome for each of their own selves. So every non-white now tries to be this main character in their own life. Meanwhile, they already know they're just a non-white in white man's world, and that they're just a parasite. And if it wasn't for white people, they wouldn't have clothes, they wouldn't have shoes, they wouldn't have electricity, they wouldn't have running water, they would have never seen an automobile. They would think airplanes when they fly overhead. When we fly over them, they would still worship them, thinking they're birds. Let's see. Hugo the Pork Eater said, cheers, Doc, to Doc. Cool. And Maddie Jew said, they had written language. It's just idiots like you don't research because you're white supremacists. Again, cool story. They did not. Okay. They didn't start having writing till like around Christ's time. So that's literally like only 2,000 years ago of the 5,785 that we've had. So not even half of Earth's existence have they had a written language. And the blacks have never had a written language. And the Mexicans didn't have a written language. And yeah, you're basically only talking about Asians and a few street shitters that didn't start their writings till right around Christ's time. Let's see here. Liam Trainer said, Muslims created modern math. Oh my God, here we go again. Yeah, we've already disproven that many times. Maddie Jew, aka narcissistic dumbass. Exactly, that sentence reads perfect. Maddie Jew, aka a narcissistic dumbass. I like it. That's a good one. See, you and I get to agree once in a while. Liam Trainer said, White Knight, Jesus was a Jew. What do you think about that? Well, we laugh at you when you say that. That's all. You see, the white man's religion, known as the Holy Bible, wasn't written for folks like you, or I don't want to call you folks, but upright bipeds like you to comprehend. So that's why when you read a Holy Bible, you don't really understand what you're seeing because of that situation. You just do not comprehend what the Holy Bible says. And therefore, that's why y'all repeat stupid mantras like, oh, Jesus was a Jew. You're following a Jew. No, we're not. So that's just your ignorance of our holy book, because again, it's not meant for you. So it's written so that you won't be able to understand it properly. Maddie Jew said, ever hear of a Meroitic script? Or a Meroitic script, it said. She asked, he asked, whatever. I could care less. It's irrelevant to me. Deb of Christ said, totally agree. Liam Trainer said, Jesus was a Jew. False. We just told you that we already know he's not. Maddie Jew said, you do exactly what this vilified Jew you have in your mind do. Cool. Good to see you, Hugo, Doc said. Maddie Jew said, you made you and your people the chosen ones. No, again, I explained earlier that every single fact proves that only white people are God's chosen people. I already told you, you can Google what the color white represents in the Holy Bible. I already told you what it's going to say. I already told you you can also do that same check with the color brown and the color black, and you'll find that those are called spots. Those are called dirty, unrighteous, impure, unholy. That's what those colors represent. And the color white represents the color of Jesus Christ's salvation, meaning the people he's going to save. Maddie Jew said the cognitive dissonance. Maddie Jew also said, that's you, narcissistic dunce. Krypton said, mapping, navigation, Polynesian, Chinese, Arabs, Persians, Southeast Asians did that not just white? Well, he's asking like a question instead of just stating it, but no. Polynesians didn't map anything. Chinese mapped a few things, and Arabs and Persians didn't really go. Oh no, Arabs didn't map anything. Persians did go some places, but you got to understand they didn't map anything. What they did is sometimes they would have a bigger boat than they had, or they would capture a boat of white people, and they would make them their slaves. That's how we have white slaves that used to be slaves to Arabs and Persians, but mostly Persians. And so, but Persians were Muslims still. There were just two kinds of Arabs in that area. You had Persian Muslims, then you had Arab Muslims. They're not actually the same race. But Persians were, they were better at pirating, and Arabs weren't really waterbound. Persians were mildly waterbound, and once in a while they would catch a white boat off guard. When they did so, they started what blacks call coming up, where they stole something from whitey, stole a boat, stole a few white people from the boat, and then they would use the white people as slaves who understood the maps that our white people had on the boat, and they would navigate around using the white person's boat that they had conquered, using the white people who understood the map that we had created on our boat. And so that's how they started getting around. It became their boat, not our boat anymore. And so those are the boats that brought, since you don't know anything about history, Persians are who boated blacks all over the world for the Jews. Jews would go to black countries and purchase blacks from other blacks. And then they would pay the Persian sultans who have successfully conquered and commandeered some boats from white people and some white people of those boats in order to navigate and make those boats travel where they need to go. They used them to boat the blacks all over the world. And so white people were not boating blacks anywhere. White people had no interest in bringing blacks to America or any crap like that. In fact, you can ask any white person you want, how many blacks would you own? And black and white people would be disgusted by the idea. Like, oh, zero. I would never want to own any blacks. And that's exactly the same sentiment that all of our white people all through time have felt. We have no interest in having aliens living among us. We are not interested in having blacks or any other aliens live among us. And so the idea that white people would have owned 5 or 2 or 20 blacks at the time is just laughable. And, we have to, we're going to have blacks just 24 hours a day that we have to feed, we have to clothe, we have to keep, or we have to allow around our little white daughters and our white wives and all this stuff. No one would do any such thing. And by the way, every 30 days, it's a 3-day trip to this town and back to get your supplies for the month. So what, you're going to leave your 20 blacks there with your wife and your little girls while you travel freaking 2-3 days there and back to the store you need to go get your stuff from? No, none of that's the case. Blacks know that whites didn't own them. Blacks look around at white people and go, there's no way white people owned us. They already know that, but they know that Jews are not cucked about them at all, and that Jews are who own them. But see, blacks are not envious of being Jews, and they're not envious of Jews. Therefore, they don't wish to be the Jews, even though the Harambe Hebrews call themselves Jews. It's because, again, non-whites don't understand that Jews are the enemy of Israel, and so they mistakenly call themselves the Jews, the real Jews or whatever. And all the while, when they're calling themselves the real Jews, they're calling themselves the real enemies of Israel, not Israel. And then the other blacks have kind of caught on to that, so they call themselves Israelites, or they call themselves Hebrews. But all of that's a laughable joke. That's literally like us putting a giraffe in the cockpit of an airplane and pretending they're a pilot. It's just fantasy. It's just a silly, stupid fantasy. So we do get a kick out of it. Flattery, imitation is the best flattery, they say. And while we would prefer y'all not being here at all and not be imitating us and trying to pretend you're like white people or anything at all, it's still mildly funny to watch y'all, do your copium and whatnot. I've listened to a million Harambe Hebrew freaking videos and what you call it. I'm gonna say rallies, but like whatever their little get together thing where they all circle jerk each other and whatever about their imaginary faith that all of them know is BS. Like not a single Harambe Hebrew believes that they are God's chosen people. Not a single one. They convince themselves, but they talk about it like they've totally convinced themselves, but not a single one of them actually believe that. They know they're full of shit. All right, let's see here. Pump, Dump, and Laugh said, it's funny. 15 million Jews and 2 plus billion Christians. When Christians claim Jews are God's chosen people, why 2 billion pick their religion that's not God's people? Well, first of all, I'm not sure what I get your question, sort of, but first of all, there's not 2 billion Christians on the earth. White people are only 7% to 9% of the world's population total. So, and a lot of white people are not Christians. So therefore, and no non-whites are Christians. There's no such thing as non-white Christians. That's just the same as there's no such thing as non-white Americans. So, and there's no such thing as non-white English. There's no such thing as non-white Germans. There's no such thing as non-white Swedish. There's no such thing as non-white any white country. No such thing as non-white Canadians. There's no such thing as non-white Aussies or non-white New Zealanders. No such thing as non-white Russians. So in all that same format, there's no such thing as non-white Christians. And so since white people are only 7% of the world's population, roughly, and on top of that, a a notable portion of white people are not Christians. That means that there are probably only about, I can't really say the number anywhere near exact, but there's probably only about 250 million Christians on the earth, perhaps 300 million worldwide. That's counting Europe, Australia, Canada, Russia. Maybe I'm off by 200 million. Excuse me. Maybe it's really like 400 and something million, but nowhere near in fact, it couldn't be that high because, again, if 7% of the world's population are white and then even less of that percentage are Christians, we're talking, like maybe 180, 250 million. I think I was probably closer to the right the first try. So let's see here. Liam Trainer said, God chose you to sit in your room and ramble about being scared of other people? No. God told me, go ahead and start uncucking white people. Whenever you talk to them online, tell them the truth. Don't beat around the bush about it. Don't sugarcoat it. Just go straight facts and let the cards fall where they lie. Let's see here. Maddie Jew said, you're doing what Zionists did, but with whites. Zionists are Jewish supremacists, and you are a white supremacist. Correct. Good job. Deb of Christ said, cheers, Doc Holliday. God bless you and Hugo. Pump, Dump, and Laugh said, being white has nothing to do with anything. Cool story. Remind that to all the non-whites as they grieve against white people every single day. And remind that to the Jews who write book after book after book after book about their hatred of white people and how they celebrate and they can't wait to exterminate the world's white people so that they can rule all the world's non-whites. Every Jew alive at that time, once they're successful, will have 2,800. That's the number they declare, not me. 2,800 non-white slaves for every man, woman, girl, and boy Jew alive at the time that they finally exterminate enough white people. That's the Jewish plan, and that's what the plan they have for you. And I promise you, all the stories you ever heard about white people, all the Jewish fiction about how white people bought and sold and whipped you and raped you and all this crap that never happened, guess what? Jews will do all of that stuff, and they'll do it with a smile on their face while you call them the scary R word, you call them an evil bigot, you call them any word you want, but they're going to have their servant hook the shackles on you and put you in the chain gang with the rest of the blacks, and they're going to go, you're not a Jew, you're one of our slaves, ha ha ha, and they're going to laugh in your face, and they won't care what stupid words you call them. They won't give two shits about any of that. So enjoy your stay with the Jays when it finally comes time. TDF Media said, black women can have any color child. What do you think about that? Well, it's totally false. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Black females can only spit out a mongrel if they mate with a non-black or a black. That's it. So let's see here. He also said Slavic whites versus European whites, two different worlds he means. He put two different worlds, but I think he means two different worlds. I mean, every white country is a kind of a different world as far as how we make them, how we build things, how we lay out the roads, how we do our plumbing, how we get things done, how we do electricity. Each country has its own kind of little way of doing it. So if you wanted to consider that different worlds, sure, you could do that. You could say that, I suppose. Let's see here. Liam Trainer said, being white means your ancestors migrated away from the equator and evolved to have less pigment in their skin to absorb more sunlight. Yeah, that's all evolution Jewish nonsense. None of that's true. White people have been white since day one. Adam means white man who can blush. And so from day one, Whitey's been white. We started off in the Garden of Eden, which is down in Florida, Georgia borderline somewhere, roughly that area. It's probably further into Florida, like further down south in Florida. Most likely like the central Florida area. Let's see here. Liam Trainer said, I've seen a black woman give birth and they gave her he said here, they gave here a color chart to choose from. How funny. Yeah, well, just tomorrow, go down to your local hospital. I'm sure there'll be 50 blacks being born there at every random hospital since we pay for it all. And go on down there and find yourself a black chick and say, hey, which one of y'all is giving birth to a white baby today? And then go ahead and get footage of their white baby they gave birth to. And of course, you'll never be able to do so because it's a laughable joke to even be able to even suggest such a stupid thing like the blacks tell themselves. Now, that's your new black copium. I've heard that story before. In fact, they even have an article about it where they show a blatant white kid and then a blatant mongrel kid, and they go, look, these two are natural twins, and they're not, and they're clearly not. They're not even the same age. One's way bigger than the other. The girl's way bigger than the boy is. They're clearly not the same age at all. So they weren't born to the same father, and that's why the kids are totally ass different looking from each other. Let's see. Matty Jew said, this guy is a loser. Here we go again. No argument. Just Jewish nonsense. This guy's a loser and sounds like a potential mass shooter. Yeah, there you go again with your accusations of your Jewish accusations. I don't worry about any of that crap. You can say whatever stupid shit you want like that. It doesn't mean anything. And keep in mind, when you're doing all that, you're just proving our point. Every time y'all post any of these stupid little things you say, all you're doing is proving me right. So, feel free to prove me right all you want. I really have no issue with that. Let's see. Krypton, another one that likes to prove me right, said, where are you at mentally, man? Not even close to the mark. Okay, another non-argument. argument. Maddie Jew said Moses married. Okay, here we go. We finally got a little bit of an argument coming our way. Maddie Jew said Moses married a Cushite woman, an Ethiopian. Ooh, burn, right? You think you got me, right? Well, guess what, retard? Hop on another Google tab. Here we go again. Me proving you wrong with a simple Google search. Hop on Google on another tab right now. Click Google Images and then type in this in quotes. Put quotation mark. Busts of rulers of Meroe. Busts of rulers of Meroe. Put that in. And since you probably don't know how to spell Meroe because you don't know anything about Ethiopia, it's spelled Meroe. Busts of rulers of Meroe. Meroe was the capital of Ethiopia all through biblical times. Of course, you wouldn't know that either because you don't know anything about history or facts or Ethiopia in general. And when you discover what the busts of the rulers of Meroe are, when you look at them, you'll see they're plain as day, perfect white people. It just looks like Greek statues, basically. And those are images, those are busts of the faces, the heads of the rulers of Meroe, the capital city that ruled over all of Ethiopia. We also know Ethiopians were white all through biblical times because when the Bible mentions them, if you look up Herodotus lived before Christ, and he literally reported about Ethiopia. He wrote an entire thing about it. And the only part where he mentions blacks is in section 8, hilariously enough. I think the government, honestly, I think the government created section 8 for the blacks, and they named it section 8 because of section 8 in Herodotus's report of Ethiopia. Go read that. Pull up Herodotus, Ethiopia. It's going to be the first book, all right? It's a 3-book volume. It'll be the first book. It'll be in section 8. Read the beginning first sentence of section 8. And you'll hear about the blacks that lived in Ethiopia. Pump, Dump, and Laugh said, whites, and it's bad grammar, but he said whites is a overused term. European whites are nothing like Slavic whites. You're just lumping in so many different cultures just by skin color. It's very stupid of you. Cool story. Here's the thing is, whites have tons of cultures, okay? German culture is completely different from Swedish culture. Swedish culture is completely different from American culture. American culture is completely different from English culture, and so on and so on. Every white tribe, every white group, every white country has its own culture. And that's completely fine for white people. And we're allowed to race mix all among our own race. We're allowed to get with an Eastern Slav. A Slav's allowed to get with a German. A German's allowed to get with a UK. A UK is allowed to get with a freaking, or an English person's allowed to get with an American. American's allowed to get with a Scottish. A Scottish is allowed to get with an Italian. An Italian's allowed to get with any part of white people are allowed to mix with among each other. It makes no difference. We have no concerns there whatsoever. Liam Trainer said, Jesus was the son of Christ and he was Jewish. No, Jesus was not the son of Christ. Jesus was Christ, the son of God, and he was not Jewish. And we already know that for a fact. Jews admit to Jesus Christ that they already knew when he was alive that they were not Israelites in John 8:33, which again is another verse of our Holy Bible, the white man's Holy Bible, not ours meaning mine and yours, but ours meaning my white people's Bible. All you have to do is read John 8:33, which you haven't, otherwise you'd already know that the Jews admit to Jesus Christ right there in John 8:33 that they were of Abraham's seed, but their fathers and them had never been slaves to anyone, meaning they are not Israelites, because Israelites and their fathers had been slaves in Egypt. And God reminds us all through the Old Testament that he is the God of Israel who led us out of bondage in Egypt. Therefore, we already know that based on their admission to Jesus Christ in John 8:33, that they knew during Christ's life back then that they were not Israelites and that they were just putting on a ruse. And so that's exactly what they did. And that's still what they do to this day. They change their names to white people names, and then they commit their atrocities as a white person. A simple example. I use this one all the time because it's just an easy one right off the top of my head. Gene Simmons, all right? Gene Simmons, he defiled thousands of white women. He put on all these sicko concerts with his tongue out and fake blood everywhere and all this crap. Women hairdos, women makeup, all this stupid crap. 100 years from now, and keep in mind the entire band was Jewish, but I'm just pointing out Gene Simmons in particular because I remember his real Jewish name off the top of my head. I just happen to remember it. So I'm using him as an example, but there are billions of examples like this over the years that you can use over the generations that they've existed. And Gene Simmons' name is Kim Wentz. Nothing to do with the name Gene, nothing to do with the name Simmons. His name is Kim Wentz. All right, 100% Jewish, and he's committed all this crap, all this nasty crap, okay, as a white man's name. And that's what Jews did during the black slave era. They came over here with blacks that they paid the Persian Muslim sultans who had commandeered boats of ours. They boated blacks all over the world. When they showed up over here with the blacks, they put out signs all over the place. Negroes for sale. Contact John Williams. Contact Frank Smith. Contact Wesley Williamson. And that sounds like white men. So when white people would read these signs, they'd say, oh, wow, look, honey, they got these Negroes for sale. I don't want that crap, but look, some white guy named John Williams is selling them. And so the idea behind that was twofold. One, they wanted to dupe white people into thinking, dang, honey, other white people are starting to buy blacks like hotcakes, apparently. Maybe we should buy us a couple, huh? They were hoping that thought would pop into white man's head, but it never did. But the other prong of that attack, that scheme they did, was they knew that they would teach their posterity, generations in the future, to shame white people after they flood our country with blacks. They would shame white people and say, look, shame on you assholes for owning blacks and treating them like crap and they treat them and own them as slaves. Meanwhile, it was all done by Jews using white men's names. And they knew by using the white men's names, they would be able to shame us all these years later for what they actually did. Again, this is the same thing as how y'all accuse us of all the crap that y'all love to do, like pedo diddling and all that crap. You immediately start on the offense with it. I never accused any of y'all of being pedos. Y'all start on it automatically. And whoever starts it first is the one that has it on their mind. It's the one that's literally the communist step number one, is accuse your enemies of what you do first and up front and try to put them on the defense. But I don't have to be on the defense. I already know about y'all and I already know the whole history behind you. So there's no reason for me to try to defend myself like, I'm not a pedo, you're a pedo. No, it's just the bottom line is y'all are the ones that always are. You're always the ones getting caught. You're always the ones getting busted. And the thing is, even when you find a random white person that did get busted for that, for every one white person that's been busted for that, there were already 50 blacks that were never busted. There were 100,000 Jays that weren't busted for it. And so it doesn't matter that once in a blue moon you catch an anomalous white guy and they go, look, that's the only time y'all focus on it and parade about it as if it's a white guy. Same thing with mass shooters. We had 217 black mass shooters last year. We only had 4 white mass shooters last year. But you only focus on the 4 white mass shooters and go, look, white people are the mass shooters. Oh, you're going to go to a school and shoot it up? Blah, 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 blah. But meanwhile, 217 mass shooters were blacks last year. Literally 50 times more blacks were mass shooters than white people. And I'm sorry, is that 50 times more? Yeah, 50 times more. So you're 50 times more likely last year to be mass shot up by a black than you ever were a white. Let's see here. Liam Trainer said, and yet you sit here and blame non-whites for all your made-up problems. False. What I blame the non-whites for is being parasites on our land where they don't belong. That's what I blame them for. And all the other things that come from it are because they're on our soil. So it isn't about me just blatantly or just erroneously blaming them. It's the fact that they're parasites on our soil. They don't belong here. And the facts are that 16,000 to 40,000 white girls every year are attacked by blacks alone, not even counting Muslims. That's probably a good 5 or 4,000, something like that. Not even counting Indians with their little groping scheme they do, and then run away before they get beat up by the white girl. Not counting any of the other things, like where just the other day we had a black from Nigeria driving a freaking 18-wheeler and he killed 5 or 7 people. Just wiped out a bunch of people because he's a dipshit that has no business driving a first world instrument in a first world. And so, however many of those people were white, those people lost their lives, or didn't lose their lives. They were killed by a stupid non-white that isn't supposed to be in our country and definitely isn't supposed to be driving an 80,000-pound vehicle around. Maddie Jew, you're a narcissistic loser. Twice, she put, just in case the first one didn't stick. And yeah, I mean, again, there's no argument there, so I'm not worried about it. Rabbi said, yes, all white people see color. That's one thing I'll agree with. Yes, they don't. That's the problem, though, is white people do see color, but they don't admit it. They all lie and say, I don't see color. I don't see color. Well, they're all full of shit. They do see color. And the ones who, if they any white person that exists that actually doesn't, that isn't full of shit and really doesn't see color, which is a total lie. But if there was one, that would just mean that white person's an idiot. The rest of them are just liars. So, and feel free, you have my permission as a white person, as a based white person who's pro-white. Whenever you hear conservatives say they don't see color, or whenever you see a leftist cuck saying he don't see color to pander to non-whites, go ahead and call him out as a liar and say, bullshit. Based white guy, stay white, who's pro-white, literally says all you fucking white people that say you don't see color are liars. And you can tell him I said that. Quote me. Skitch12 said, that's why bro is hiding his face. No, stupid fuck. I already explained earlier, but I guess I'll have to again for your dipshit ass. I am a government dissident, okay? The government agrees with your horse shit that white people are evil, bad, meanie bigots, and that we owe all the world our freaking shit. Even though we're only 7% of the population, we have to be the adult parents that babysit and care for all the world's non-whites. All right, so that is why I can't show my face, because the government is against my ideology and it's not against yours, dumb fuck. Pump Dump said, everyone sees color, you idiots. That's exactly what I'm saying. So I don't know who you're talking to, but I definitely see color, and I know that all other people see color too, including the non-whites, which aren't people, but you know what I mean, upright bipeds. Maddie Jew said, because he'd get his ass beat. Cool story, Jew. Again, that's all you have. No arguments. Just, oh, my dick. Oh, I beat your ass. Oh, go call me the purple. Oh, blah, blah, blah. All your stupid shit means nothing. None of that shit means anything. TDF Media, another useless commenter, said, Liam Trainer, albino, light skin, brown skin, dark skin. Am I wrong? Weirdo. Yeah, see, again, no argument, no point to his comment. Useless comment. Maddie Jew said, he sounds like a weak, resentful coward. Well, that has nothing to do, there's nothing relevant to the facts, nothing to do with what I've been discussing tonight. You're just a hurting loser, that's it. And no matter what you say, you're never going to bother me. So keep on going. I'll just sit here and laugh at you the rest of the night. It makes no difference to me. Liam Trainer said, what's your point, pal? My point is you're all worthless parasites that don't belong in our country. Get the fuck out before we have to make you leave. That's all. I don't want y'all to have to be made to leave. That's the thing is, y'all keep trying to say things, accuse me of things being evil, bigot, baddie, racist, whatever, all your scary R-word things. But the bottom line is, I know that y'all will be happy once you're back in your own countries where you belong. And I know that white people will be happy again once we have our countries restored to the original condition they're supposed to be. It's kind of like a beat up 69 Camaro. You find it in the barn. It's got all this crud all over it, dirt, it's got tarps, it's got car parts, it's got all this crap laying all over it, burdening it down, flat tires. And that's what America is right now while the non-whites are here. But as we pull it out of the garage and we start removing the illegal car parts off the top, and then we get to the legal stuff all over the car and start cleaning all that up too, next thing you know, we're back to just the Camaro itself, not the dirt all over it, not the crap all over the top of it, not the tarp, not any of it. It's all gone, and we're restored back to just the Camaro itself. And then we have all the time in the world we want to go ahead and start conditioning the metal again, getting the dings out, doing some body filler, We get it primered, we get it painted, we get it all beautiful again. And it will be the envy of the world's non-whites all over again. They'll just want to come back to our countries. But this time, we're actually going to create a situation with our laws and everything where non-whites are not allowed to come here except for under extremely controlled circumstances in one little small place on the very east coast and west coast of our countries. That's the only place they'll be allowed to be. They'll be show kind of like North Korea style. We'll just have a little North Korea little thing for y'all set up where you can come and you can see a hamburger and you can see someone swing a baseball bat at a baseball and you can see someone throw a football and you can see a drag car go drag racing past you, and that's it. And then you got to leave, and it's going to cost you a lot of money to come. And if you get caught leaving the little area that we've quarantined off for the non-white tourism, you will be dealt with immediately. And there won't be any jail time or you get to stay in America and 3 hots in a cot in jail for all the rest of your life. No, it'll just be the proper justice right then on the spot. And so let's see. Moving on. Liam Trainer said, if a black couple have a baby, it's likely to be black. No, it will be black, and that's all it will ever be. If a white couple had a baby, it's likely to be white. Correct. That's not likely, but it's just going to be that way. Maddie Jew said, when I say slave morality, I'm referring to the phrase, well, you don't have to refer to any, it has nothing to do with any Germans. It has nothing to do with anything that you want to think it has to do with. Slave morality is a made-up term of yours. It doesn't mean anything to pro-white world. White people have no interest in owning any of you as slaves, okay? Jews are who plan on owning all of you as slaves, and Jews openly and loudly brag about it in their Talmud and in all their writings and in their speeches at their World Jewish Rabbi Conferences and all those things. They literally celebrate. They're counting down the seconds until they exterminate enough white people where they can finally rule all the world's non-whites, and then all of you become their slaves forever, openly become their slaves, chained up, shackled up. All the fantasies you try to use against white people to shame white people that never existed, it's all going to become a real reality for you. And it's not going to be because of white people. It's going to be because of the yiddy diddlers. And that day will come. Now, what I'm trying to do is prevent that also. See, what y'all don't realize is you're actually shooting yourself in your own foot by holding white people back from removing Jews from our country, because the longer we are held back from Jews being removed from our country is that much closer you all come to becoming their slaves. And once you're their slaves, that's it. There won't be any white people to save you ever again. No white people to pay for your birth, no white people to feed you, no white people to give you cool inventions to like shoes. I know that's one of y'all's favorite white people inventions, or automobiles. No more big rims, no more partying at the club. You're going to be on a chain gang, and the Jews are going to own you, and Jews will happily do anything and everything to you, and it don't matter what stupid shit you say to them. They're going to laugh in your face while they walk off together high-fiving. And that's it. And you're going to dig their dirt for them, and you're going to build whatever they make you build, and you're going to fucking farm their crops. You want to talk about, oh, non-whites pick your food, which they don't. But you guess what's going to happen in the future if you don't let white people get our country back? You're going to be picking the Jews' food forever and ever. And they totally plan on that. So Rabbi said, to be fair, many black people have white DNA from slavery. Absolutely false. Again, blacks cannot have any white DNA, 0.0%. Otherwise, they would not be a black. You can take a black from America and drive him straight back to Africa on the boat. And as soon as he gets off the boat, he looks just like everyone there. Why? Because he has 0.00% white in him anywhere in his lineage. The first time a black mates with a white person, which doesn't happen, when it does, or when it did which does happen now, but didn't back then. When that happens, a mongrel is created. A mulatto is created. A mongrel, a mulatto, cannot mate with another black and then produce a black. That mulatto and that black will produce another mulatto. And then if that kid tries to mate with a black and produce a black, he will not produce a black. He will produce another mulatto. So there is no time where once a white person has mated with a black, that a black can eventually become 100% black like he's fresh off the boat from Africa again. after one or two or three blacks have mated with mongrel black, mongrel black, mongrel black. No, it doesn't work that way. You just keep getting more mongrels. A mongrel does not produce a pure black, and therefore, when a black mates with a mongrel, all that is produced is another mongrel. So, let's see here. TDF Media said Liam Trainer equals a needle dick sissy. Okay. I thought you were on his side, but all right. Let's see. Nasir Al Qasim said, that's crazy. Good for you. You managed to type that in English. Liam Trainer said, you got me, TDF. And then he put, oh, bro, drop the N-bomb. Yeah, I say nigger, so what? A lot of people do. Dab420 said, the worst part about calling someone nigger is that they start to act like one. Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing is, hard R is literally, it's literally like, well, I explained it earlier. You can decorate up an upright biped in white people clothes. You can decorate him up in the most expensive, most form-fitting, tailor fit to his bod, freaking fancy gator shoes, everything he wants the way he wants it. All one color, bright yellow hat, bright yellow jacket, bright yellow shirt, bright yellow pants, bright yellow gaiters, bright yellow socks are all white. That's what blacks usually like, is they like all white everything. So you put them in an all white outfit and everything. But as soon as the R word comes out, oh man, chimp out time. You know what I mean? So to me, that just proves our point over and over and over again. There is no, any piece of evidence you try to throw at white people, actually you're just proving our point for us. All right, whether it's you trying to be anti-white, which just proves you're anti-white, therefore you don't belong in our country, or you try to say any kind of stupid shit like what was mentioned there with like, oh my God, forbid, somebody says the forbidden word. No, it's not forbidden. We're white people. We created this country. We say whatever words we want. Just like you non-whites call us honkies or whatever stupid words y'all try to come up with to try to sound bad about white people. White people are, you can't really shame white people because we're the reference of the world. So, I mean, you do try. I give you all that. Y'all do attempt it. You throw mud at the wall hoping it'll stick, but yeah, it just doesn't work. Matty Jew said, oh, what do we got here? Nasir said, as an Arab, I approve of this hard R usage. Well, good. Yeah, see, that's the thing is, look here, hard R's. Even Muslims do not like y'all. Nobody likes you. I'm not going to assume he's a Muslim, but since he's an Arab, I just assume that, But here we are. We have an Arab telling y'all he don't like y'all either. And that goes for all the Arabs. Arabs don't like blacks. Ask any Asian if they want to live in a black community. Ask any black if they want to live in a black, it's not communities, but in the hood, right? Go around and ask white people, hey, you saving up to move to the hood? Saving up to buy you a nice house in the ghetto? No, there's no such thing as that. No one wants to be around hard R's, period, dot. Even the hard R's. And everyone in the hard R community knows this. That's what getting out of the hood means. Because guess what the hood is? Nothing but the hard R's. So Liam Trainer said, he's too comfortable, needs a reality check. No, I've had plenty of reality checks. That's why I'm having the channel I have now. I have seen y'all's behavior for long enough. I've seen article and news article and news article and newspaper clip. I've read billions and billions and trillions of examples of non-white parasite activities against our people in America and in Europe. And so y'all's own behavior is what is responsible for the existence of my channel and other pro-white channels. Had all of you assimilated to white people, had all of you allowed white people to rule our countries as we're supposed to, the whole reason we created a place that y'all even want to come to, had you just shut the fuck up and sat down and enjoyed the benefits of being in the white world and let white people do their thing, it would have stayed an amazing all-white world. It would have stayed where Made in America means something to all the rest of the world. Therefore, anything made in America would be super high value to the rest of the world like it used to be before 1980. Well, really before 1990. you would already have way more benefits. Instead, you've been hindering the fuck out of white people for the last 55 years, 65 years. And so now you have to like have all these riots and grievances, and you're always on YouTube sitting here complaining to people like me, when really all of us would have been doing way better by now if y'all had stayed the fuck out of white people's way. And really, if y'all had never come to white people's countries and slowed us down even one smidgen by doing so, we would already have flying cars. We would already be donating flying cars to freaking Africa. Y'all be over there flying into each other, slamming into each other. There'd be piles and piles and piles of free donated flying cars, all destroyed and mashed up over in Africa, over in freaking, or down in Mexico, over in India. The Indians are still using the trains in India that the English built over 100 years ago. They still use them every day. Not only do they still use them every day, they overfill them with so many people. They have people on the front, hanging off the sides, piled on top. And that 120-year-old train of white peoples is still working to this day, overloaded every trip, dragging Indians back and forth from one garbage-ridden area to another. So it's like reality is on our side. It doesn't matter what, copium or statements or whatever y'all make, or what stupid things y'all say about, none of it matters. Reality flies in the face of all your bullshit, Miss Loyal White Knight said the truth hurts. It usually does. Exactly. That's the whole point. They're butthurt. You're all just butthurt because you don't like reality. You don't like the fact that white people have created everything you enjoy. The cell phone you're sitting here trying to complain to me about on right now, which you're not even doing a good job of, you're having to use white man's internet, white man's English, white man's concept of the smartphone, white man's telephone cellular service that white man created. You're having to use white man electricity to do so in order for the towers to be energized. You're having to use the white man's copper wires and fiber optic wires that run in the ground and above ground to tower so that towers can work wireless to you and have faster connection, because all communications worldwide are ground based. All communications. The magazines admit 99%, but 99% means all of it. It means 100%. It's just their way of saying all. All right. If I were to hand you a glass and I say, look, this thing, and you can see plain as day that 99% of the glass is full of diarrhea. But hey, 1% is milk. 1%, there's a little splash of milk right on the top. 99% of it's diarrhea, though. You would definitely say, no, that whole glass is diarrhea. That glass ain't nothing but a glass full of diarrhea. So that's what 99% is. It means all. All right. And when you look up when you look up world communications, 99% of worldwide communications are ground-based. Therefore, all the white man things you're using to try to talk trash to white people is literally just proving your own defeat. In other words, if you were wanting to show up white people, if you were wanting to really make me be like, oh, wow, man, my bad, you guys are awesome, you would need to use Indian, or what is it? What ethnicity were you? I don't remember. I think maybe you're black. You're going to need to use a Nigerian invented cell phone on Nigerian invented cellular network, Congolian invented freaking and laid and ran cables that they created. By the way, I don't even have metallurgy or any of those concepts, but so good luck with how you would do that. I don't know how you would do it. But you're going to need to use Nigerian everything, Congolian everything, and use your own language. Use the click noises, figure out how to type them onto the white man phone, but actually you're supposed to use a Nigerian phone. And then once you can do all of that without using any of white people's things, without using white people's electricity, white people's electronics, white people's, connectivity, once you stop using white people's air conditioning and create a Nigerian version of air conditioning that works as good as white people's or better, then perhaps we'll talk about something you've managed to accomplish in the world. But until then, literally everything y'all use is all white people inventions. So Nasir Al-Qasim said, just kidding, I'm a bomb, you nigga. Oh, no, that's on the next line. Whites is on the next line. Maddie Jew said, irony is Muslims did slavery before whites. Well, that is true. Whites are not actually into slavery. We don't have any interest in slavery. In fact, white people, the only time we had servants, we didn't have slaves, we had servants. And our servants were always white because we didn't want anybody else around us but whites. Liam Trainer said, TDF is a white lady, has a baby with a black guy. The baby won't be white. What's your point? Man. Anyhow, already explained. That's already been asked and answered. Dab 420 said, Liam is gay and needs it beaten out of him. Or needs it beaten out of him, yeah. Needs the gay beaten out. I get it. I thought it was gonna read needs the shite beat out of him, but really it was worded right. Maddie Jew said, whites aren't original in the slightest. Okay. Well, find anybody else on earth that can blush and grow blonde hair and blue eyes and red hair and green eyes and red hair and blue eyes and red hair and hazel eyes and blonde hair and hazel eyes and blonde hair and green eyes and brunette hair and blue eyes and brunette hair and green eyes and brunette hair and hazel eyes and black hair and blue eyes and black hair and green eyes and black hair and hazel eyes. Whenever you can figure all that out from another species, full-time, regular, on the regular, every baby that pops out, blah, 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 one after another, like white people do, let us know, all right? Liam Trainer said, don't hit me, I'll come. Hugo the Port Eater said, blacks are hopeless. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much looks that way. And that's why it's not our concern. It's not our business. We need to just move them back home. And that's it. And they can, and you know how blacks are always like, mind your business, while they're busy breaking the law somehow, or while they're busy robbing someone or busy stealing something from a white person. Mind your business. Well, that's exactly what we're going to do once we have you out of our country. But while you're here, you are our business, 100% our business, because anything that's happening in our country by anyone in our country is white people's business. And not only is it white people's business, it's any white person's business, and it's all white person's business. So once we get you guys home, no longer will you be our business whatsoever. Not your behavior over there, not anything you're up to. Once it's all blacks in the all black country again where they belong, y'all are on your own, and that's that. You can be left to your own devices. Well, non-existent devices, but you know what I mean. Let's see here. TDF Media said, hey, Miss Loyal, can I breed you? I don't even know why I read that one. Sorry, dear. Krypton said, fact. Speaking in extremes is a good place for facts. Goodness. Well, that is where facts are. I mean, facts don't beat around the bush. Facts aren't sugar-coated. Facts are just facts, right? So, I mean, I don't know. If you don't like facts, then you're literally what you were trying to, I don't want to assert that I am, like living in some kind of non-reality. Facts are real, okay? Facts matter. Stereotypes exist for a reason, okay? They're not made up. Stereotypes exist for a reason. When we see a white person that's supposedly white get up on stage and go, as a white person, I think we need to give all our crap away to non-whites and cuck our country away because we just owe them everything and blah, blah, blah. And then you look up her early life and, oh, by the way, she's Jewish, not white. Okay? That's where you get the term every single time. Every time you see every single time in a comment section, that means that that white person knows that whoever's on the screen talking about white people as a white person is a Jew, not a white person. And same thing goes for blacks. Every time we see crime, we see robbery, we see murder on the TV or on YouTube about happening to our people, 90% of the time, it's a black. So every time we see it's a black, somebody inevitably says usual suspect in the comments. And that's correct. It's the usual suspect. Because after all, if 90% of the time when you see a suspect committing a crime, it's black, that's it. That means usually. That means mostly. That means most all. That means usual suspects. Liam Trainer said, yeah, that's not creepy, bro. I don't even know what he's getting at about that. Miss Little White Knight said, I don't know what's worse, a nigger or a white person who pretends to be one. Yeah, wiggers are super embarrassing for our people. And And it makes the blacks just crack up laughing in their own head, I'm sure. Because blacks know that they would never in a trillion years portray themselves to act like a black if they had been blessed to be born white. They would never even go near a black. The most racist against blacks in the whole world are blacks. If you ever woke up, if you ever could convert a black to a white, that day that he became white, he would never talk to anybody in his old hood ever again. He would move to a white neighborhood immediately, as far away from all the blacks as he possibly could. He'd be the most racist anti-black you'd ever see all in your life, and he'd try to get a white woman right away, just like they always do. So literally when blacks prove it every day. You can watch black church sermons where they literally, the church, the pastor, as they call them, will be on the pulpit talking to all the church, and he'll be like, y'all stay away from them white women. And he'll be serious when he says it, and the whole church erupts in laughter. Not the females, but the males all erupt into laughter. Why? Because they know. They know why the pastor had to say it. The pastor had to say it because blacks are obsessed with white women only, and no one else. They're not obsessed with Jewish females. They're not obsessed with Arab females. They're not wishing they could score Asians. They're not trying to hit up the Mexican chicks. None of that. They want white women. The same ones they talk mad shit about all the time. Oh, you white girls, y'all ain't got no blood. Oh, you white girls are stupid. Oh, you white girls are whatever. But meanwhile, that's all they ever want all the time. We know it. They know it. Everyone freaking knows it. NBA players and all that crap prove it. NFL players prove it. Famous rappers prove it all day, every day. They rap whole songs about white girls. And that's all they think about. That's all that runs through their head 24 hours a day. White women's, you know, and white in general. You know, they want white everything. And they have all white parties, by the way. The thumbnail I used a couple of times ago where it says all white on the thumbnail, all white party. That's from a black party. Blacks throw parties called all white parties where they dress in all white, so that they can look as much like a white person as they possibly can. That's the only thing they can do is wear white clothing. So they put on white people's white clothing, all white, all over. White shoes, white socks, white pants, white shirt, white jacket, white hat. Meanwhile, supposedly white people suck, white this sucks, white that sucks, whitey bad, whitey this, whitey that. But meanwhile, that's all they ever want to do is dress in all white. They want white cars. They want white walls on their tires. They want white clothing. They want white everything, you know? So let's have a look in the chat. Victor Cavum is here, and he said, sell it for fentanyl. Liam Trainer said, the worst is the person who cares about what other people do. Well, again, we won't care about what y'all do ever again. You have my word. We will not give two shits what you do ever again. Once all of you are back in your country where you belong. Where you belong. Let me say it one more time. Where you belong. Once you are where you belong, which is in your own kind's third world country, you will have no beef out of white people whatsoever. And you know that. So that's the whole grift is y'all say, oh, y'all want us to leave. We left. Y'all be hoes. We're like, no, we wouldn't. Please leave. And then you're like, oh, well, And then you come up with the other thing that you said a moment ago. That, what did you say? That we'd still care about what you do or that we do right now. We only do right now because you're in our country where you don't belong. But as soon as, and I'm guessing you are because of the way you've been talking. I'm guessing you're non-white. So, yeah, again, while you're in our country, you're every white person's business. Every single thing you're doing. Any white person has a right to walk up to you and go, hey, what are you doing? You know, and be seriously question you out because it is our business. You're in our country where you don't belong. And so you're suspect at all times, whether you're not causing trouble at the moment or not. We know that y'all could chimp out anytime. And we know that you're opportunists. So any moment you see something laying around that a white person dropped or whatever, you're going to grab it right then and steal it. You're not going to take it to lost and found. You're not going to sit there and look around for the person that might have dropped it and go, hey, excuse me, sorry, you dropped this. That's not wired in y'all's programming. Y'all are designed just like raccoons and giraffes and anything else. You see something, you eat it. You see something, you take it. You see something, you grab it. You see something, mine, mine, mine. That's all you do is consume, consume, destroy, destroy, devour, devour. You don't produce anything. You don't contribute anything to white people's countries. You don't give back to white people. There's no reciprocity. Notice how the blacks are always saying, what's this politician going to do for the blacks? What's this politician going to do for the black community, as they call themselves, right? Well, what's funny is they're telling on themselves every time they say that. What they're doing is they're admitting that the only thing they care about is having more shit done for blacks. And the thing is, that proves that blacks need shit done for them. If blacks didn't need shit done for them, the last thing on their mind would be, what's this politician going to do for blacks? Because blacks would just be out whipping ass and taking names and making money and doing their thing, and there wouldn't be any reason to have these imaginary grifts against white people. And in fact, white people, if blacks were so amazing and white people are just holding them down, like they always say, oh, the white man keeping us down and all this, which they know is BS, but they love to say it. If that was true, they would just be the first plane out of here to amazing, awesome Wakanda, Africa, where white people can't bother them or slow them down or hinder them from their greatness or, throttle back their excellence. And they know, and I know any black listening to this right now is just laughing his ass off in his own mind at me saying those things, because it's laughable and ridiculous. There's no such thing as that. Without whites, 99.999% of blacks that are born would have never been able to pay for the blacks that were born. They wouldn't be able to pay to feed them. They wouldn't be able to care for them. They would all starve to death, or we'd had to have just sent them home. And the only reason blacks survive in a white country is they're given 400 free points on the SAT so that they can graduate school and look sort of like they know how to graduate high school as an 18-year-old. And so they can play ball, which is useless. It does white people no good. Sports are only good for white people when we just use it for exercise and for teaching our kids how to do teamwork and how to work together as a team and how to accomplish a goal as a team, and how to think quick, and make decisions quick and change up their patterns or their process or their plan they had based on circumstances at the moment. And that's all sports was good for. It's a children's activity. It's not meant for grown nogs to spend their whole life on. And all they got to do is try to make it old enough to get out of school, and the white people are going to give me the free grades so that I hopefully can dunk a ball or catch a ball and run with it. And that's their only thing. It's either that or try to be an aspiring rapper. You don't see blacks going, oh, there's no blacks by the thousands going, oh, I'm studying to be an architect. I'm staying up all night every night while everyone's out partying, while everybody's out doing shit and drinking. I'm at home studying on my geometry. I studied all last night on my physics. Tomorrow I'm going to spend all night on my trigonometry, because I got to know all the things in order to be an architect. And so, one night or a few nights in a row, I had to spend working on loads and difference between static and dynamic loads. And there's no such thing as any of that. Blacks are interested in the moment. They want, money, weed, white women's, drive around in the car, blast music, hang out at the Kona stove. I mean, that's the extent, or try to be a rapper or try to be a ball player. That's the extent of black, whatever you want to call it, motivation or plan in the world. And then when they get to an age of 40 something or late 30s, they start realizing, damn, I'm never going to be shit because I didn't study anything. I didn't learn how to do nothing. And so that's when they become Harambe Hebrews, because it gives them this artificial sense of importance. The copium of it gives them this newfound glory in themselves that doesn't exist, but it's after they are taught the secret, as it's called, they figure they can just keep declaring something and keep claiming something, and someday it's just going to be accepted as real. And that's the communism step 2 that the Jays taught them long ago. Tell a lie, repeat it over and over and over again until eventually, generations later, it's accepted as the truth. And so that's what they're hoping for. They're hoping that by following the plan of that stupid book, The Secret, that they will eventually accomplish the goal of making the world believe that they are Harambe Hebrews, you know. And of course, by being Harambe Hebrews, it means that now they don't have to be good at a job or dunk a ball or become an aspiring rapper, because now they have this newfound purpose where they can awaken their people, you know, from their 400 years of slavery. And meanwhile, it's just a grift, you know. And we all know it. They know it. We know it. Everybody knows it. And that's why they're laughed at all the time. Nasir al-Qasim said, Jesus was a Hebrew. He's ancient Jewish. It's in the books. That's the thing, is Jews are not Hebrews and Jews are not Israelites. I'll give you a quote real quick for you to check out on your own, Nassim. And this is not being the combative. I'm giving you a reference for you to check out for your own self. This is the exact quote of line 1, page 3 of the Jewish Almanac, 1980 edition. Strictly speaking, it is incorrect to refer to an ancient Israelite or Hebrew as a Jew, or to call a contemporary, that means modern day, Jew, a Hebrew or an Israelite. So that dumps on the idea that Jews are Hebrews, that dumps on the idea that Jews are Israelites. They are not. And they never were. Jews descend from Esau. Esau was commanded by God and Abraham and Isaac to not go to the land of Canaan to try to take a wife. Instead, he was told to take a wife among his own race. The same thing you're accusing me of being a baddie for, the God of our Bible tells us to do. Stay in our own lane. And instead, what did he do? Not only did he defy God and Abraham and Isaac and go and mate with a Canaanite female, he went and got 2 Canaanite wives. And that's how he created that's how he created the 2 types of Jews that exist today, Sephardic and Ashkenazi. They come from those 2 Canaanite females. Knowing that, go to Matthew 15:22, where a Canaanite, aka Jewish chick, was hollering for the Lord all day. Lord, help me. Lord, help me. He's going around healing white person after white person after white person in the congregation and telling them, hey, just because you're Irish, just because you're German, y'all need to get along. Y'all are brothers, man. We're all one family. And while he's busy doing that all day, healing white person after white person, him and his disciples are completely ignoring the loudest twat in the crowd, which is this Jewish mamzer yenta, hollering, Lord, Lord, please help me. So what do the Jews do, or what do the disciples do about this Jewish chick? They go to Jesus and they said, Jesus, Lord, can you please tell this Jewish chick to go away? She won't shut up. She won't leave us alone. And Jesus' exact answer to them, he didn't even address what she was hollering or bothering him, nothing. His exact answer back to them was, I was sent only for the house of Israel, period, dot. He said it out of his own mouth, that he was only sent by God to save the house of Israel. That's it. And so she said back to him, truth, Lord. This is the only reason. You got to understand, this is the reason she got her wish granted, is because she agreed with him. How many Jews have you ever seen agree with Jesus Christ? How many times do you ever find a Jew agreeing with Jesus Christ anywhere in the New Testament of our Holy Bible? 0, except for this one place, this one time. This Jewish female knew that she had to agree and had to submit to him. Otherwise, she would not get her wish granted to heal her daughter from being possessed by a demon. Christ knew that her and her own activities are probably what caused her daughter to be so degenerate that she ended up being possessed by a demon. So he didn't even want to help her daughter. But at the same time, it doesn't even mention that, but you just know that's what's going on, that Jesus knew, yeah, it's because of you that she's got a demon in her. And so Jesus' reply to her when she said, truth, Lord, first thing he said to her after that is he said, it is not good for me to take from the children's table, meaning the children of Israel's table, to feed the dogs. He called her entire race and her dogs. And the reason why he did so is because he knew she was a Jewish Canaanite. He knew that she was a Jewish chick. She was not part of his fold. And what he was saying by that is he was saying, look, female, it's not good. That means it's bad. It's not good for me to take any 5-second or anything from my wife. Right now, the 5 seconds I'm having to talk to you, I could be healing a white person. That's basically what he was saying. I could be healing one of my people right now instead of listening to your BS that you caused your own daughter. So it's not good for me to take from any children of Israel to feed dogs. That's the polar opposite of cucked hippie, love everyone, Jesus, everyone's welcome into heaven, Jesus, that cucked white Christian churches are teaching their people. And so we're trying to explain to them that Jesus said, I came not to bring peace. I came not to bring peace. That's what Jesus Christ said out of his own mouth. I came not to bring peace, but a sword. Jesus isn't here to be a cucked hippie and kiss 10,000 non-whites' feet a day like the Pope does. Ugh. That makes me want to vomit just thinking about it. So, and that's a humiliation ritual for white people, by the way. You notice that Jews always allow a white guy to put himself as the Pope, as the vicar of Christ. Why? Because that dooms that white man. Okay, he's committing blasphemy the entire time he's the Pope. So it literally puts that white person in doom. And so again, Jews don't mind propping up white people as long as it dooms us. They don't mind allowing the Freemasons to sell their soul to Satan, aka Jewry, and give them lots of power, lots of prominence, or the Pope position, because they know that they're doomed. They sold their soul to Satan, aka Jewry, and they already know that Christ is not going to redeem them now. So they don't care that they gave him power. They don't care, whatever. And also, not only that, the Pope is the humiliation ritual of having Jesus Christ kiss the beasts of the field's feet. And that's what got him his monkeypox. He's, stuck in the hospital with. I mean, think about what Jews named monkeypox. Do you realize why they named monkeypox monkeypox? Because it comes from non-whites. Do you realize why Jews started the story, how the Jews started the story about AIDS and how it got started? From a dude having sex with a monkey. Guess what monkey they're talking about? Why don't you look at what Rabbi so-and-so said last year about the blacks? He called them monkeys publicly in a conference, at a speech in front of thousands of Jews on stage. Or he was on stage in front of thousands of Jews and said the blacks are monkeys. They literally call blacks monkeys. White people don't walk around calling blacks monkeys, but they do. No complaint from the black community. Blacks know for a fact that Jews are who own them. Blacks know for a fact that Jews are who brought them here to own them. Blacks know for a fact that everything that they blame white people for, it was Jews who actually did it using white people's names. But blacks, again, they're not trying to take the Jewish females. The Jewish females, they don't want them. Who would want those? And they don't want to be Jews, even though some of them do claim they're Jews because they just don't know the Bible. But the rest, in reality, they have no interest in ever being Jewish or looking Jewish or any of those things because it's not a white person, and they understand that. So that's why they only envy white people. They only shame white people, knowing that white people are not the ones, that we're not the villains who enslaved them. The Jews were. But they don't care because they know the Jews have given them a green light and the funding to be the villain against white people. And because of their envy of white people, they happily are the villain against white people at all times. They brag about it in all their music. Well, third world noises, whatever you want to call music or whatever. They brag about it all the time. They literally talk about how they're murderers and all this stuff in every song, trying to spook the other blacks into thinking, wow, that black must be hard. He mentioned murder 5 times in his song, It's it's more copium and stuff that they do, to get through their life with, whatever. But again, they wouldn't have to do any of that if they would just go home where they belong. There would be no more having to compete against white people. There would be no more white people to try to grift against. That's why they don't want to leave, by the way, because there would be no more white people to grift, Let's see. Dab 420 said, then why are you... Oh, he's talking to Lim. Okay, I'll move on. Lim said, honestly, you white supremacist nut jobs, what the fuck happened to you? Go outside and make some friends. You'll be a better person for it. I have plenty of friends. Thanks. I don't need any extras. Let's see here. Krypton said, so what ethnicity and color was Jesus on earth? I already told you he's white, blonde hair, blue-eyed white man, and I explained Revelation 14 describes him perfectly. Not in the second coming revelation. You were skirting that. I'm not skirting anything. I'd be glad to explain either one. First of all, we know from Roman writings that, of course, the Jews have declared our conspiracy hoax. but they're Roman writings, actual Roman writings. Two different ones, in fact. And both of them describe Jesus as having blonde hair, blue eyes, and he was a white one. And he looked completely different from the Jews who were surrounding him, who were questioning him, arguing with him, and he was teaching them, trying to explain to them the truth. But of course, it's the same thing as me trying to explain truth to y'all. You don't want to know the truth. You're just here to argue and pester and be annoying like Jews do. And so that's what Jesus was dealing with at the same time. He was dealing with Jews just pestering him, going, oh yeah, well, who should we give this money to, Caesar or God? Because whichever one he answered, they would say, oh, you want to give the money to Caesar? Well, now we get to stone you to death because you didn't want to give it to God. And if he said, give it to God, they would say, oh, we're going to go tell Caesar you don't want to give Caesar his taxes. You know, it was a trick question. So when Christ told him, when Christ answered him, he didn't answer him with an answer. He asked them a question back. He said, whose inscription is on the coins? And they said, Caesar's. And he said, okay, well then you, he didn't say the word you, but that was the implication. You give unto Caesar what's Caesar's, and you give unto God what's God's. He was answering the trick question with a trick answer, meaning that he put it right back on them. That's for you to decide. It's for you to decide what you want to give Caesar, and it's for you to decide what you want to give God. So whatever you give Caesar, it's on you, and whatever you give God, it's on you. That was his answer. And you have all the cucked whites going around going, Jesus said, render unto Caesar what Caesar's, pay your taxes. That's not what Jesus said. In fact, Jesus said in Matthew 15, verse 20, whatever, 26 or whichever, he said it's not good to take from Israel to give to the dogs. Okay, that's what taxes are. Taxes are Jewish theft. It's not good. That means it's bad. Jesus said it's bad to take anything from Israel to give to the Jews. That means taxes are bad. Taxes are unbiblical. Taxes are unlawful. Usury is unlawful. Usury is anti-biblical. And yet, everyone knows the Jews are who created usury. Everyone knows that usury is anti-biblical, and it's literally commanded by our God to not do so. Everyone knows this who's read a Bible. So, let's put two and two together here. The only ones who create usury and use usury at all times, and who literally make their entire living off of just interest, on charging people interest and living off of that. There really is no other race that does that. Usury is a Jewish thing, you know. And so here we have the Bible, all through the Bible, telling us usury is banned. Usury is banned. You can't do usury. Well, gee, who does? The Jews, not white people. So white people obey our law that's written on our heart, and Jews do not, as usual. But that was also God signaling who the enemy was. He's basically saying over and over again, when he's saying, you will not use usury against your own brothers if you loan to them. He was basically singling out or excluding the Jews. He knew that that would completely exclude the Jews. So that shows you right there, anyone who's reading the Bible understands that God is saying over and over again, ban usury and ban anyone who tries to use usury among your people, on your people. That means ban the usurers, and that means ban the Jays. That's what it means. So in no certain terms, God was saying, ban the Jays. You know, if you have a problem with usury, you got to ban the Jays, because usury is banned. So banning usury means you ban the ones who do usury, which is the Jays. It's very straightforward stuff. There's nothing difficult or complicated about it. Erase the Bagel said, why doesn't it say Jesus' hair was yellow? Because we didn't have the word yellow. It wasn't, blonde and yellow were not words back then yet. We didn't come up with those till later. Nasir, same thing with other things. We didn't have the word automobile. We didn't have, cigarette. We didn't have all kinds of things back then, words-wise, in the Bible that exist, Nasir, I'm not saying they existed back then. I'm just saying there are all kinds of words in the modern day, like that one is, that, you wouldn't see back then. Blonde and yellow were just not terms used back then. Nasir Al-Qasim said, he was light copper skin color. Well, he was just sunburnt. That's it. When white people are sunburnt from being outside all day, working in the sun all day, he was a carpenter. He worked outside and working on wood all day. he was sunburnt. And so we turn ruddy red. And after we turn ruddy red and that cooks into our skin, we turn a brass color. And so that is why when you see that Jesus' feet were like burned brass, and blacks go, woo, they see the word burnt and they think, oh man, that means black. Burnt means black. But what they don't realize is there's no such thing as black burnt brass. There's no such thing as dark brown brass. Okay. Burnt brass is brilliant, bright gold. It's almost blonde colored. It's literally like the closest color to blonde. Gold is the color blonde. So it's the closest to that you could imagine. That's what brass is, and that's what a tanned white person is. When you've ever been to a beach and you see a white person who hangs out at the beach constantly, that person is darker skinned because the ruddy redness has cooked in and cooked away, and now they've taken on more sun and more sun and more sun, and wouldn't you know, they're dark as can be for a white person. And everyone knows that. Everyone that's ever been to a beach has seen white people who live at the beach and hang out at the beach every day that are super dark. We even call them leather skins because that's what they look like to us. Liam Trainer said, taking exception to someone living their life is not acceptable. However, if someone is actively trying to shut down other people's lives, then they must be stopped. Correct. You and I agree on this. That is what the Jews are up to. The Jews are trying to destroy white people's lives, and not only white people's lives, by the way, they're trying to destroy all of your lives, because once they conquer white people, again, they plan on destroying your lives from then on forever. From then on, they plan on every one of you being owned. And I'm not talking about you still live in your house and drive your car, like the cucks call it, debts or wage slaves. No, there won't be you with the house and big rims and a system and a girl, white girl, and none of that anymore. All that's over with. Once Jews conquer white people, it's completely over with for you. It's totally curtains for all of you non-whites. Jews openly, read the book, man, read their books. You don't have to believe me. I'm telling you, I'm inviting you, I'm encouraging you to go read their own books, where as soon as they eliminate white people, they plan on openly, physically owning 2,800 of you each, for every male, female, boy, and girl alive at that time who's a Jew. Every single one of them. A little girl Jew, 8 years old. Once that time happens, that little 8-year-old girl will own 2,800 non-white slaves, and some adult J will maintain them and moderate them and whatever until she's old enough to rule over them herself as an adult. But it's coming, and that's exactly what they plan. And they write it in all of their books. So you don't need to believe me. You don't have to freaking accuse me of anything. All you have to do is go read the Jewish books about it. Dab 420 said, sounds fairly gay. Liam Trainer said, grow up, bud. Dab 420 said, Liam can't live by his own gay words. I'm let y'all go back and forth. Nasir Al-Qasim said, the paintings of Jesus depict him as a late European king, which was false since he was a Hebrew. Well, again, white people are the Hebrews, okay? Again, Jews can only imitate and emulate white people, okay? They cannot emulate and imitate Arabs. They can't imposter as Asians. They can't imposter as blacks. They can't imposter as anything but white people. And that's all they ever imposter themselves as. So, we know Jews are imposter Israelites, and we know Jews are imposter white people. The only people they can imposter are white people or Israelites. Put two and two together. That means the only people who are Israelites are the only people they imitate in order to try to be pretending that they are Israelites. White people. If blacks were Israelites, Jews could never imitate them. Jews could never steal their identity, just like blacks try to claim that we stole their Hebrew identity, we stole their Israelite identity. That's impossible because we look nothing like them. There's never a time where a white person can go into a black community and be like, hey, I'm actually the blackest black around here, and I actually should rule over y'all. And then over time, you get rid of all those blacks, and it's just me and my white peeps from then on, and then we just call ourselves the Israelites. No, that's not how it works. The only way that Jays ever managed to pretend to be Israelites is because they look close enough like white people that they can imitate white people and dupe other white people into thinking they are white people. And this is what allows Jews to do the impostoring as either a white person or an Israelite, whichever whichever imposturing benefits them in that instant moment. And they'll toggle from white person to pretending to be an Israelite to pretending to be a white person, sometimes 20 times in a day, if 20 times the circumstance comes up for them to claim one ethnicity or another to get their way in some, situation. So again, they cannot imitate anyone but white people or Israelites. The reason why is because white people are the Israelites. There is no other reason why. So let's see. TDF Media said, "What's your credit score?" It's not great. It's like 704. I think it was the last time I saw it, about 704. So it's not as good as it could be, but that's because I don't live on credit. So my credit doesn't stay all the way at the top because you have to have credit and then be actively paying it all the time in order to have it that high. I just don't really use credit much. I have some credit and I have a little bit of stuff, but I don't use it to buy things and stay in debt on the credit. And that's what you have to do to climb all the way to the highest point of excellence. And I'm not concerned with that. I already own everything I need to own. I'm not wishing to have there's no thing out there in the world that I desire. I literally have everything I need already. I have multiple cars, have a great place to live, I have a lot of land. I literally have everything I need. So I have no need for anything new that would require me to go put myself in debt, which would make my credit score go up higher. Let's see here. Dab 420 said, "Liam is currently blaming us for his problems, then projects the same thing back." It's totally true. He said projects this hard, but that's exactly what he's doing. He's accusing us of exactly what he's sitting there doing in the chat. So, and that's what's funny is that's why Christ called y'all hypocrites, because that's literally all you do. You just shame whitey, then turn around and say race doesn't matter, race is fake, blah, blah, blah. And then you don't see color, and then, oh, white people bad, all over again. It's literally just, and then, accuse us of blaming y'all for our problems when literally y'all are here spending 4 hours blaming us for your problems, trying to run cover for your non-white kind. Liam Trainer said, "Yeah, man, I'm actively saying all of you here are ruining my life." All right, well, you could be somewhere else right now, Dab 420 said, Africa or whatever country your non-white race rules over. Dab 420 said, "When Liam turns 16, it might start to make sense to his gay brain." I doubt it. I wouldn't put much hope in that. So go ahead and keep breathing. No need to hold your breath. Non-whites are all about their copium. Nasir Al-Qasim said, "Where did you get all this knowledge? Who was your teacher? I want to listen to them." Well, the Bible. All you have to do is read the Bible. All you have to do is read Revelation 1:14. "His head and hair are white like wool. His eyes are the color of a fiery flame," or a flame of fire, whichever version of the Bible you happen to have to read. If you look up on another tab on Google right now, if you would like, type in hottest color of flame. Hottest color of flame. Or you can put hottest color of fire. Hottest color of fire. See what it gives you. That's the color of Jesus Christ's eyes. All right. That excludes all non-whites from being Jesus Christ, or Jesus Christ being a non-white. He has blue eyes. He has a white head. He has white hair, which means, and remember, he died at 33. All right. He gave his life at 33. He was not 80 years old with white hair, elderly person, white hair. That's not what it was. His hair is so bright blonde, it's angel bright blonde. Just like when you see a brand new blonde baby be born, their hair is white. Their hair is so blonde, it's white. And only over time does their hair become more yellowish colored, more golden color, as the blacks call it, melanin is developed in the hair follicles or in the hair itself. All right. By the way, melanin is only in the epidermis. And meanwhile, blacks teach that it's all in them from all through their bones, and they have trillions of cells of it, and that it's worth $50 a gram or $500 a gram. Oh my gosh. Anyhow, but when a baby blonde is born, their hair is very, very bright white. So what's happening is when Christ returns, he's in the prime of his existence. He's going to be in the prime of his appearance. And there's no need for golden hair when the whole brightness of him, in other words, even if he had golden yellow hair when he returns, the whiteness, the brightness of his appearance is going to be so white that everything you see when you look at him is white. His head, his hair, his garment, everything is white. You know, look up, and I mentioned this earlier in case you weren't here, look up on Google right now on another tab, what does the color white represent in the Holy Bible? Then, after you read that it represents the salvation of Jesus Christ and that it represents righteousness, pureness, and holiness, then do that same question, but remove that color and put brown. Then remove that and see what the answer is. See what the answer is it gives you. Then remove that color and put black and see what the answer is that it gives you then. And I promise you that brown and black will not be positive attributes. Only white. And white is the literal pinnacle of all of the Holy Bible, is to be saved by Jesus Christ. The salvation of Jesus Christ is the ultimate crux, the climax of the Holy Bible. And what color represents it? White. Because that's who he's coming to save. That's who he's coming to harvest. And that's why whitey bad and white man devil and all the things you ever hear, that's why you hear those things, because it comes from Jews who are envious and angry that they are not going to be saved. Read the book of Obadiah. That is where God himself, it's only 1 page long. It should be easy for any non-white to read. 1 page long book, the book of Obadiah. God himself, not someone else, God himself declares what his plan is for the Jays. And he calls them Esau, Edom in Obadiah, because that's who they come from. Go read Obadiah and you will see for yourself what Jews already know is coming for them. And that's why they want to drag as many white people down as possible to ruin as much of Jesus Christ's harvest as possible. Nancy W. doesn't know anything about the Bible, said Jesus definitely brown. Revelation 1:14 utterly dumps on your belief of that. Liam Trainer said, I'm so scared to take accountability for myself that I'd rather just cower away and blame people that don't look like me. Has nothing to do with accountability. I haven't done anything to be accountable to anybody about anything. All right, I haven't committed any crime. I'm the one trying to get the criminals out of our country. Non-whites in our country are criminals for being here. They're invaders. They're parasites on our land, and they need to leave. They're living off white people, and that's what Jesus Christ said it's not good to do. It's not good to take from white people to give to the dogs. So that's that. Nasir Al-Qasim said, this guy's ignorance is the death of him, I swear. Well, I've been nice in answering your questions all night, so I don't know why you're suddenly upset with me. And by the way, if you were in your own country, I have no issue with you. If you're in an Arab country and you're Arab, I have no problem with you. If you're in Indian, you're an Indian country, I have no problem with you. I have zero interest in what you're up to, and I have zero concern for whatever you do to your kind over there on your own soil. And I have no interest in bossing you all around once we finally take control of our countries again. I don't mind that Trump is bossing other countries around right now because we don't have control of our country yet. Once we do restore control of our country from the Jews, I'm going to insist that all white people leave the non-white countries the hell alone and that we don't give you any input or boss you around or anything once we have full control of our places again. And so I don't see how you non-whites can't see that I'm actually more so on your side than you would actually, of course you all think I'm the total enemy, but actually I don't want any of you to perish. I want all of you to enjoy your life, not having to compare yourselves against white people. And you would be exactly that way if you just live in your own country again. That's it. That solves all your anti-white problems. Living in your own country fixes all of your anti-white problems in a flash. Hugo the Pork Eater said, oh, I'll skip that one because I'm not trying to create turmoil. I'm just trying to give facts. But I still appreciate you, Hugo Pork Eater, and I'll read your comments most of the time, always, as usual. Liam Trainer said, yeah, man, ask the barber for the Sonic trim. Okay, I guess he's talking about the blue hair thing that Homeboy said about him. Nancy, again, who doesn't know anything about the Bible, said this guy knows everything. No, but I know a lot of things, and apparently you don't know hardly anything, so that doesn't mean I know everything. That just means you know practically nothing. And so when you compare someone who knows a lot of things to someone who knows practically nothing, it does appear as though the person who knows a lot of things knows everything compared to the person who knows absolutely nothing almost. Dab 420 said, Liam's got to go fast. Maddie Jew said white people aren't even white. Yeah, we hear that all the time from the non-whites whenever they want to, whenever they're finished shaming, quote, white people, and whenever they're finished blaming, quote, white people, then all of a sudden they turn around when we try to stand up for ourselves and go, oh, white's not even a thing. After you literally spend all your lives blaming white people and you're literally on a pro-white stream for 5 hours talking shit to white people who are pro-white. So you're just proving your own self to be a hypocrite and a liar and, dishonest with your own self. Donald Kinsella said, nah, Christ was not white. Yeah, said no Revelation 1:14 ever. Liam Trainer said, Christ says, love thy neighbor. Why would he come and save you? Because I'm a white person born in the colors of Jesus Christ. That's why he's coming to save me. Maddie Jew said, whites turn red in the sun, dude. Exactly, but dumbass, we don't stay red. The red cooks away and we turn brown. Not brown, but like tan. That's what it's called. It's literally called tan, and tan doesn't mean red. Tan means tan. Red means sunburnt. And then when it cooks into our skin, and then when we keep getting more sun on top of the sunburn and on top of that, and on top of the ruddiness, eventually we become tan. So we don't look ruddy red anymore. We look what's called leather skin, which is what we call those beach bums of white people that live at the beach 24/7 and they're always outside every single day. They're completely tan covered all over. They're not ruddy red anymore because they're burnt beyond sunburnt color. But we do turn red, of course, and that is what Adam does. Adam turns red. He shows blood in the face. That's blushing. But then the other thing is we turn red. And if you look in the Song of Solomon, you'll see another place where blacks try to claim that blacks was part of the Bible, is where one of the females in Song of Solomon says, don't look upon me because I am black. I've had to work out in the vineyards and wasn't able to I've had to take care of my sister's vineyards out or I have to help my sisters take care of their vineyards outside, working outside, she means, while I didn't tend to my own, meaning I didn't keep myself covered up. And so the sun cooked me more and more and more. And now I don't look white and I don't look ruddy. I look like a leather skin. And anytime white people are down and out or filthy or downtrodden, we call ourselves black. We used to call ourselves that anytime we were in a terrible condition or a filthy condition. We still do that to this day, and I've explained that before in other streams or other videos. If, a white person's outside working on the car all day and his wife gets dinner ready and he comes inside and he goes to help her with the dishes to put them on the tables without washing his hands, she goes, ooh, don't put your dirty black hands all over these dishes. They're clean. Wash all that off your hands. Your hands are solid black. If a white person comes in, he's been working out all day, he's got stuff all over his face, all over his clothes. His wife will be like, ooh, get all them clothes off and get you a shower. You're black from head to toe. So white people have been calling ourselves black anytime we are filthy or downtrodden for generations, eons of time. And so when blacks see that part, they go, ooh, we was people in the Bible. But really, it has nothing to do with blacks. It's just white people using our typical common expression that we use about ourselves whenever we are filthy or downtrodden. She was telling them, don't look upon her because she's black. Why would she say that if all the Israelites are black? She would never say that. She'd be like, woohoo, I'm black just like all the Israelites, woohoo. Instead, she's like, don't look at me because I'm over sunburnt. That's what she was saying. I've cooked myself so hard out in the sun because I didn't keep covered up while I was outside tending to my sister's vineyards. Real easy stuff to understand. When you're a white person, you can comprehend the white man's religion. If you aren't white, you read the white man's Holy Bible and it doesn't make sense to you because it's not meant for you to understand. God literally wrote in the Bible that the Bible is written to confound anyone but the Israelites from reading it. Liam Trainer said, tell you what isn't bright, your stream, pal. Show your face if you're not scared. Again, stupid fuck. I can't show my face because of the Jews, dumbass. Deb 420 said, Christ. No, Dab, not Deb. Sorry, I'm used to saying Deb of Christ. Dab 420 said, Christ performed a lot of miracles. Maybe he was born brown, then made himself white to stick out. No, unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. White people don't really do that. White people don't go from brown to white. And if that was the case, blacks would be turning white as fast as they could, like hotcakes. They would never go outside. If they did, they'd cover themselves in a garbage bag. Maddie Jew said, Liam, this guy doesn't care. Correct. Nasir Al Qasim, everyone, we got to pray for this guy. I mean, non-white, y'all can pray for me if you want. I mean, God isn't going to care about your prayers, but you're welcome to if you like. I appreciate it. Donnell Kinsella said, it takes every color of the spectrum to make white. Every color. Well, cool. That works in light, but guess what it doesn't work in? Paint. Try to take every color of paint and mix them together and see what color you get. Liam Trainer said, I know Maddie, but this is cathartic. Maddie Jew said, I'm not praying. Prayer is defeat. Yeah, prayer is defeat for Jews. Rabbi said, Dab 420 should take a DNA test. Maybe he has some Jew in him. Liam Trainer said, bet this guy sleeps with the light on because he's scared of the dark. Yeah, because that's totally what I sound like, as someone that's scared of the dark. Okay. Again, all these like non-arguments, you know what I mean? That's literally all you have. All you're doing is proving me right over and over and over and over again. So if you want to keep proving me right, that's fine with me. I mean, no sweat off my back. Nancy W. said, this stay white guy has a lot of theories. I don't go by theories, dear. Sorry. Every single thing I've said in the stream tonight, I have offered and invited and encouraged every one of you to start a new Google tab right now in real time and type. And I told you exactly what to type. And Google will tell you right there on the spot exactly what I told you already. And I've encouraged and welcomed that all night long with every statement I make, practically. Dab 420 said, I know if I was Jewish, I'd be a banker by now. Yeah, perhaps, or a person in media, the MSM, which all the conservatives call the enemy of the people, but then they don't acknowledge that, oh, Jews own all the MSM. Weird. Rabbi said, honestly, the babbling is amusing to me. Good, I'm glad you're entertained. Liam Trainer said, instead, you're a wanker, Dab. Okay, well, anyway. Dab 420 said, one comment gets us 10 minutes of content. Best stream. Nasir Al Qasim, it's funny, but it hurts my head. Good. I hope it hurts more and more every moment. Nancy W said, stay white, always right. Correct. I like that. That's a good point. Liam Trainer said, yes, Nasser, it hurts my soul. You don't have a soul. Hearing the poison this guy is spouting. Dab 420 said, expand your mind. Read Mein Kampf. I already have. Pretty nice book. Liam Trainer said, but it's good to be aware of the nut jobs in the world. Yes, it is. And we're going to remove all of you from our country soon, and we'll be back to a nice, normal, peaceful, happy, white Christian fascist country, like it was started. Malcolm Tex said, you guys aren't white, though. Europeans are pink. Cool story, man. Remind all the non-whites of that when they grift white people every day and blame white people every day on every video. Liam Trainer said, Jesus wept. Dab, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know what that's about. Nasir Asim, or Al Qasim said, very true. Malcolm Tex said, peach at best. Let's see here. Again, you're welcome to get on Google right now and type, what does the color white represent in the Holy Bible? And after you're done reading that it represents the salvation of Jesus Christ, righteousness, purity, wholesomeness, holiness, then remove the word white and put brown there and see what result you get. And then remove the word brown and put black there and see what result you get. No need to believe me. I'm giving you the references to go look up for yourself. Rabbi said, it's entertaining though. Good. I'm glad you're entertained as well. Nasir Al Qasim said, Europeans are gray. Wow. Okay. And footballs are purple, I guess. Donnell Kinsella said, I want the guy who created all, not the scammer who claims to have created just white people. Your sentence doesn't really make any sense. Malcolm Tex said grayish pink. Okay, cool. Dab 420 said Europeans will be brown by 2050. Well, they wouldn't be Europeans. They'd just be a bunch of worthless mongrels. called abominations all through our Bible, which means they're not going to be saved by Jesus Christ. Abomination means not redeemable. Christ is the redeemer of white people. And so any white person who does have a mongrel, the mongrel will not be saved, and the white person is not supposed to be saved either. Malcolm Tex said, these letters are white. Correct. The letters in the stream are white. So all of you should be hating every letter. So you shouldn't even want to type anything to me, because after all, you're having to put white on the screen. I'm sitting here being cool and giving you a whole black screen. That's a pro black screen here I'm giving you for 5.5 hours, 6 hours now. And all you can do is get mad because of a little bit of pro white action. You're typing all your complaints in white letters while I have a pro black screen on. Donald Kinsella said, Christ is camera shy. Appearances end with the advent of the camera. Well, funny enough, Jesus Christ fled the Jews pretty regularly. He would argue with them sometimes, and then when they sought to kill him here and there, he would flee them. You can read that in the New Testament. And so that's the same thing I have to do. Anytime they're after us, they would, of course, come after anyone like me who is preaching the truth. So, boom, you have to dip out on me. That's all. Matty Jew said, basically, this guy is a representation of whites taking the culture of brown people and LARPing as them. Well, if you want to call Jews browns, you're welcome to go to any synagogue and call Jews brown people. I would love to see you do that. In fact, I would love to go with you and watch their reaction. And I wouldn't even be filming you. I'd be filming their reaction, because I would love to see the look on their face when non-whites call them brown people. That would be amazing. That would just make my day, actually. And what else did he say? Abrahamic were from the Middle East, and there are a lot of brown people there. Yes, now. White people left there. That's why white people aren't there anymore. Guess what? Detroit used to be an all-white city. Guess what? Washington, D.C. used to be an all-white city. Guess what? Portland used to be an all-white city. Guess what? Compton used to be an all-white city. Guess what? Harlem used to be an all-white city. Guess what? Everywhere that's black used to be a glorious, peaceful, all-white neighborhood. But you wouldn't know it looking at any of them now. Does that mean white people were never living there? No, dumb fucks. It means white people left there, and what happens? White people build, and another comes and inhabits. White people build, we move out, another kind comes and inhabits. And we know that y'all won't be saved in the new earth with us. You won't be in the new earth with us, because it says in Isaiah 66:23, when he sees the new earth be created for us and the new heavens be created over white people for us, that we will build and another shall not inhabit. That means there's no possibility for any non-white to ever come into our neighborhood, ruin our neighborhood, make white people want to start moving out, and the next thing you know, all the non-whites move into the once glorious white neighborhood to enjoy white people's houses we built, enjoy white people's running water we installed in our homes, enjoy white people's sewer system we installed in our homes, enjoy white people's electricity we ran to our houses, enjoy white people's technology of building the house that we used. And so it's a huge upgrade from a mud hut, you know what I mean? So of course, everywhere white people live, the non-whites want to invade. They want to inhabit where we build. And then once they start inhabiting that area, we leave it. It's called white flight. Everyone knows about it. And then all the rest of the non-whites of their kind move in, and then the neighborhood is ruined from then on. We know the same pattern everywhere. Look at DC, Baltimore, Chicago, Detroit. It doesn't matter where you pick. Harlem, Compton. Liam Trainer. Now, let's see here. Moving on to the next one. And the next one, let's see. Matty Jew said, Christianity isn't real, y'all. Cool stuff, man. Nasir Al-Qasim said, yes, especially the Jews back then. Matty Jew said, most Abrahamic faiths were made for control and suppression. Well, Jews have nothing to do with Abrahamic faith. They are of Abraham, but they are mongrels, so they don't even get to claim Abrahamic status. What you don't know about white people and the Holy Bible and God's Word and God's rules are that once a white person mates with a non-white of any kind, that mongrel does not get to enjoy or carry any status from white people at all. So in other words, if a Judahite went out and mated with a black, When that mongrel is born from that Judahite and that black mating, that mongrel is not a Judahite. He is not an Abrahamic seed. He is a mongrel. He's an abomination. He's something that Christ will not be coming to save. Let's see here. Liam Trainer said, yeah, good. Yeah, God definitely created you to sit and ramble at your phone. Cool beans. Let's see here. Nancy W. said, hey, buddy, did you know the color of grass is blue? It says it in the Bible. And chickens were once dinosaurs. No, dinosaurs are Jewish fiction. That's just more Jewish lies you believe. Titus 1:14 tells you pay no attention to Jewish lies. But since you don't know anything about the Bible, you didn't know about Titus 1:14's instruction, and therefore you believe in trillions of years and aliens and outer space and dinosaurs and evolution and all the imaginary Jewish fiction. Maddie Jew said, Islam is especially evil. Hey, looky there. We both agree on one. But Islam was created by the Jews, by the way, just so you know. And you can look that up. It's true, and there are plenty of references that will admit so. Donald Kinsella said, I'm white. Christ looks Latino to me. Yeah. Maddie Jew said, lots of Islamists marry kids. Same with Christians and Jews, but it's really bad in Islam. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And yet another one we can agree on. Dab 420 said, Christ dabbed for our grins. Donald Kinsella said, boycott white Christ, shun Israel. Well, your sentence is kind of contradictory there, because if you're shunning Israel, well, Israel means white people, but if you're shunning the Jews who are in the land Palestine that they're calling Israel, then that would be the opposite of boycotting Christ. White Christ absolutely hates the Jews and calls them all the things I listed earlier: dogs, wolves, thieves, liars, hypocrites, vipers, children of the serpent, the synagogue of Satan. Told them their father is the devil, their father was a murderer from the beginning, and they are the children of the devil, and that they are not of his fold, meaning they are not of his ethnicity. Racists always love to bring up race science. Well, yeah, white people have different skeletal structure, different skull shape, different nose shapes, 12 different hair and eye color combinations. We can blush. We have different body density than non-whites. We have different blood types than the non-whites do. And so that's why a mongrel cannot have a tissue transplant of any kind, an organ transplant, because a mongrel cannot have a perfect match. Even if another mongrel, let's say it's a half black, half white, well, another half white, half black mongrel cannot donate an organ to that other half black, half white mongrel. Why? Because all mongrels are their own hybrid. They don't have a definitive thing that can be transplanted into another without it being rejected by the other's body immediately as a foreign alien thing, just like white people are supposed to do when we have something in us that doesn't belong with us. We're supposed to reject it, just like the body does. The body of Christ, the body of white people, should be rejecting the non-white parasite from our country. Let's see here. Dragon King said, is this Kanye? No, Kanye is just one of the Jay's minions who allegedly has defected on them. He's nothing but part of the problem, part of the Jews' bioweapons of mass destruction cast upon white countries. Rabbi said, yes, Jesus was brought to white people only. Correct. Matthew 15:24. Said so out of his own mouth. Pretty sure he knows who he came to save. Liam Trainer said, Catholic priests are notorious diddlers. Correct, because they are a member of a Jewish church and they have sold their soul to Jewry, sold their soul to Satan to be obeyers of Jewry. And that's the first thing that Jewry introduces to them is Nidda 44B activities. Hitch Slapped said, what makes you think Jesus would even love us? Well, he doesn't unless you're white. And the only reason he would love you if you're white is if you follow him. If you don't, well, Christ said in another part of the Bible that anybody who doesn't want to follow him, bring them to him and he'll slay them. Or actually, he told them, bring them to me and slay them before me. Liam Trainer said Jesus would despise this guy. Quite the contrary. Jesus said, I came not to bring peace. That means he didn't come to bring peace, but a sword. That means he's coming as a warrior to conquer and to kill who are all in his way. Dab 420 said, Kanye has a diamond encrusted swastika. Don't care. I mean, he can be a fan of Germans if he wants. He could be a fan of good fortune. That's all the swastika means, is good fortune. And so he can be a fan of that if he wants, but it's irrelevant to white people or our identity. Maddie Jew said, tell me how or why the fuck a blonde, blue-eyed person would want to be in the sweltering Middle East where sun would burn their skin. Well, why would people want to be in the freezing freaking cold where we die in 2 seconds if we're outside without 5 layers of clothes on? For the same reason we used to live in the freaking desert. Okay? White people have lived all over the world. We used to live in the Middle East. We moved out of the Middle East, and now we live in Europe, and we live in America, and we live in Russia, and we live in Australia. It's hot as balls in Australia. Have you not seen the desert in Australia? Have you not seen the deserts in New Zealand? You realize those are white countries, right? You realize we have a massive desert here in the United States of America, and only white people live out there. No Arabs live out there in Sahara or in the desert over in the west side of our country. Only white people live out there. In fact, you could drive all over the desert out there. You won't find any non-whites anywhere. You definitely won't find any Arabs. You definitely won't find any blacks. So much for them wandering around in the desert because they're made for it. Let's see here. Dab 420 said Jesus would call this guy and Kanye both based as fuck. Well, Jesus wouldn't call Kanye anything because he's irrelevant, but yes, he would call me based as fuck. Liam Trainer said, premium fascism. Correct. That is exactly what this channel offers. Premium fascism. Top shelf fascism. Which, by the way, since none of you know what fascism means, if you weren't in the chat earlier when I explained plain as day what fascism means, all fascism means is whatever the rules of your God, of your religion are, that is the rules of your government. That's what fascism is. And that's what America started off as. That's why we have a Roman fascia on either side of the Speaker of the House's seat in House of Representatives. It's on purpose that way because we are the Romans. Romans are white people. All right, fascism is what keeps white people together as a strong, solidified unit. And so with fascism, Jews can't be in our government. Jews can't boss white people around. That's why Jews had to create anti-fascist, Antifa, because they had to create a way to dupe white people into hating their own selves and hating the idea of fascism so that later on, when it becomes revealed that fascism is actually the proper Christian way that our country is supposed to operate, their ego is going to jump in the way and go, I've already been calling my enemy leftist, green-haired cucktards fascists for the last 5, 7, 8, 10 years. I'm not going to acknowledge now that fascism was actually right all along. So that's the problem with fascism with them, or their problem with it is they would have to, they'd have to set their ego aside and accept that they were wrong about fascism all this time and that fascism was actually the answer to saving white people's countries from ever being cucked away to non-whites. Dragon King said, what about white voodoo? There is no such thing as white voodoo. Maddie Jew said, racism and anti-Semitism is a sign of mental illness or demon possession. Well, first of all, Jews are not Semitic. Again, they are mongrels, so they don't get to have any status of Semite or Abrahamic or Adamites or anything. They never had it. It's not like Jews had it and they lost it. They were never ever Semitic. They were never ever Hebrews. That's why it says in their very first line of the Jewish encyclopedia, strictly speaking, it is incorrect to refer to an ancient Hebrew or Israelite as a Jew. And you can just stop the sentence right there. But it keeps going and says, or to call a Jew a Hebrew or an Israelite. That's the end of the sentence. So it's being very clear. It said it one direction, then it started from the Jew and went the other direction, just to double down and confirm with you that that's exactly what it means. Jews are not Hebrews. Jews are not Israelites. Why? Because they're mongrels. And mongrels cannot enjoy the status of any type of white thing, whether it's Abrahamic, Adamic, Israelite, You can't be any of it. You can't be a Jacobite. You can't be any of the things that have to do with white people anywhere in our Holy Bible if you're a mongrel. It's just impossible. Let's see, I'm going to skip Dad 420's things. He's mentioning Nog again. Matty Jew said, Jesus is practically this guy's voodoo doll. Well, that's a dumb comment, but okay. Donal Kinsella said, racist Christ, segregating the races. Yeah, remember the Tower of Babel story where God split all the races up and segregated them apart, and he wanted them so segregated that he confounded their languages where they could no longer speak the same language and understand each other, so that they would be discouraged to live around each other in multi-culti hellhole, third worldism, so they all scatter different directions, exactly the way God intended, full segregation. God put non-whites entire continents away from us so that we wouldn't have to put up with them unless God decided to use them as weapons against us when we disobey. Dragon King said, but Jesus was black. Yes, we've heard y'all's copium of that many times. And matter of fact, I've been in black churches before, and I've seen the black Jesus they put on the wall with the long flowing white people black hair. It's so funny. Liam Trainer said, this guy has a Jewish waifu pillow that looks like Plasterer's radio. Heck yeah, man. I got a pillow and I jizz on it, man. Wow. So awesome, dude. Super argument. Donal Kinsella said, Christ is Latina. Deport him. I would if he was Latina, but he's not. So thankfully we're good. Dad 420 said, I nut for Jesus. Well, good for you. Rabbi said, yeah, he's finally starting to make some sense. Christianity was brought for white people. Yeah, it was. I don't know. I guess maybe you're agreeing with me, but good for you if you are. Liam Trainer said, Jesus was a Jew and preached love, yet you only feel hate. False. Jesus said, I came not to bring peace, but a sword. He also says in another part that he came to drive the mother from the daughter, the father from the son. He also crafted a whip, a very deadly type of whip that has painful little ends on the cattails. And he stormed into the church and violently attacked the Jays and flipped over all their exchange and merchants tables. And he also told that Jewish female that she was a dog and that it's not good for him to take anything from Israel to give to her or her kind. He also said in another part, bring the other believers before me and slay them before me. None of that's cucked happy hippie Jesus. Maddie Jew said, this guy is mentally ill and might shoot up a Walmart. Here we go again with the shoot up. Man, who gives a shit about your stupid accusations? None of that shit means anything. Dab 420 said, take Christ's body in my mouth. Okay, another stupid one. Donal Kinsella said, I'm calling for tariffs on Christ. Let's see here. Dragon King said, you need to get on a live stream with Kanye. You guys would make a banger podcast. No, I have no interest in being on a podcast with any non-white. They have nothing to do with Christianity. They have nothing to do with white people. And it doesn't matter that one of the Jay's minions has decided to speak out against the Jays. It means nothing to me. He spent his whole life and made his whole fortune off of Jay. So if you really think he's anti-Jay, you're a fool, because literally all his entire fortune came from Jays. And all of his lyrics came from Jays too, by the way. Liam Trainer said, if Jesus has his second coming in the U.S., he's definitely getting deported. Well, there won't be a second coming. There will only be the first arrival. Rabbi said, and Islam was for Arabs, etc. Nancy said, this guy secretly thinks blacks are sexy. They're not people, but blacks are sexy. False. Matty Jew said, Louis Farrakhan is a loser, bro. Well, he understood the Bible better than you did when he read it, so what's that say about you? Dab 420 said, for real, we need more Kanye content. Well, go to a Nog channel right now. I welcome you to, no problem. Nasser Al-Qasim said, Kanye is going with Diddy now. Donal Kinsella said, Christ dyed his hair ginger. He was a transginger. Heard that one before. You must have wrote that on the fly. Liam Trainer said, yeah, man, their dried up mummified skin was white as snow. Well, it's not about their skin, doofus. The skin deteriorates into losing its pigment. But the hair does not, nor do the nails, nor do the teeth. And everyone that's ever worked on ancient bodies understands this. And so when you look at any of the pharaohs, go ahead and admire their flowing blonde hair or their flowing red hair. Matty Jew said, there are Nubian mummies. What the fuck is this dude talking about? False. There are no Nubian mummies whatsoever. Every mummy that's ever been extracted and exhumed from Egypt or Israel has always been a white person with white people skeletal structure, white people nose, white people hair. Literally, you can get, and I already explained this earlier, you can get on Google right now on another tab, and you can put in quotes, over 1 million bodies discovered in Egypt. Click on that, and then when you discover that the top two are Haaretz and the Times of Israel, sometimes the Times of Israel is a couple more down, click on either one and you'll read farther down in about the 8th paragraph. It says, bizarrely, the bodies seem to be buried, arranged by hair color, with blondes in some sections, redheads in other sections, and brunettes in others. No mention of blacks anywhere because there's no blacks ever found anywhere in Egypt or Israel. Nice copium try, though. Matty Jew said all Abrahamic religions are evil. Well, the Jews' religion is evil. True Christianity isn't. Doc Holliday, never seen a black mummy. Fuck out of here. That's exactly right. There are no black mummies. There's one, and they found her somewhere like in Nigeria, absolutely nowhere near Egypt or Israel whatsoever. Donald Kinsella said, wrong. Ethiopians are interred in the pyramids. Anyway, Liam Trainer said, facts, Donald, pyramids are all over the globe. Well, there is no globe, and blacks aren't really depicted that way. See, the thing you all misunderstand about Egyptology and the thing you misunderstand about hieroglyphics is that, again, blacks, when you see depictions of a black figure, it means they are a servant. That's what it means. It doesn't mean they're blacks. It means they're a servant. And servants did not get to have the status of being painted as a white person. All right. So even if, let's just pretend though, let's pretend along with your copium that somehow there's been a black found, an ancient black, one somewhere in Egypt, which never has been, but let's just pretend that. If that were the case, it wouldn't be a pharaoh, it'd be a servant. And it's not abnormal for there to be 4 or 5 blacks that somehow got sold to the Egyptians or whatever because Arabs were toting them around and selling them, or because Jews are running around selling them. They've been selling blacks for the last 5,000 years. They still are to this day. And blacks, of course, have no problem with it because, after all, it's not white people doing it. So there's no point in them bothering the Arabs because they don't want to be Arabs, and they can't grift Arabs. They can only grift white people, and they only want to be white people. So they don't care that Arabs right now have 2 million blacks enslaved in Arab countries. Doesn't bother them a bit. There's no BLM riots in the streets demanding that blacks be freed from all the Arabs over there. Nope, none of that. There are plenty of black slaves in Africa that are slaves right now to blacks. No concern there, no problem with that. And of course, I wouldn't expect you to have a problem with that one, since it would be black leaders ruling over the black slaves. But y'all should have a problem with it because those black leaders sold y'all as considered the rejects of your village. Remember, any black that made it to America is because their own black village that they lived in deduced that they were the weakest link, the crappiest, most burdensome load on their village. See, Matty Jew said Judaism equals with biting babies and marrying little girls. Christians equals with genocides, creepy priests, racism, and slavery. And Islam with child marriage, slavery, grape, and terrorism. Hey, 2 out of 3 got ain't bad, huh? Matty Jew said, fuck racism and fuck generational curses. Well, sorry about your luck. I mean, facts exist whether you don't like them or not. I mean, I say fuck traffic when I'm sitting in it, but it's still there. Nancy W. said, I hope he keeps talking for hours on end. Well, I can, believe you that. I've done it before. I can do it again. Donald Kinsella said, all the pyramid walls depict images of black Ethiopians and Somalians. Cool story, bro. Doc Holliday said, whites are obviously dominant. All others flock to our civilization. Correct. There is no such thing as millions of whites flocking to some non-white country to live off their technology they've come up with and to live off their establishments they've founded and built. No such thing as any of that. And every non-white understands that. Every non-white knows they don't belong in our country. Every non-white knows that millions of their own kind come to our white countries because their country sucks. And remember, their country sucks because it's inhabited by that kind, by their own kind. All right. The country doesn't suck because it doesn't have enough trees. The country doesn't suck. But remember, keep in mind, white people can move to the desert. All right. And we will turn it into a metropolis with running water and fountains everywhere and trees planted everywhere and skyscrapers and cities, highways, freeways, everything. We can turn a total desert, nothing but sand, into that. We built Dubai, just so you know. White people built Dubai. Dubai was a completely barren desert with one little paved road on it, and white people went there and built Dubai in about 8 years' time. Guess what happened when the Arabs wanted to build the tallest building ever built in the world? Guess who they had to hire? Whitey. And Whitey came over there and got paid very handsomely to build the Burj Dubai. Liam Trainer said, there are monoliths in Scotland that are 5,000 years old. True. Liam Trainer said, I just sat here and listened to you defile the Lord's teaching for hours. Well, good. Piss off then. If you're burned out, go ahead and go. Donal Kinsella said, wrong. Scotland was lagging behind Ireland. The Scots speak Old Irish. Liam Trainer said, preach love. Well, that's rich coming from your comments tonight earlier. Maddie Jew said, and hypocritical, of course, as usual. Maddie Jew said, this guy is an example of why Christianity does not equal morality. If you need religion for morals, you're an evil person only obeying rules. Well, that's false. Actually, there are no morals unless a God establishes them. You don't establish that killing someone is wrong without a God, because after all, there are even gods who say killing is fine. And anyone who doesn't believe in a God can absolutely believe that banging kids or killing people or raping elderly people, stealing from people is all totally fine. Liam Trainer said, have a good day to Donald. And then he said something else. And then he said 5,000 years old, both very ancient cultures, though. I'm a Brit myself. It's my history. Oh, God. Well, wait a minute. Earlier you said you're a black. You can't be black British. So you're either a Brit or you're black. But you're definitely not a black Brit because there's no such thing as that. Liam Trainer said 5,000 years old, both very ancient cultures. Oh, I already read that one. Donal Kinsella said, New Grange is 1,000 years older than Stonehenge and much more advanced. Donal Kinsella said, Scotland isn't a country. It's a region of Britain. Liam said, Scotland is a country. That is a constituent of the UK. Liam said, I'm British, bro. Trust me. Well, you're either a totally cucked failure of our white people or you're a black, but you're definitely not a black Brit. Donal Kinsella said, neither Scotland, Wales, England are countries. They are regions of Britain. Liam said, no, brother, have a Google. They are all countries in their own right. Donal said, the last time Scotland was a country, goat herding was the main topic of the day. Maddie Jew said, this guy hasn't heard of serial killers. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of some. Doesn't mean anything to me. I have no interest in killing people, like I've said many times. I'm always encouraging the non-whites to simply go home, and then white people don't have to do anything at all. And if white people do have to do something, it will be God that does it, not white people, and so we still won't be having to do it. Let's see here. Maddie Jew said, a lot of white guys who took advantage of that dumb thinking. I don't know what that's about. Dog Holiday said, white people used to have a high trust society. Now, exactly. It's all garbage now. Silly Spirit is here. Hello. And this cucked fella said, Nazi freak. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Donnell Kinsella said, I'm Irish living in Ireland. We do not consider them countries. No one could gain EU membership alone. Liam Trainer said, oh, howdy, neighbor. Jay Sco said, the only people that have ever stolen from me are white men like yourself. You're gross. Cool story, bro. Liam Trainer said, it doesn't matter what you consider. I'm just stating facts. Okay. Whatever your quote fact was. I don't remember. Donald Kinsella said the Scots were the boots on the ground in Ireland, enforcing British rule. Liam said, as you'll know very well, it's all a very complicated situation, but they are all countries. Okay, yeah, that's what he was talking about. Jay Show said, holy Madison, Trump is a pedo. Well, I mean, he's probably on the list. You know, if that gives you any solace that I'm agreeing with you on that. Donald Kinsella said, they ceased being countries when they joined the Union. Haven't functioned as countries since. Wouldn't last 2 minutes in the real world without each other. Liam said, love Ireland's stance on Gaza. You guys will be on the right side of history. Donald said, we lived what Gaza is experiencing. Jasko said, literally happens way more from white men. Get real, idiot. Yeah, that's why 92% of theft in all U.S. arrest stats are blacks. Batter said, opinion on Indians stinking it up. My opinion on the Indians, I did state it earlier in the stream. I guess I'll state it again. I really don't have beef with any non-whites when they're in their own countries. I only have beef with them when they're in our countries or when they are trying to contact white countries from their country in order to prey upon, the naive white people like our elderly and things like that. Like when the Indians over in India call from their call scam centers and all that. I have a problem with those Indians, and I have a problem with Indians in my country. But any Indian who is in Indian countries, who will never ever bother a white person, who will never grift a white tourist out of anything or get online and talk crap about white people, all of those Indians will be saved by God, and they will be placed in their own world where they don't have to compete with anyone else. They get to literally live their whole lives through eternity with only their own kind. And while that may not sound good to them at the moment now, knowing that that white women exist and all these other things, they'll not know any of that in the future. All they will know is their own kind. And they will be super happy. And that's the same thing with all non-whites once they return to their own countries. They will all, after just a generation or two, they'll be in total bliss, ignorant bliss that white people ever existed. And that white people will just be a campfire story. And then as our planes fly over, they'll just look at them again and go, wow, look at that bird up there flying super high. Why does it make all that noise? And they won't know why, and they won't need to know why. And from then on, we'll be back to our correct, restored status of the world, where non-whites are in their places where they belong, whites are in our places where we belong, and whites can conduct and carry out our business as we see fit, and go on doing so, I should say. Liam said, okay, so he's ashamed of his government stance on Islam, the Islamic invasion. Liam also said, saw Ireland just donated some radars to Ukraine as well. Oh, great. Got to keep the Jew-Crane going. Kill more white people. Let's see. Jasko said, how's your cousin wife? She's great, man. She's great. Smoking fine. Liam Trainer said, still his sister, Sko. Okay, yeah, whichever one you want to call it. Jasko said, no, white men rape white women, you insecure POS racist. Cool story. 40,000 white women a year are attacked by blacks alone, not counting Muslims in our country, not counting Indians who try to get a quick grope in. Zach Attack said, what's up, gang? C said, are you a top or a bottom? Liam Trainer said, Sapnin Zach. Zach said, stay white, man. I'm doing just that. Good for you, Zach. God bless. And happy Sabbath to you on this glorious Sabbath morning. Jasko trying to go for the penis thing because he wishes he was white, so he has to come up with that stupid automatic every time's line number one on the blacks thing. Let's see here. Liam said, sorry, fella, I don't fuck with white power shit. Keep that shit to yourself. Well, you can just keep yourself to another stream then. We don't give a fuck about you either. Jasko said, Jesus was not white. Incorrect. Jesus was a white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man, is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man who absolutely hates Jews and said he's only coming back to save white people. And you can look up the color of white in the Holy Bible, what it represents right now on Google. It will tell you. Liam Trainer said, Jesus was a brown Jew. Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately for you, that wasn't the case. Minas Botos said, he said Revelation 3:9. Yeah, and I also said, well, I didn't say it, but I'll say it now. Yeah, Revelation 3:9 and Revelation 2:9 and Titus 1:14 and John 8:33. Minisbudo said, small hats, big problems. Well, God bless you. That's exactly right, and happy Sabbath to you. Batter said, Wignat late nighter. Yes, this is a Wignat channel. Matty Jew said, it's always those damn Jews, man. It certainly can be. Let's see here. What we got? Name said, what's up, bro? What's up with you? Liam said, and about the white priests that touch kids when caught, they just get moved to a different church? Yeah, basically the same thing that the Jews do. They just move themselves to Israel, and then they don't have to be extradited to whatever place, you know. Maddie Lou said, but the age of consent in a lot of places in Europe is pretty low. Maddie Jew also said, not to say it's just white people, though. Yeah, it's definitely not just white people. It's mostly non-whites. Liam Trainer said, think it's 16 here in the UK, 18 in the US, right? Correct. Liam Trainer said, Jews ruled the Catholic Church. Jesus wept. That's a correct statement, actually. Batter said, how can I stop being attracted to black girls, especially light-skinned ones? Well, I don't know what to tell you on that because I've never met a white person who's attracted to blacks. Jasko said, I also hope you have all the days you deserve and that they are dripping in karma for your disgusting racist views. Well, cool. Go tell that to the Jews who write millions of books about exterminating white people and then ruling over all the world's non-whites. 2,800 non-whites for every Jew alive at the time of their success. You can go just cry to the Jews about their evil, baddie racism instead. I actually don't care about non-whites. Once they're out of my country, I'll have nothing to say about them anymore. Name said, I feel you, Batter. Liam Trainer said, why do you need to stop, Batter? Liam Trainer said, this guy will burn Sco. Batter said, I want my children to look like me. That's the issue. Correct. And why are all of you against Muhammad Ali? Why aren't all of you hating on Muhammad Ali and calling him an evil bigot, scary R word? Muhammad Ali said right on news conference in a televised interview, bluebirds want to be with the bluebirds. White birds want to be with the white birds. You know, he understood that it's natural to want to be only with your own kind. Let's see here. Unplug me, bro, please. Cool, unplug yourself right now. Liam, guys like this keep their balls in their wife's purse and drive a Ford Super Duchy to compensate for their lack of functioning genitals. Nice, man. If that's what helps you sleep tonight, buddy, you just go ahead and think that. What else we got here? Let's see. Name said, what's up with this dude? Well, if you have to ask, you probably don't belong here. Let's see. Rensfeet said, I only date deep south white men. I blame my diddler grandfather. P.S. White dudes suck my toes. Jose, whatever, Ureste, said, too big of a coward to show yourself? No, stupid fuck. You ought to have, if you had 3 digits of your IQ, would understand that I am against the Jewish narrative. The Jewish narrative is pro all of you non-white invaders. So when the pro-white person stands up for white people, speaks out against the non-white invasion, I'm the one that has to worry about, the government dissident. You guys are not. Y'all are the government's bioweapons of mass destruction who can show your face all you want because you don't have to worry about anything from the government. And you know that, and I know that, and everybody knows that, so spare me your bullshit. Name said, this man sounds like Kanye. Nope. Kanye sounds like millions of white men who already warned you about the Jews long before Kanye ever was even born or became a minion of the Jews to make all his money. Jasko said, early onset dementia is tragic for real. If I had dementia, bro, I wouldn't be able to do any of this and respond to all of y'all's comments. Kabazon said, hello, I am Jew. Hello, I don't care. Zach Attack said, how the fuck far back in the comments is this guy? I'm way back, bro, because they've been bombing the comments all night, and I'm addressing a lot of them, so took me a long time. Liam Trainer said, I'm not a religious guy, but arguing for Christianity with so much hate is surely a contradiction. Well, that's just because you don't understand Christianity because it's not your race's religion. It's the white man's religion, so we don't expect you to comprehend it ever. Liam Trainer said, way back in the dark ages, along with his way of thinking. Jasko said, anyone ever hear about Rupert Murdoch's war on journalism? This is the result. You Rupert Murdoch like Rupert Murdoch the Jew, right? Yeah. Liam Trainer said, you German name or memeing? Kevin from the future said, you're such a fragile man. Well, if I was a fragile man, I would just stay off the internet and I wouldn't literally sit here for 5 hours and laugh at all of you idiots who wish you were white. Liam Trainer said, Yasko, this is it. Yes, right, this is it. Name said I was trolling. Okay, maybe you were trolling me. Let's see. Zach Attack said, nobody on the ark was white. Cool story. Jasko said, it's part of my husband's name. Mine is more Irish. Boy, if I tell you what, if a bunch of you actually are cucked European white people, good Lord, y'all deserve everything coming your way that's been happening to y'all over there. And shame on all of you white people. Shame on every one of you. God is going to freaking destroy every one of you along with all the non-whites. I can't wait till it happens. Dalton Pedranti said, I just need you to promote the Muslim Russia. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see here. Jim H said, I love big women. Well, good for you. Big women need love too, right? Liam Trainer said, white Muslims would blow this guy's mind, Dalton. White Muslims. Ha, that's good. Jim H said, dumpy white men for Daddy Trump. Well, I'm actually not a pro-Trumper, so yet again, you lose. Jasko said, you're a disgusting hate monger. No, actually, that's what you've been doing here for 6 hours, along with all the other envious non-whites and cucked whites. Dalton Pederanti, I know it says ped in there anyway, said, shut up, relapse. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Not very good Englishing there you're doing. Radioactive Thirst said, why is this recommended to me? Well, you can just back out of here. Random said, say bomba clot. Bomba clot. I used to hear them stupid idiots say that all the time. See, Jasko said, on your knees for Trump, lick those boots. Well, I ain't a Trump boot kisser. Radioactive Thirst said, what's going on? This is Unhinged. Good for you, man. Glad you recognize what Unhinged is. So you think. Dalton Pedranti said, retarded algorithm propaganda weirdos on rescue. Hey, man, you could always just back on out, but you're welcome to stay. Liam Trainer said, yeah, you definitely assimilated with the Native Americans. We didn't need to assimilate with the Native Americans. The pieces of shit were trying to attack our people every time they caught one that they could outnumber. This guy's fully cooked. In fact, dumbfuck, you can actually look up Deathwind, all right? His name is Lou Wetzel. Lou Wetzel, Deathwind. Look him up and ask, and then you'll discover, if you study the story, you'll find out why he was famous for killing over 1,500 Indians by himself. And he had all the Indian tribes so scared that they could detect when he was in the area around them. And they would put white paint on their face. And that was to indicate to each other without speaking that they knew that Deathwind was nearby and that it was about to be curtains for them. And it's funny that they used white paint on their face to indicate that the white man was there about to come get their ass. Liam Trainer said he's been at it for hours. It's unhinged. Yeah, and notice that I wouldn't be able to do such a thing if I didn't have a high enough IQ to thump all you idiots in the forehead the whole time nonstop without even flinching or hesitating. Radioactive Thirst said report him. Oh yeah, go to your go-to way of trying to win against a pro-white person. That's all you got, loser. Jasko said, this guy knows a bunch of half-truths, otherwise known as falsehoods and bullshit. No, that would be Titus 1:14. Pay no attention to Jewish lies. Doesn't warn you about white people's lies. Doesn't say, and the Germans, and the Nazis, and the Russians, and the Chinese Shicoms, or whatever they have you all worry about. No, it says Jewish lies. That's the only thing our Bible warns us about, because that's where the lies come from. Dalton Pedranti said, like you know, Muffin Top. Okay, if you want to call me fat or something, don't bother me. I'm not fat at all. So, Liam Trainer said, uses the Bible to preach hate. No, I'm using the Bible to teach facts. Liam Trainer said, scared little man. Cool, whatever you got to call me, little fella. Liam Trainer said, yeah, man, wiped out the indigenous people, but named a football team the Redskins, so it's all forgiven. No, that wasn't what I said. What I said was only white people will actually name things after the non-whites they defeat, while no non-whites on the face of the earth that ever conquered Indians would have ever kept one single thing of the Indians. They would have burned every single thing the Indians ever carved, knitted, weaved. There would have been no learning any of their names like Choctaw or Iroquois or freaking Apache or any other, none of that crap. Literally, it would just be a non-whites country and Indians would have never existed. They would have been erased from the earth and never mentioned ever again. Trace said, dumbass. Well, good for you. Minas Baros said, with Jews you lose. Correct, sir. Absolutely true. Liam Trainer said, bro, seek help, man. You're unwell. Man, the same bullshit all night. 6 hours of you just being here saying that crap. See, another thing is y'all are proving that I know what I already knew, is that you're all Jews working for the JIDF or for YidTube as an employee or for the ADL itself. All of you who have been here for like 6 hours nonstop. Sorry, are we coming on 7? 7 hours now nonstop are literally the J defenders. That's what you are. That's what your whole point is, to come onto pro-white sites and just be pestery. But the thing is, I was feeling froggy tonight on Sabbath, so I have no problem entertaining all of your stupidity, addressing all of your dumb remarks. And if I don't get to every single one of them, it just means some of them weren't fun enough to entertain. But I have been, I would say, entertaining almost all of your retarded points tonight. And I've addressed every one of them, no problem. Let's see here. Rinsfeet said, I just enjoy the fact that white men love sucking my fat black girl toes. It's amazing the amount of requests I receive from white men to clean my feet with their mouths. Had a few white women too. Very cool story, Boone Lady. Cabezon said, look it at demographic genetic evidence. Not very good grammar there, but okay. Look it at demographic genetic evidence. Hispanic nations mixed and the Anglos did not. They had the biggest empire at the time. Definitely not pretty stuff they did, but definitely an accomplished people. Okay. Historically speaking, he said, when the Anglos were conquered by Rome, they had nothing, but they built a civilization from the ground up. That's true. Liam Trainer said, is the war against whites in the room with us now? I don't know what your stupid point of that is supposed to mean. The war against whites is a scenario, not a thing that can be in a room. But anyway, let's see here. He said, touch some grass, man. There's a whole world full of love outside. Oh, yeah, like you idiots in the chat. All right, let's see here. What else? 1990 was 24% non-white. Asians built your railroads. Absolutely false. And I already have a video debunking the whole Asians built the railroads and blacks built the railroads. I have a video of that already, where I have picture after picture after picture of all the train crews that built the railroads, all the railroad building crews, and they were all whites. Liam, trainer, and they literally have their placard with their names, with the which railroad line that they built and everything, with all of them grouped together in the group photos. Liam Trainer said, fuck, I can't listen to this anymore. Good, bye. You got your 8 hours of pay from the JIDF today, right? I hope you find love and acceptance, or at the very least, medication. But it's mighty kind of you after all the names you called me tonight. Appreciate that, hypocrite. Bro Ivert said, what did I just walk into? Nothing. You can just walk right back out. Jackson Leaning said, can you say hello to my grandpa Nick Gers, please? I am new subscriber. Hello, niggers. Lim Trainer said, peace all. Peace out, buddy. Hope you have a good night's Jewish sleep. Run while you can, bro. Jackson, look, you gotta understand. When Jews take my channels down, I've already had channels deleted before. I'm just going to make another one. So it doesn't matter. No matter what you do, we're going to keep pushing the truth. It does not matter. If I was taken down, there's going to be another white right behind me that's going to take over where I left off. They're going to take the baton and keep going. So it doesn't matter. The noticing will continue until our country improves. Jackson Leaning said, can you say hello to my Oh, I already said that one. Bro, Ivert said, Jews do that well, though. I'm not sure which thing you're referring to, but if you want to clarify, I'll address it. Jackson Leaning said, can you say it? He said it again. Okay. Oh, he just keeps repeating it. Okay, so we got the new shift of JIDF mongrel failures in the chat. Go read the book of Obadiah and see what's coming for you there, J-boy. Rinsfeet said, Liam, you're a trooper. Yes, he managed to get his whole 8 hours of pay on the one channel tonight because I was the only one overnight streaming. That's why. Let's see here. Boom. Some irrelevant stuff, except Omi. Omi said, I like eating ass. Okay, that's not my speed, but whatever floats your boat there, buddy. Bro Ivert said, and 90% of slave owners were Jewish, along with all the slave ports they shut down during every Jewish holiday. Correct. Thank you for bringing up some facts that all the JIDFers here don't like hearing. Omi said, I just subbed. Well, good for you, buddy. God bless. Welcome around. Happy Sabbath to you. Dick Peterson said, yep. Rinsfeet said, sun cancer is a real thing, love. Okay, what about it? We know the sons that we call a certain group are cancer on our people, that's for sure. And in our countries, we know that's cancer. Sean Shapiro said, what do you think about whites-only socialism? I think it's fine as long as it's whites only. It works great in every white country where they have it for whites only. Beetle said, yes, white people, yes. Beetle also said, who are the best white people, bro? I don't think there's a best white people. I think they're all pretty swell. Beetle said, I'm green-eyed and semi-blonde. How superior white am I? I'm pretty close, man. You're almost the full colors of Christ there, bro. Says, this sounds pre-recorded now. How could it be pre-recorded when I'm literally reading your comments? Come on, man. Batter said, ancient Persians were white-ish. They were white-ish because they had conquered a whole bunch of white people in a couple of wars that you can read about. And they took the white women as slaves and they started breeding with them. But they weren't really white-ish. They just had mongrel appearance, you know. Jim H. said, white inbreds for Daddy Trump. Well, I'm not a pro-Trumper, so Barking up the wrong tree. Vlad the Kabobber is here. Hello, God bless, and happy Sabbath to you. And he said ancient Persians were fully white. The very ancient Persians were, correct. But the ones who who boated the blacks all around on behalf of the Jews, those were already admixed. Those were already mongrels because they had had several wars with us. I said two, but there were actually more than two. There were four major wars where they conquered white people and they took a lot of white people as slaves, and that's where white slaves even started being slaves in the first place to non-whites, was from the Persians and a few various other types, but Persians mainly. Rinsfeet said, you got to jump on the history train, love. Sumerian text, mitochondrial DNA. Oh man, we've heard all y'all's black copium. Yes, yes, we know all about it. But all we need to do actually is get on Google Images and look at the images of all the bodies that have ever been exhumed from Egypt and Israel. And you can see King Tut's flowing blonde hair on the back of his skull. You can see his European nose, his European skull shape. You can check out his DNA is European. It says it right in all the Egyptology websites. Vlad, the Kabobber, said evolution is not real. Correct. It's just Jewish fiction. Just like outer space, dinosaurs, trillions of years, the Big Bang. Jack Brunson said, what's the difference between a dishwasher and a baby? The dishwasher doesn't cry when you load. That sounds like a Jew joke. I got a Jew joke for you. Here's one for y'all. So, a rabbi and a priest are standing by a playground watching some kids play. And the rabbi goes, see that boy over there? I'm going to fuck that boy later. And the priest looks at him and says, out of what? Batter said, most male African Americans, there's no such thing as that, most male Africans have white DNA haplogroup, making them and their heirs forever part white. So will they get saved? No, because none of that's true. There is not one smidgen of white DNA in any black. You seem to not understand the concept of when a white mates with a black, they create a mongrel. And then if a mongrel goes out and mates with a black, he creates another mongrel. And if that mongrel goes out and creates another black, or mates with another black, he creates yet another mongrel. There's never a time where a white person mates with a black, and then over time of mating with blacks again and again and again, they become fully black African looking again. There's just no such thing as that. So let's see here. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What have we got here? Trying to catch up a little bit. Oso had some things to say, but he redacted them already. Vlad the Kabobber said, the little tourist area for non-whites got me cracking up. Yeah, this is how it's going to have to be. If we're going to allow them to come here at all, it's going to have to be highly quarantined, only to a very small area right on the edge of the coast of either side. David J. said, what is this? What is a mongrel? Nasir Al-Qasim said, I just got back and he said it again. Stand by, y'all. All right. Hey, I noticed that we have some base noticers have woken up and shown up in the chat. Let's see here. We had huge reaction. What's happening? God bless and happy Sabbath to you. James Thomas is here, y'all. Hello and God bless to you and happy Sabbath. And he said, you've been on point on this stream, citing sources. However, I do know that salvation is available to non-whites through Jesus Christ, although their faith must be pertinent or prevalent. Sorry. Um, well, the thing is, there's no real scriptural basis for that. That's why we don't go by that. Jesus Christ said himself, Matthew 15:26, I think it was, I was sent only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. As a matter of fact, I'll change that. I think it was 15:22 or 15:23. But no. I'm sorry. That one's 15:24. Matthew 15:24. Look, Jesus Christ said out of his own mouth, I came not. That means I didn't come for, but that means except for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He doesn't say and the whoever's and the whoever's. So it literally is only them. It's only the lost. It's only Israel. It's only Whitey that he's coming for. He said so himself. Matthew 15:24. Let's see here. Or Matthew 15:24 might actually be where he responds to no, that is the one. That's the one where he says, I only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's what he was sent for. That's the only thing he was sent for. Says Jesus Christ. It's not my opinion. That's literally Jesus Christ's words. Nasir Al-Qasim said, yes, Jesus opened the gates of heaven to all tribes through his crucifixion. Well, all 12 tribes. There are only 12 gates to get into heaven. And only the 12 tribes of Israel will be going, which is the 12 tribes of white people. So, there's no real non-whites involved in any of it. Let's see here. But let me just state, though, James, that, and I already mentioned this earlier, which I don't know if you were here, but I do accept and acknowledge that the non-whites who never ever invade a white country, who never ever work against white people, who never do anything to grift white people, mess with white people, have anything to do with us. The ones who stay in their country, where it belongs, and never bought white people their entire life from birth to death, God will give them their own world to be in afterward. They will not be doomed with all of the anti-white non-whites and the damned whites. Vlad, the Kababer said, you didn't have tribes. You had gangs of mudslingers. Agreed. KB said, do you think that some people are comfortable in their own skin despite its color? I'm sure a lot of people are. I'm very comfortable in mine, that's for sure. And non-whites, it's hard to say because I know that a lot of non-whites, that live in our countries are going to be comparing themselves to white people constantly. So that's their big crux. That's their whole problem. Their whole chip on their shoulder is that they're living in white countries where they want to live, so they have access to all of our cool toys and our money. But yet they want to hate on the people they're trying to parasite off of. You know what I mean? So Nasser Al-Qasim said, I'm talking about back then in the Mesopotamian times. I'm not sure if he's addressing me or maybe someone in the chat. Nightwolf is here, y'all. Hello, God bless, and happy Sabbath to you. And he said, Jesus said he, quote, came only for the lost sheep in the house of Israel, end quote. That means he didn't come from Nogs, Jews, zipperheads, and especially didn't come from mixed race mongrels. Absolutely correct. James Thomas said, how about Trump endorsing the potentially first black governor of Florida? I think it's horrible. Your take on it? I think it's horrible. He has a white wife, for shame. Yeah, go figure, because obvious thing, if you got money, you got any kind of success as a black, first thing you try to do is get a white women's. And that's the thing, is that's why they don't belong in our country. It's just like the Nog twins or any of the others. They're only here grifting white people so they can score a white women's. That's what they're doing. They had, they're some Nog. He don't care about being a conservative. He ain't trying to conserve white Christian America. He's trying to conserve third world cucked hellhole MAGA country that we have right now. And Mawa is greater than MAGA. You can't have MAGA without Mawa anyway. So true MAGA, it can't even exist. The MAGA we have right now is fake. The MAGA we have right now is leave blacks in our country, play in all of our sports, so they get fake college degrees and then get to get a job with their fake college degree as though they were hired on merit, as it's called by Trump. And yeah, that's the thing is a lot of people don't realize, but blacks are given 400 free points on their SAT just so they don't look like so drastic of failures compared to all the others. Um, they're also given not only free college funds off of Whitey and all these other things, but they're given college degrees just off of them playing a ball, playing a sport, whatever ball they play. And then they're basically given a college degree at some point, and most of them can't even read or write more than a fifth grade level. I addressed this earlier, or I touched on this earlier, but I didn't really go too deep into it, that we got rid of cursive handwriting. They don't teach cursive handwriting in schools anymore, and they haven't for many years because non-whites could not learn English and learn cursive English. Particularly the blacks who've been here for 300 years now, they still can't manage to learn English and learn cursive, and they can't really a lot of them don't even get past fourth or fifth grade reading level. And I've brought this up before too, that's why one famous nog, I think it was 50 Cent, gave, and someone corrected me in the chat when I had said the wrong name before. It was Evander Holyfield that he gave, I believe, the children's book to. And that was basically an FU from 50 Cent, as he calls himself, to Evander Holyfield, because he knew that Evander Holyfield couldn't read more than, a fourth grade level. And so that's why he gifted him a children's book to make fun of him, saying, nigga, you can't read, but that's the plague among a whole lot of their community, as they call themselves. You go through the hood, you look at grades. Here's another thing. If we removed the non-whites from our countries, if we take all their grades, all their bad grades, and pluck them out of our statistics, and we only go by the white people's grades, America is still one of the top countries in the world of scholarly people. It's only because we have non-whites in our country, particularly blacks also, that our grade average is in the toilet, and that all other countries appear to be way better at education than we are. It's only because we have 85% of it is being drugged down, just like if let's say you have a 100 question test, right? And 60% of the test is all wrong answers, right? Well, it doesn't matter that the good part of the test you got right. You got every single one of 40% right, or every single one of 45% right. If 55% of it or 60% of it is wrong, then you have an F. You just have a D- or an F. You have a terrible score. And that is what the non-white scores do to the white kids' scores. The white kids by themselves score excellent in school. It's only when you add the non-whites in that our average plummets to nothing. Let's see here. Mark LeBlanc is here. Hello. And he said, so what? Black go back to Africa and we're supposed to go back to Europe? No, we're not supposed to go back to Europe. We're supposed to stay here, and the non-whites are just supposed to go back to their non-white countries. America is a white Christian country, and so the only upright bipeds that belong on our soil are white Christians. Not even white atheists are supposed to be here. No white pagan cucks are supposed to be here because they're just nothing but a leftist. Basically nothing but white Christians. That's what America was created for. It was created by white Christians for white Christians. Vlad the Kebabber said, no, we get all of North and South America too. I'm cool with them just keeping South America. I don't even want to go down there and try to clean that place up. I'd rather us, just get rid of the non-whites from are white countries, and they can have South America for all I care. I mean, if you do want South America, maybe we'll put it in the works. But once we take our country back, perhaps we could entertain the idea of South America. But that would be a lot more non-whites to displace for us to take over South America too. So I say that's too big of a project for the results that we would get from it. I don't think there's much benefit to doing that. Maybe there is. Maybe the South American continent is so rich in resources that are untapped that perhaps it would be a great idea, but it definitely would be a strong undertaking because 70% of the blacks that were ever sold anywhere across across the oceans during the Atlantic slave trade were sold and brought to South America. Only 11% of the blacks who were bought and sold by the Jays and boated around by the Muslim Persian sultans were what you call it? Just had it. I was just reading it. Let me scroll back up here. Yeah, only 11% of the blacks who were bought and sold by the Jays during the Atlantic slave trade were brought to America. Only 11% of them. So a huge portion, like 5 times as much, were sent to South Africa. Let's see here. Adrian Luta said, "You look like the American Grinch." Okay. Mark LeBlanc said, "I reported this shit." Go for it. Vlad the Kebabber said, "We created those nations in South America." Yeah, that's true. I mean, there were some places in South America that Whitey went down and established, and then the Jays started. That's why, see, the Jays mistook South America to be our new. They knew that North America was our new promised land. But then when we started setting up shop in South America, the Jays said, "Ooh, Whitey's going to try to, build up South America too." And they, for some reason, misjudged and thought they ought to send way more to South America to destroy what we had going on there and what we were starting to develop there. Then they thought that they ought to send to America. So thankfully, a huge portion of them went there, and only 11% were brought here to America. Let's see here. Vlad the Kebabber said, "That's why they speak Spanish and Portuguese." Kim Carroll said, "So what about the whites in Africa?" Well, the whites in Africa we're going to have to bring here because I don't like the idea of having to leave behind all the things that the white South Afrikaners have built, but in the state they're in, there with the blacks ruling over them and all these things, that's the beast system. That's why Christ called it a system instead of a government, because he knew that beasts are not capable of running a white man's proper government, so he reduced it to the status of a system. And we don't really have anything in South Africa that blacks could use. I mean, we have some buildings and we have electricity and we have some vehicles there and stuff. But once Whitey leaves that whole area and they're left to their own devices, all that stuff will just deteriorate to nothing, Just like any bridge that white people ever built in a non-white country, after that bridge collapsed 500 years later, 400 years later, 80 years later, 1,000 years later, what do you see to this day? The non-whites, whoever, whatever kind, live in that area with the collapsed bridge. What do? They set up a little rope next to the bridge and they just rope across whatever, body of water they're trying to get across. Never bother trying to rebuild the bridge, never try to fix it, never try to build another bridge. After all, they have that one right in their face to try to emulate and copy. Nope. Just string a rope across, and from then on, even if it's 50 years from now, they'll still be just crossing the same rope. See here. KB said, nope, hold on. Vlad the Kebabber said, we get to take back Iran and India also. Iran and India are Indo-European land. Yeah, I'm not totally against it, but I mean, India is really packed. So when it comes to India, I say we just just leave that guy alone. You know what I mean? Because India's a busy joint, man. There's a lot of people there. And again, I'm not really interested in going to non-whites country. If we can get the Indians to go back to India, well, what the heck do we want to go there for? You know what I mean? So I don't want to take it back. I just want them to go there and I want them to take it back. They already have it, but I want the ones here to go back and, perhaps take it from the others and take control and maybe emulate some of Whitey's behavior so that they can start trying to build something for themselves over there. KB said, well, I'm in school for my master's degree. I graduated with honors from my bachelor's degree. Do you believe that everyone has the same interests? Well, that depends. I mean, you're saying that you get a master's and this and that, but if you're a non-white, you haven't specified. Are you black? Are you a black? Is that what's going on? You're trying to say, oh, I graduated with honors and all that crud. Or if you're a white person, well, then that's expected. Let's see. Some of the concepts you were talking about aren't even a reality to me or others I associate with. Maybe your experiences are limited to a small percentage of the African population in America. Well, actually, I probably have way, way, way more time around blacks than you do, unless you're a black yourself. And that is part of why I know what I know about blacks. I understand that they hate our guts. I understand what they say in their churches about us. I know that they, mock our Lord by putting an absolutely hysterically laughable painting of, quote, black Jesus in their churches. I know that they all look forward to the day that they all tell themselves that someday the Bible says they're going to rise up and rule over the white people and they're going to make all the white people their slaves. The same thing the Jews want to do to all the world's non-whites are exactly what the blacks want to do to the whites. And so they preach about it in their churches. And they also have to preach about white women in their churches. I mentioned that earlier in the stream that when blacks mention white women in their churches, all the males in the audience roar with laughter because they all know. All the black females sit there looking across the room while all the black males are cracking up laughing. And the pastor is serious usually, the quote pastor of the church. He's telling them, y'all stay away from the white women. And then what happens? The room explodes in laughter because they all know that white women's is their ultimate goal. The pastor knows it and the audience knows it. Papa Moist said, the way you describe the black community as a whole makes me feel like you have never had real interaction with a black. Well, again, I've had more interaction with blacks. Unless you're black, I've definitely had more interaction with blacks than you have, most likely. Not saying for sure, but most likely. Vlad the Kebabber said, Papa Moist, sounds like you're projecting. Yeah, it kind of does a little bit. But that's all right. I mean, if you want to accuse me of something like that, that's fine. It doesn't bother me. Nice, Vlad. Let's see. I like that one. Negroid Whisperer. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like that. I've been around enough of them back in the day where I know how they act. I know, their mannerisms. I know what their interests are. I'm pretty well versed in blacks. Unfortunately. Let's see here. Where am I at? Papa Moy said, yeah, don't say anything like a good boy, Vlad. Well, Vlad is good. Vlad be throwing down facts on you all the time. KB said, do you think it's possible that many people aren't this concerned about race or being adversarial towards white people? I mean, yes, I hate to hear the answer yes and no, but in this case, it is kind of like that. There are a lot of white people who are not concerned about race yet. I would say the vast majority of them. Um, Now, being adversarial towards white people is a little different because that would imply that we're being against white people. The only adversarial white people to us, or someone who would be adversarial um, towards white people, would be the non-whites. You know. Let's see here. Vlad the Kebabber said, "Yes, tell us about your real interaction with a black person." Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you read those sentences that are worded that way, it's pretty obvious that they're the one who's never spent any time around blacks. LBC said, "Retard white nationalists." Ah, good for you, man. You learned how to type English. Let's see here. The C Mob 2 said, "This is some crazy rage bait. Man, y'all must be the morning shift that came in for the JIDF, huh?" KB said, "Have a blessed morning, even though you hate Africans. I hope that you can love yourself through that love. Find similar sentiments. For other people, you seem to misunderstand or generalize." Oh, there's no misunderstanding here. Stereotypes exist for a reason, homie. 16 to 40,000 white females every year attacked by blacks. Every single year. So, let's see here. GTA, Need for Speed, said, "Jesus Christ was a Hebrew." Correct. And you know what Christianity isn't, and you know that, well, he put what, but he means, and you know that Christianity isn't a European religion. False. It's literally, the Holy Bible is literally called the white man's religion, and it's never called the Jews' religion. Judaism is, and that's not Judahitism. Jew is short for Judea, meaning the same as saying Alaskan, all right, or Ohioan, or an Iowan, or a Texan. That's what that means. Let's see here. Eagle Master said, "Jesus wasn't white, dude." Said no Revelation 1:14 ever. Mike the DJ said, "So you and the radical left are racist?" Oh, so I got to be a radical leftist if I'm a racist? Interesting. It's a nice straw man argument you brought up there. CMob2 said, "He is simply rage baiting. Just turn off the stream and don't give him free viewers." Exactly. All of you who are here are giving me free views, giving me free comments on the stream, just making it bigger. So instead of hating on white people for the last 7 hours and 28 minutes, you could have just went and done something else with your night. But then again, since you're JIDF employees or YouTube employees, you got nothing better to do than to get paid and sit there on your fat lesbo boy haircut butt and you know, type stupid little thing after stupid little thing, thinking you're bombing the chat when really it doesn't bother me at all. And I know who are cool, so I can just scroll through the chat quickly and just address them if I want. Instead, I've been entertaining you morons ever since midnight. How many other streamers you know will sit here for 8 hours and take all you fuckheads on by myself, no notes, totally on the fly? I have every piece of fact I've given y'all tonight that I told you. You can get on another Google tab and Google right now and prove that I'm right. I've told you off top of my head, no notes, no anything. This is all just knowledge that I already have far above all of you. And if you just study, and I don't mean all of you, there are people in the chat that know as much as me. But I'm talking about all the Yitty Diddler employees that have been messing around all night for the last 8 hours. I know more than all of you put together. And that's why I can sit here by myself with no notes, with no need of anything other than off top of my head. I can just blast you with fact after fact after fact. It dispels any one of your ridiculous Jewish lies. Eagle Master said, moreover, just do a simple search on white ancestry. White Americans descend from Germany, England, and Ireland. Get your facts straight, mate. Well, I don't know who you're talking to, but I already know that America was founded by Germans and English and Irish. So hopefully you weren't addressing me with that because, I mean, that's like preaching to the choir to tell me that. GTA, Need for Speed. But if you weren't addressing me and you were arguing with someone in the chat, then cool. Then it wouldn't make sense, or that would make sense. Your comment doesn't make sense if it's addressed to me, but if it isn't addressed to me, if it's addressed to the anti-whites in the chat, then it makes sense. GTA, Need for Speed, said, saying you only like one race, one thing, is ridiculous. That's like eating the same food every day. Well, I'm not eating people, so I want white people around me, and that's all I want that's all I want around my country. That's all I want around our women. That's all I want at our schools. America will be restored to pre-1990 status. We will be restoring the country. And once we do, like I've said before, the non-whites are going to get more. They wouldn't believe it right now because after all, they get to drive new cars they don't have to pay for, and all this stuff, live in big, nice new houses that they don't have to pay for. Even though that's the case, I still, I have no desire to have any non-whites in our schools, in our churches, in our country. And not only that, it wouldn't matter about my preference anyway. Our holy God tells us, be ye separate. That means from all the others. It means live separate from them. It means don't have them in your neighborhood. Don't invite them into your neighborhood to have all of your neighbors worried, oh crap, honey, I saw the first one. It's time to sell the house and move. You're not supposed to, they're just not supposed to be here. We didn't bring them here. We don't owe them anything. Jews brought them here. Jews try to use them as weapons of mass destruction against us, which works every day. And that's all I'm trying to do and want to do is get enough white people woke up where they snap out of their reality, snap out of their cuckery, and they can start addressing the real problem. But until they do, they're just lost in the wind. They just have no idea what's what and what they're talking about. And, Ryan Davis said, what do you know about snake venom? Not much. A little bit, not much. GTA, Need for Speed, said, it's not about viewers. I'm not raged. He's just lost. No, I'm just letting you know that you're increasing my numbers. That's all. I don't give a crap what the numbers are. I'm just letting you know in case you care that you're increasing my numbers. That's what you're up to. Paul Brewer said, the girl from Hawaii told me to bend over. I was like, whoa, I'm from Kentucky. She said, it's all right. I said, what is the KY jelly and the strap-on dildo for it? And then I was like, oh, yeah, keep going. Oh, yeah, you're a gay guy? It's funny how fags actually like brag about it now as though we're supposed to be like, oh, wow, man, oh, super gross, weird, whatever. I don't care about your stupid sodomy statements. That shit don't mean nothing to me. It doesn't faze me. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't irk me. It doesn't make me wish you were booted out of the chat. It doesn't make me want to ban anyone. Notice, all night long, all these idiots talking about, oh, I'm reporting this shit. Oh, this and that, whatever. And meanwhile, I sit here all night and address your idiotic comments. I didn't ban a single person the entire night, which I never do. So I literally let freedom of speech have its way. If you fools in the chat think that you've got anything over on me or want anything over on me in the chat, fair and square, good for you. And we'll let the rest of the viewers of the based white people see. None of you are relevant. All it really matters is what the based white people think about the stream. And we'll let the based white people see what they thought about the stream. And we'll let them see what they think about all that y'all said. And we'll let them declare who's the hypocrite. Because I don't get on black sites and spend 8 hours on their live stream going, you idiots are just copium, you idiots are just Wakanda we wasn't and da 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 and all that. I don't do all that, but I know they are doing that, and I could do that. I could go on their streams and hound them all night, but guess what they would do? They would block me, they would censor me. But look at you idiots. All the things y'all said, all the shit you talked tonight, didn't faze me a bit. I let you say every bit of it. I even read the insults, much like the non-whites would never do. They would just ban me or hide it right away. I actually read your comments that you say to me. I read all your freaking little insults and your little jabs and the whole thing. And I shake it right off and laugh you off. And I go ahead and make my response. So who's more based? Who's the not hypocrite? Who's the one who doesn't ban and who's the one who does? Who's the one that does censor and who's the one who doesn't? You know, everything y'all accuse us of, we literally prove you wrong right in your face every time. You can't stop taking L's when you go against somebody like me. I'm here by myself against all of you, and I have no concern at all with defending my position against any of yours because your position is on sand. You don't have anything to stand on. All right? The Bible is not for you. It's the white man's religion. Jesus Christ said himself out of his own mouth, Matthew 15:24, he was only sent by God to save the whiteys. Jews are not Israelites. We already all know that. John 8:33. All based white people already know Jews are not Israelites. They admitted to Jesus Christ in John 8:33. Jesus Christ warns them in Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. Titus 1:14 warns you whose lies to never pay attention to, and it only mentions Jewish lies. It doesn't mention anyone else's lies. Jewish lies. Pay no attention to Jewish lies. That's Titus 1:14. And we don't have to care what anybody thinks or what anybody says because our Holy Bible says it. And so any based white person hears me say it and goes, what? Titus 1:14 really says that? And they look it up. Sure as crap. Titus 1:14 says pay no attention to Jewish lies. How about that? Everything I state on the channel, I offered all night long for you to Google it yourself on another tab in real time while we're talking about it, while it's fresh on your mind, while it's the exact moment for you to ever be able to refute me or dispute anything I say. Hop on Google and try to prove me wrong. You can't. Why? Because I'm already light years ahead of you idiots. I literally have already done the work. While you fucks have been watching Talmud Vision and Jewish fiction all your lives and watching Afro Ball, I've been studying the Holy Bible. I've been studying our elders and our ancestors and what they studied about the Bible. And I understand the Bible. And that's why none of you can take the Bible and come against me, because I'll literally whip you with the Bible in 2 seconds. I know more off the top of my head about the Bible than all of you collectively put together do who are anti-white in the chat. Let's see here. CMob2 said, what I mean is the fact that we are sitting on this stream is making him money from talking nonsense. Incorrect. I make no money on this channel. This is 100% non-monetized channel. What else? And he says, best option is just to turn off this stream and report hateful content and go on with your day. Oh yeah, like all the idiots in the chat were all night. It's not hateful content when the idiots in the chat can be anti-white all night, whitey bad all night. Blacks are cool, my dick. Oh, you don't like a tiny this and that. All your stupid shit you say all night. You all sit here and say 8 hours of bullshit, non-arguments, just insults, just trying to take jabs as best you can against a whitey bad. But meanwhile, you don't realize your own stupidity and your own hypocrisy. You spend 8 hours criticizing, ridiculing, shaming, being hateful. That's literally what you're doing all night, is doing hate speech against me all night. And then what do you want to do? You want to go like cowards and go report someone for doing the same thing that you're doing all night. Right? So that's how pathetic you losers are. And it doesn't matter. All of you, it doesn't matter what you do. All right? If I get this channel taken down, I'll build another one. I'll just start another one. The next day, it won't matter. And within a few weeks, I'll have my subs back and I'll have more subs again. I'll just start building subs again. It's no big deal. You know? I realize y'all think, oh man, you know, that's the one thing we got is we'll talk shit all night. We'll be hateful all night long, and then we'll report him for hate speech. When really, Y'all are the hateful pieces of shit all night long. All I want is you to fuck off back to where you belong and leave white people the fuck alone. That's what I want. I don't give two shits about what you call it or what you don't call it or what you think it is or isn't. All right? I care about white people and I don't care about you. And all I care is that we get y'all out of our country so that our white women and children are free to roam our country again without any care in the world, and they can enjoy our country as it's intended, as it used to be before 1990. That's what I want for our women. That's what I want for our people. That's what we're going to have someday because our God already declared it so. The beast system cannot rule over this earth for 215 more years. The earth will be in flames all across the earth. Will be nothing but fire once they get rid of Whitey. So literally, we aren't going to have the final Jacob's trouble from you all until 215 years from now. Non-whites would probably only be able to keep the world not totally engulfed in flames from their activities for maybe 6 months, you know? And that's about as long as the non-whites of the world could actually keep the earth from going all up in flames without white people in charge. So I'm not even worried. The next time we have a victory is going to come soon. We know this because they've already been in charge for a while and almost everything is destroyed, almost everything is ruined. And the closer we approach that, the closer we will approach white people finally becoming alarmed enough to rise back up. And once that happens, total victory is coming again. All of you will be defeated. All of you will be deported. Not just deported. You'll all be exiled. There will be no coming back to white countries ever again for you in any of your lifetimes or your children's lifetimes or your grandchildren's lifetimes. And then perhaps 50 years from now, 45 years from now, 68 years from now, something will go awry. White people will start. We will have too good of a life again, too good of a country again, too high trust society again. And then the Jays will infiltrate us somehow, despite all of our best efforts to keep everything in lockdown. And eventually they will, start taking over our government again. They'll start the whole, refugees are welcome in all white countries again. And next thing you know, here will come the hordes of billions of non-white parasites again. Oh, clinging to the white man's pant leg again. And they will pull Whitey back down. But we will have a victory coming up soon. And for generations, at least 2 or 3 or 5 generations, 100 years or more perhaps, Whitey will enjoy all of our countries again as intended, because once we do it in America, once we take America back and restore America, all the other white countries will follow suit. They only have not done so yet because white people haven't taken America back. But once people take America back and restore it, that's it. The non-whites are going to be leaving all the white countries. Let's see here. GTA Need for Speed said he believes in hate. He doesn't even believe in God. No, that would be all of you in the chat. Y'all believe in hate. Hate Whitey. Hate on Whitey. Whitey bad. And if you're white, you hate on yourself and hate your own race. And Whitey bad, self-loathing faggot idiots, failures of our people, who our ancestors would rightfully and correctly determine are mentally deficient. But most of you are probably just JIDF losers, little boy haircuts, little chubby girl, what you call it? Well, I'll just call you Yenta Mamsers. That's what you really are. Arlene said, government project 21 through 25, make white man obsolete in America. See, that's fine for you to say, and you don't see me going, oh, I'm going to report you for hate speech. This bullshit. You stupid failure idiots. All right, GTA Need for Speed said, that's God's will, to pray, love, and forgive. Is it? Well, I think you're a little confused here. That's God's command for white people to do among white people. It's not God's command for white people to have to bow and pander and cuck to the non-white races and give all our shit away to y'all. Sorry, that's not what our God says. See here, because love for you all means give all your shit to us, Whitey. That's the only time you declare that what love means to y'all is for us to cuck all our crap away to you. When no thanks, we're not planning on doing that anymore. Beef Meat said, "Bro, you're not white. You're the color of pigs." Cool story, bro. But in fact, the pigs are actually the Jews. So and that's what Jesus Christ cast the demons into were pigs, and then the pigs jumped off the cliff. Of course, you probably don't know about that story because, it's a white man religion and all. So since you don't know about the story, but basically what it was those demons were basically Jewish demonic forces, and they were cast into the swine. And this is why Jews refuse to eat pork to this day. It's not because of God's law. It's because they feel like they would be eating their own kind. They feel like it would be cannibalism to them. And of course, they have to try to flip it back on us because that's their way of coping with it, But Jesus already called them swine, which I forget to mention that. I always forget to mention swine as one of the things he called them. So swine are pigs. So Jesus Christ called them pigs. So we already know who the pigs are. Let's see. Beef Meat said, "I'm a Catholic from India." That is funny and totally appropriate for Catholicism. Has the Pope came around and kissed your non-white feet yet? Maybe your feet's the one that gave him monkeypox. GTA Need for Speed said, "Religion is just different perceptions of God." Nope, that's not it at all. Hindus do not have a different perception of Christianity. Christianity does not have a different perception of Buddhism. That's not the case at all. Buddhism is Buddhism. Hinduism is Hinduism. God created those races, religions for those races, and he created those gods for those religions, and then he assigned them to their appropriate races that he deemed each one belonged to. And so he created Hinduism and all 10,000 or whatever Hindu gods and gave them to the Indians. He created voodoo and all 120 or 140, whatever it is, voodoo gods, and assigned it to the blacks. He created Buddhism and he assigned that to the Asians, and so on and so forth. And so in Book of Job, God calls a meeting of all the gods of the various worlds, meaning he could have been calling the gods of the non-white races, or he could have been calling gods of worlds that we're not aware of. Either case, it shows that our God is the creator of all of those gods and has dominion over all of those gods. Otherwise, he couldn't call a meeting of all of them to come before him and have a meeting with him. The other gods would have been like, "Screw you, I don't answer to anybody, I'm a god." But because they were created by our God, they do answer to him and they do come when he calls a meeting. Just like we read about in Job. Wolf Bro said, "Why are you writing Beef Meat? Hindus will kill you." Yeah, so maybe he was just kidding around. Catholic from India call himself Beef Meat, yeah. So, good point there. Let's see. Doop 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 doo. Doop 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 doo. Let's see. GTA Need for Speed said, "All we can do is pray for him." Hey, no need to pray for me. Save your prayer. You don't need to pray for me. I don't need any non-white or self-loathing, failure, cucked white person to pray for me. So please hold your prayer on me. Let's see here. I have plenty of proper white people that'll pray for me. Europeans are wannabe whites. No, Europeans are the whites. Let's see here. Boom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Everyone, okay, so GTA Need for Speed said, "Everyone deserves love no matter what they've done." That's not true. And on top of that, not only is that not true, but it doesn't mean that white people are obligated to love all the non-whites of the world. White people are only 7% of this world's population. We are not the daddy. We are not the caregiver for all the world's non-whites. And that's what non-whites want us to be. And we are going to put a stop to that. Let's see. Beef Meat said, "Ever seen The Color White?" Yeah. That's what all white people are. Ask any non-white. Ask any black when he's around white women what a white woman is. He'll be able to identify white people for you, no problem. GTA Need for Speed said nobody's apostrophe possessive deserves hate. Well, aside from your grammar deserving more education, nobody's deserves hate. Yeah, some people do deserve hate. A lot of people do, actually. In fact, anyone who's anti-white deserves hate. They deserve all the hate they've dished out toward any white person ever. They deserve all of it back on them. And may I remind you that anyone who comes at God's favorite children, God destroys them 70 times 7 times worse. And not only all that, but you're cursed. That's the thing, is all non-whites and all anti-white whites who work against white people are working against Jesus Christ. That's Jesus Christ's harvest. You work against Jesus Christ's harvest, you're working against God. You work against God, you're going to be cursed. So no eternal life for you. You can hang that shit up. All of you in the chat who've mouthed off all night, God already has your name, and that's it. Your name's not in the book of life, and your name is in the book of the damned. So in 215 years, when all of a sudden you spring up out of the ground and you go, crap, why am I surrounded by all these wicked whites and all these freaking self-loathing garbage whites and all of these millions of non-whites all around me? Why am I surrounded by all this? Where did all the other good white people go? It's going to be too late. And next thing you know, Satan's going to go, hey, Whitey left all of his weapons here, his tanks, his guns, his bombs, all the most high-tech stuff he's ever made. Let's take it all and let's attack the city. It's right over there. And heaven will be sitting in y'all's face. It will have come down from heaven. All of us saved white people will be inside it, looking through the walls of transparent jasper at you like fools as you come up trying with your tanks and bombs and guns to attack heaven. And as we watch without lifting a finger, God will bring all of you to your knees, and you will all scream apologies to God and to Jesus Christ and to his white people for all of your hatred and attacks and parasitical behavior against us. And then God's going to make you all declare that Jesus Christ is Lord of Lords, the King of Kings, and then God's going to rain fire down on you, not from below. It's going to rain down on you from above. It's going to come from above. It's going to rain down, and it's going to envelop all of you anti-whites. Everyone who's ever worked against God's white people. You're going to get enveloped by a lake of fire. And as you melt down into it, it's going to rise higher and higher and meet you somewhere in the middle. And that'll be the end of you. From then on, the only thing you'll be able to look forward to is Sabbath, when God gives you a little bit of respite on Sabbath. That will be the day, and that'll be, of course, to teach you that Sabbath was important to God and that you should have been leaving Whitey alone and not trying to convince him to not keep his day. God's going to remind you of it every Sabbath, and you're going to long for that day from then on, because that'll be the only day that you don't have the burning and the hellfire and the everything. I'm sure he might still have it, but he's going to take the edge off at least. And meanwhile, we'll be living eternal life in a new world and under a new heavens. And Isaiah 66:23 confirms that none of you will be there, because he confirms in that we will build and another shall not inhabit. That means white people will build our neighborhoods and we won't ever have to leave one because of non-whites coming and invading our neighborhood. And then we have to leave, and then the whole flood of non-whites comes in and takes the whole thing over. Thus, we built and another inhabited. That won't happen anymore. Isaiah 66:23 confirms it. I saw a new moon and a new heavens and a new earth, and we shall build and another shall not inhabit. That means none of you will be there to ever be a parasitic load on us ever again. None of you will ever be there to be clinging to the white man's pant leg and then claiming later on, after we allow you to be around us a while, that you built all this for us and you civilized us and all this garbage that you copium yourselves with nowadays. All that shit's gone forever once we get to the new earth. It's all gone forever. Never have to put up with any of you ever again. and you'll all be cursed. And that's that. So just keep that in mind, that every time you come in a chat like mine and you talk your mess and you do whatever, all you're doing is sealing, solidifying in super dark ink. Imagine like when you write with an ink pen, and that first pass along, it's real good. But then if you carefully draw over the exact same letters again with the same pen again, it gets thicker and deeper and more stained into the paper, where it's definitely not ever coming out. It's absolutely solidified. That is going to be your fate. Every time you work against white people with a comment, with a behavior, anything you do to work against white people, your name gets darker and darker and darker, cemented into the book of the damned for sure forever. So, by all means, keep your shovels out and keep on digging. PCE and Love said, saved by faith, not by race. You're partially right. White people are not saved just by their race. We have to have faith in our Holy Father. We have to follow our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ as white people. And if we do not do those things, then we are not saved. So no, we are not saved by our race. We are saved by our faith. But our race determines who is going to save us, and that's Jesus Christ. So as long as we of our race, the white people, have the faith in our Lord and Savior, we will be saved by our Lord and Savior. But we have to be a follower. Let's see here. Let's see. Race is irrelevant. Only rational minds. No, that's what race comes from. There are no rational minds in the non-white world. Okay, if you draw a cell phone in front of a non-white, they're going to watch you walk away, and then they're going to come over and grab it and keep it. If you have a $20 bill about to fall out of your back pocket and you walk around in front of non-whites, they're just going to quietly keep tagging along behind you until that 20 falls out of your pocket, and they're going to snatch it right up. Okay, those are not rational minds. Non-whites are not rational minds. So race absolutely has everything to do with whether a rational mind exists or not in a scenario. Wolf Bro said, nope, according to Bible, he orders to kill many people, including children in the Old Testament. Fact. Beef Meat said, bitch, why do you care? Well, you're here bugging us. And bugging me, I should say. So you're the one that cares. GTA, Need for Speed, said, I care because that's God's will. Well, God doesn't even care about your will at all, and he doesn't care what you think about his will. You're definitely not a part of his will if you're on a pro-white channel, a pro-Bible channel, a pro-white people need to start keeping Sabbath, obeying God's fourth commandment, and start obeying all of his ways again, and recognize who our enemy is in the Holy Bible channel. You're definitely not doing any of that by being on this channel and talking bad about white people, talking smack about anybody, anything I've said tonight. Jerome Brooks said, Africans were involved in the transatlantic slave trade, capturing and selling other Africans to European traders, who then transported them to the Americas. Partially correct. There were no Europeans interested in buying blacks at any point. That is not what happened. Africans did indeed sell their own. They sold the rejects. They sold the failures of their village. So all the blacks who've left Africa, those are the ones that the African blacks themselves deemed were the weakest link, the worst examples of their kind, the rejects that they didn't want anymore. That's who they captured and sold, and they sold them to Jews, not white people. Jews bought them, and Jews hired Muslim Persian sultans who had commandeered some of our white people's boats by conquering us. They literally won against us in battle in several examples, and they scored several of our ocean-going vessels, along with the navigators for those vessels. And so they kept our navigators as slaves, along with other seamen of our people. They kept them as slaves too, the ones that know how to keep the boat working, keep it from sinking, know all the problems with it, know how to steer it, though it's got some kind of funky steering issue. They keep all the important white people so that they can continue using our ocean-going vessels as ocean-going vessels. And so the Jews paid the Muslim Persian sultans to boat the blacks that they had bought all over the world. They sent 70 or so percent, maybe 80 something percent, I think it was 70 something percent, they sent to South America. They sent 11% of the blacks to North America. They sent 4% blacks to the UK or somewhere over in Europe. And they sent the other, whatever percent that's the left over from that, they sent to just various places, who knows where. But the bottom line is Jews are who bought the blacks from other blacks, and Jews are who owned them and bought and sold them among other Jews here in America and in Europe. And I explained earlier, and I'll explain one more time, that the Jews changed their names to white people's names. They still do that to this day. Hollywood celebrities, musicians, politicians, attorneys, all these different Jews come here, and a large percentage of them, I would say probably 60% or more of them, change their names to white people names. And then they commit all of their atrocities in the name of a white person, as a white person. And then they know that 100 years from now, they can tell their posterity, who they don't get to tell them, but they tell their son, and then their son tells their grandson, to 100 years from now, start shaming the white people, to the non-whites and the cucked whites. Look at how despicable these white people were just 100 years ago. Look at this guy here and all the terrible crap he did, this John Williams guy. Well, really, his name was Coinblatt Shlomo. But because he changed his name to a white person's name, they know that they will be able to, 100 or 200 years later, start shaming white people for all of the degeneracy and crud and filth that they were doing as white people, using white people's names. This is exactly what the Jews did for the black slave trade. When they brought blacks here, they gave the blacks white people's names. They named this random black whose name over in Africa was some weird ass noises that I can't even pronounce, with clicks and other weird little screeches and stuff. And then they called her, instead, they named her Amanda or Melissa or whatever, and then gave her a white person's last name, Williams or Jones or whatever. And how were Africans fresh off the boat from Africa? How do any of them have a white person's name instantly when they get here? They haven't been touched by no white person. They haven't been raped by no white slave master. There was no such thing as that. No, they were assigned white people's first and last names the minute they got to our shore by Jews, so that the Jews would have, later on, they knew 300 years in the future that their posterity would be able to shame white people and say, look, blacks have your last name because your great-great-great-grandpappy had raped some black great-great-great-grandma of the blacks over here. And that's not true at all, because a mongrel can never produce a real, solid, all pure blood black again. And there's no such thing as any black having any white DNA in them. If you're black African in America, you look just like the Africans in Africa. And that's because there's never been a white person anywhere in your lineage whatsoever. If a white person had ever been in your lineage, you wouldn't be black. You would be a mongrel, because a mongrel and a black cannot produce anything but a mongrel. And then that mongrel cannot produce anything but a mongrel. And that mongrel cannot produce anything but a mongrel. There's never a time where a white person could mate with a black and produce a mongrel, and then that mongrel mate with a black, and then that resultant mongrel mate with a black, and that resultant mongrel mate with a black, and eventually you have an all-black African again. There's just no such thing. Mongrels produce mongrels. That's it. And so there is not one smidgen, not 1/10,000th of 1% of a white person in any black's lineage. Period. Dot. Does not exist. There was never a such thing as white people raping blacks and then saying, oh, I knocked up the black chick out there, honey. Sorry about that. I'm going to give her our last name. I'm going to give the baby our last name. No, there's no such thing as that crap. The man, his wife would have left him. He would have been the disgrace of his church, the disgrace of his community, the disgrace of his family. There's no such thing as that garbage. Oh, yeah, and by the way, the first time one of the blacks who were angry about knowing that he raped one of the black female slaves, first time one of the black males had a chance, he would kill the dude in a heartbeat. There's no such thing as any of that. And I challenge any of you to go around and ask white people, how many blacks would you own? You know? And then they go, what? What do you mean? Like, well, if slavery was legal still, how many blacks would you buy? Try it. Ask around. Ask white people how many blacks they would buy if slavery was still legal. I guarantee you, every white you ask who's honest is immediately going to knee-jerk reaction and go, ugh, none. No, I would never, what? I would never want to own any blacks. And that's exactly how all white people's sentiment was all through history, especially during the black slave trade, during the transatlantic black slave trade. So let me see here. Let's see. GTA Need for Speed said, don't hate him. Love and pray for him. He's just lost. Well, you're being a lot more nice now than you were in the chat earlier. That's for sure. But yeah, I mean, you can't be hating on me, talking shit about me, talking shit about white people, and then later on go, oh, let's feel bad and pray for him. All you're doing is just being a hypocrite. God don't want to hear your stupid prayer. Wolf Bro said, read Luke 19:27, quote, but those enemies of mine who did not want me to be king over them, bring them here and kill them in front of me. End quote, Jesus Christ. That was Jesus Christ's own words. Thank you very much, Wolf Bro. That's exactly my point here. Jesus Christ is not a cuck, love everyone hippie. If you didn't follow Jesus' way, you had the option of completely opting out and going somewhere else and not working against him or his people. Or if you were white people, cucked out of your mind, walking around going, oh, see color, these white people are such piece of shit, racist assholes, even though you just got done saying you don't see color. But now all of a sudden when it comes to blaming white people, oh, white people are these racist asshole, pro-white bad assholes, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? Those are the ones Jesus Christ was talking about. When the disciples came to him and said, hey, we got white people working against us over here, you know, talking crap, saying they don't believe this and that, and we're all liars, and we're all bigots, and we're all hateful. Jesus said, bring them before me and kill them in front of me. That don't sound like pray for them, cucked hippie Jesus, Lord, they know not what they do. The only reason Jesus said that as he was dying on the cross is because he knew the Jews are why he was being killed. Yeah, the Romans were the ones doing it, but the Romans didn't even want to do it. And the first Roman leader rejected doing it. Said, I wash my hands of this. His blood ain't going to be on my hands. And it took the Jews dragging him to another Roman leader and demanding and convincing him. And they probably had more blackmail on him, or they probably bribed him a little easier with more money. And then he finally said, okay, fine, I'll go along with it. But the Jews are who insisted that Jesus be killed, not Romans. Romans didn't give two shits. Romans had every religion in their freaking kingdom. They had every religion. They ruled over Buddhists. They ruled over Hindus. They ruled over Jews. They ruled over freaking Israelites. They ruled over every religion you can imagine. They had control over them in some portion of their kingdom somewhere. So Romans didn't have any problem with them. And it was only later on when Jews made it fashionable to the Romans to slaughter Christians, go figure, the Romans were like, oh, yeah, cool. And it became kind of like a political pressure relief valve for whoever was emperor at the time. And so, yeah, they went ahead and, some Romans did kill our white people, but that was white people killing white people, duped by the Jews to do so. And so when Christ was on the cross, and he tells them, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. He was telling God not to forgive the Jews. That wasn't who he was talking about. He was saying, forgive these Roman white people, God. They don't realize they're killing me for the Jews. That's what he was saying. Let's see here. GTA Need for Speed said, I'm just very sad that he had to grow up in an environment that was so hateful. I love you, man. And I'm Mexican. Well, since you're a Mexican, and he said, a Mexican loves you, man. A Mexican prays for you. A Mexican is looking out for you. A Mexican is pleading for you. A Mexican is asking for her. A Mexican will remember you. You matter to this Mexican. You will always matter. Well, you know what? Since you're Mexican and you've put these few things here, I'll let you know that I just gave Mexicans on my own volition thousands of dollars not that long ago. I went to Mexico and I gave them thousands of dollars. That sounds crazy coming from a white supremacist, right? But I did. And you know why? Because I don't have problem with Mexicans who live in Mexico and do what they're supposed to do in Mexico. And they offer a service in Mexico that I wanted, and it costs a few $1,000. And so I went there because not only do I not have any problem with non-whites who are in their own non-white country not grifting white people, but if a non-white group offers a service that is where they do a good job and they do not try to rip off white people or anything like that, then I'm all for it. And so I know of some Mexicans in Mexico that offer a service. It's several $1,000s, but they do an excellent job. They are great craftsmen. And so I patroned with Mexicans, thousands of dollars that I transferred from whitey to a Mexican, to a group of Mexicans. Can you believe it? So this is the thing. I don't hate non-whites. If I hated non-whites, I would never in 10 billion Brazilian years go to Mexico and spend thousands of dollars of my own money and give away to Mexicans in Mexico. I would never do any such thing. I promise you that. As a white person who is everything that y'all think I am as far as white supremacist and that God only is, or Jesus is only coming for my race and the whole thing. Yes, all of that's true. But when it comes to hating non-whites, I don't. I only hate non-whites who won't leave our country, who, not saying I hate them either. I know that they're criminals. They know they're criminals. I know they're criminals. They know they don't belong here. I know they don't belong here. We all know it. You know, that we all understand the same thing. They know, y'all know who are non-whites in America or in a white country. You know you don't belong here. You know where you belong. You know where your race has full supremacy and enjoys full racial supremacy of their race, of your race, over the entirety of your racist country. All right? And you have no problem with that. In fact, you love that idea. Right? And you're so proud of it. And we see it every time y'all come to America. You bring your flag that you just fled and you wave it like, woo, I've missed the place already. You know, meanwhile, you just fled there like a coward because you don't want to be there and make your country great. Well, guess what? The Mexicans I went and gave thousands of dollars to live in Mexico, stay in Mexico, and they're making Mexico great. And I'm all for it. You know? And guess what? If Nigerians offered some superior service, some great craftsmanship, some really nice work of something, and they are in Nigeria, not bothering anyone else, just being Nigerians in Nigeria, offering a certain service or product that's great and that I find agreeable, guess what I would do? I would go there and I would give Nigerians thousands of dollars or whatever it costs, hundreds of dollars or whatever it costs to have them provide a service or a product to me that I think they do a good job and that they don't bother white people. They're in their own country where they belong. I have no problem with any of it. So what say ye to all the non-whites who think I'm just nothing but hate on non-whites, hate on non-whites? It's not true. It's not true at all. And so if people really understood white supremacists, or I should say people, and if non-whites really truly understood white supremacy and white supremacists, they wouldn't be so agitated at white people, who are. They wouldn't be so agitated at white supremacy. White supremacy just means I want white people to be in control of our white countries. And that's all white supremacists want. No white supremacist, I could tell you practically almost for certain, that no real white supremacist desires to rule over all the world's non-whites. Just like y'all think Adolf Hitler was and all that, it was all bullshit. Adolf Hitler had no interest in ruling over any non-white country. He had no interest in going and conquering any non-white country. He had no interest in conquering Europe. He only wanted to free Europe of the Jays. That's it. And once he and he didn't even slaughter the jays to do so. He put them in camps. Okay. He created the Havara Agreement. Look it up right now. Haavara. It's also called the Transfer Agreement, but it's better to look for it under the title the Havara Agreement, because there is another, quote, the Transfer Agreement that is not that also comes up on Google. So it's better to use the Havara Agreement. The Havara Agreement was where, as soon as Adolf Hitler took power, he agreed to the Jews, to the leaders of the Jews at the time in Germany, that he would fly them wherever they want to go to get the F out of Germany. They couldn't stay there, but he was willing to fly them wherever they want to go. And he knew that Britain had just, white people, of course, had just not created, but had just forced Palestinians out of Palestine, or out of a section of it, to make way for dumping the Jews there, who wanted white people to conquer that land for them anyway, just like we're doing right now. We're conquering that land again, more and more of it, for them to then come in afterward with their bulletproof trucks of ours and bulletproof armor of ours all over them, and laugh and make fun at the Palestinians that Americans just missiled the crap out of, while they have nothing but little pebbles to throw at us. And after we go over there and kill thousands of their kind, then we let the Jews get in a super armored, ultra armored Humvee and go through there with guns and all our armor on, and laugh at all those defenseless upright bipeds and just mow them down all they want, and laugh while they do it. And all the while, the Christians are praying for it and donating them money to do that garbage. And I don't want anything to do with that mess. I want Trump, day one, I wanted Trump to tell Netanyahu, go F yourself, tell Zelensky, go F yourself, tell all the non-whites that are bossing our country around and whipping us around, get F'd, you're all out of here, we're not giving you shit. I wanted Trump to tell Jews on day one, America officially owes $0 We owe no $1 trillion anywhere. Not 1 trillion, not 4 trillion, not 16 trillion, not 36 trillion. We owe $0 as of today. I hereby declare as president, America owes Jews nothing. And he should have abolished the IRS on day one. He should have abolished the Fed, the CIA, the FBI, the ATF, all of them, all on day one. Abolish Department of Education, abolish U.S. aid, abolish all foreign aid, abolish any money going to Jews or Israel. That's what Trump was supposed to do on day one. But God has him in his back pocket and has him in the Jews' back pocket. And God can swing Trump to do either way. He could either swing Trump to be pro-white people and do what white people need him to do, what a lot of white people think he's already doing, which I'm not convinced he is, because I haven't seen evidence of it anywhere in real life yet. I just see our leftist news, who we always know are the liars, agreeing with Trump when they normally never would. If Trump would say, we kicked out 11,000 illegals last week, the news would say, that's a lie, fact check, actually he only removed 200 people. You know? So he's not doing what you thought you voted for him to do, Whitey. Instead, they're agreeing with everything he says. If Trump says he deports 6,000, the news reports 6,000. If Trump says 12,000, the news reports 12,000 deported. They're agreeing with Trump. They're literally agreeing with everything he says. So that tells me the ones who are perpetually lying to us are now agreeing with the supposed mass deportations. So I'm not convinced. I go to Walmart, I see non-whites everywhere, walking around without a care in the world. They're not worried about ICE. They're not worried about getting invaded. They're not worried about stopped by the cops. They're walking around carefree, buying shit up, living it up on their $30,000 EBT bullshit they got stacked up. And then they cruise over to the Catholic Church or the Christian Church, and the people there at the food bank are like, oh, you poor little Mexicans fresh off the boat. Sorry, you little invaders ain't got no food for your little invaders there, even though they have $30,000 of EBT sitting in their pocket. And they go, here you go, little fellas, have this food, have this canned food, have these dry food. We're supposed to give it to our poor white people, our homeless white veterans, and our poor white families, but no, since you showed up here and want it all because you're a big old Mexican, now here, just take it all. We're cucked idiots. We'll give it to anybody that comes here asking. And so they're quadruple dipping. They end up coming here, getting a job. They get to still keep their EBT. Now, you as a white person, if you even managed to convince any government area to give you any financial assistance at all, you could hang that shit up the moment you get a job. The minute you get a job and you report that you got a job, all that freaking free EBT goes away. But not for non-whites. Jews allow the non-whites, through social equity, they're allowed to keep all 100% of their EBT. They don't prorate it. They don't go, oh, you made $200 last week, so you only get $50 of your EBT. No, they get 100% of their EBT at all times, and they get to have a job. They want them to double dip. They want them to make more money than white people to, quote, catch them up to the white people. And so by any means necessary, like they always say, that's what they've been doing, by any means necessary. In other words, letting the non-whites take a job from an American. That's the first thing they did, is they stole a job from a white American, a qualified white American, and they get to get all the EBT they want, and they have social programs to pay for their housing, pay for their car, so they can have a brand new car, nicer and newer than your white person car is. You're a white person, been in the country all your life, you worked hard all your life, made good money all your life. You know, you got you a decent ride, and then here comes pulling up some fat twat with three Mexicans that has no idea how to speak English, doesn't know how to drive, and she's in a brand new SUV that costs $70,000. And she only works 16 hours a week at Family Dollar. How does she afford it? Because we're paying for everything. And then they have the audacity to cruise down to the Catholic Church and the Christian churches in their $100,000 SUV while they only work 16 hours at Family Dollar. Somehow they pay for that, which of course means we paid for it. And then they go there and take all the free food. Now that's the Mexican I don't like. That's the Mexican I want gone from my country. Mexicans in Mexico doing what Mexicans ought to be doing in Mexico, I'm 100% for them. Indians in Indian countries that are just doing what Indians do in Indian countries. I don't care if they eat cow poop. I don't care if they wear it. I don't care if they dance around in it and throw it at each other for a party. I don't care, as long as they're doing it in their country where they belong. You know, that is their faith. If you think eating cow poop or rubbing it all over yourself or having cow poop fights with each other once a year or whatever is gross or terrible, that's on you. It's not for me to say. I know I'm not interested in it in my world, but I certainly don't want it here. As long as it's in their country where it belongs, I don't give a shit. You know? Let's see here. Doc Holliday said, never worry about channels, bro. I'm on my 16th. Wow, you're way past me. I'm on I think this is number... it's hard to say. I think, well, it isn't hard to say. I just got to count them up. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like my 6th one. You know? So, yeah, you're way past me on that. Let's see here. Erase the Bagels said it was Floyd Mayweather who can't read. Yes. And not just him. Millions and millions of blacks. Almost every black you see. Almost, not every one of them, but I would say 60% of the blacks you interact with can't read beyond about a 5th grade level. Erase the Bagel said, a white person who has never been to America is more American than a black person whose family has lived in America for 400 years. That's absolutely true. Only white Christian. A white Christian living in Sweden right now, a white Christian who's never stepped foot on American soil, never had American pie, never fired a shotgun, never rode in a drag racing V8 from the 70s, is more American, is just as American as we are if they're a white Christian, because that's the only qualifier, that is the only descriptor of an American, is a white Christian. That's what a Christian is a white, or that's what an American is a white Christian. That's it. So it doesn't matter if you live in Sweden, never been in America, doesn't matter if you live in Germany or UK or anywhere, and you never been in America, if you are a white Christian and you're not cucked, you're not trying to cuck our country away to Jews and non-whites, then you are just as American as any white American in America. And you're certainly, since you are just as American as real Americans, that by default makes you way more of an American than any black that will ever live here, because they can't, again, non-whites cannot be Americans. All right. American means, the word American is no different than the word Swede or the word German or the word French. That's what the word American is. It's a descriptor of white people. What white people? White Christians. Not all the French are Christians. Not all the Germans are Christians. Not all the English are Christians. But America was created to be for all and only white Christians. So therefore, this country would be all white Christian if it was still maintained the way it was supposed to be. Now, we plan on restoring the country, and once it's restored, that will put us back in the position of an all-white Christian fascist country. And that day is coming, and when it comes, America will finally be back. 100%, wheels on the ground, moving, and we will make huge strides once the non-whites are completely cleared out of our way. Erase the Bagels also said, USA is a white nationalist country. Correct. The founders didn't say you have to be Christian, but they said you have to be white. That's true. But remember, in order to be naturalized, you had to be considered by all the white Christians here, or however many, if you get a group of 5 or a group of 12 or a group of 20 together, to observe you, vet you, determine whether or not you can be naturalized. They would not consider you to be a person of, quote, good character, unless you were a Christian. Because after all, atheists had disdain for Christianity. And so when there was an atheist around back then, like supposedly Benjamin Franklin was supposedly an atheist, but meanwhile we have writings from him where he wrote about God. But like, even if you wanted to believe one of those stories, like Benjamin Franklin was an atheist or whatever, right? Well, that means Benjamin Franklin had to keep his freaking mouth shut. That means he wasn't allowed to talk smack about Jesus Christ or about anything to do with our faith. Because if he did, he would immediately been determined as, by all the other white Christians, as a white person not of good character. And therefore, he would not have been able to be naturalized. And that would be that. He might be a white person in America, but he would never be allowed to be an American unless he confessed that he was a Christian. Let's see. Justin, Violet. No, it's Violet. Let me get over here if I can see it a little better. Yeah, Violet. Justin, Violet said, I touched my balls before serving customers food at work. Right in front of them. The Jews are bad. Never worry about... Or Erase the Bagel said, oh no, that was Doc Holliday said, it was Doc Holliday said, never worry about the channels, bro. I'm on my 16th. Okay, I did read that earlier. And then Erase the Bagel said, how many white people do you think are in the world? Google says 700 million. Well, it can't be that many really, because if there are 7 point something or 8 billion people in the world, and knowing that we're under 10%, 10% of 7 billion, yeah, that would be 700 million. But remember, white people are not Christians. So granted, that isn't what you asked, though. You did say white people, not white Christians. So maybe 700 million is pretty much, spot on. But then for Christians wise, if we chop another 35% of that off, now we're down to say 65. Then we remove the children, boom, now we're down to 55 or maybe 50. Then we remove the fake Christians who are cucked, hippie, Jesus Christians. That's the majority of them. So you go removing all of them, and then we're down to like 5% of white people. You know what I mean? A very small number compared to the whole bulk of white people. So All right, I have made it to the end of the chat. That was fun. It did take 8.5 hours, but we got through it. We powered through all the idiots. I had to skip a few of their things because they were going so fast. I couldn't address every single comment, but I only skipped a few. I literally dedicated the whole 8 hours to addressing all their moronic comments. No problem. Had no issue doing so. Doesn't get me down. Doesn't bum me out. And in fact, they help my numbers. So cool with me. And the thing is, like, again, I just want to stress before we get done with the stream that all of the hypocrisy shown tonight, all of the, F you Whitey and Whitey's this and Whitey's that, all of that is proof of everything I'm saying. All you're doing is proving that you don't belong in white countries, that you have disdain for white people if they ever even suggest that white people ought to be in control of our own white countries, and that you have disdain and hatred for any white person who ever points out that white people have an enemy, and that enemy is using billions of non-whites to flood into our white countries to ruin, to overtake our populace and ruin our power in our countries, and ruin our quality of life, and ruin millions and millions of our white people's lives who are killed every day, like the black truck driver who didn't know a word of English that just killed 5 people the other day. Probably all of them white. I'm sure the Jews were at their synagogues like hoping and praying to Satan that they would, all 5 of them would be white. So, I'm not against non-whites who are in their own countries where they belong. I have no problem with those non-whites whatsoever. I only have a problem with non-whites being in my country. That's it. So, nothing to do with hating anybody. I don't even hate the Jews as bad as I'd like to say I do, but I do because Jesus Christ does. But I don't hate them insofar as that I would just actively hate on them anywhere I see them, like a person who truly hates those people do or would. Instead, I just hate them like Christ hated them. That's what I'm supposed to do, is follow Christ. Christ hates them a certain way. I hate them a certain way. Christ loves our people. I love our people. All I want to do is follow exactly what he does. That's it. And you can read example after example. In fact, all you find are examples of Jesus Christ arguing with the Jews. You can't find one verse anywhere where Jesus and Jews are having a pleasant conversation together, where Jews are happily listening to whatever Jesus says and saying like, wow, this is great advice. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. You're never going to find a part where Jesus is like, oh, you guys are great. You're doing great. I really appreciate your effort. Appreciate y'all watching out over my people. None of that. You'll never find any compliments back and forth from Christ to the Jews or from Jews to Christ. Instead, what do you read? You read nothing but arguments. You read nothing but Jews are seeking to kill Jesus. You read nothing but Jews stirred the congregation up, meaning they riled the congregation up with their flyers and their media and their bullhorns and their chanting. You do read that Jesus crafted a whip and went into the church and violently threw them out of the church and flipped over all their tables and ruined all their nice displays. You do read how Jesus said, whoever's working against me and doesn't want to believe me, who's supposed to be a part of our people and has cucked that bad, bring them here before me and slay them right in front of me. He did come here and say, I came not to bring peace. Say that to yourself however many times you need to until both of your IQ digits work together in synchronization and you can actually comprehend that sentence he said. It's a real straightforward statement. I came not to bring peace. Did he say, but I came to bring Dunkin' Donuts instead? Did he say, I came not to bring peace, but I brought breakfast? I came not to bring peace, but I brought pizza for everyone. Let's all be loving each other and welcome all the world's non-whites. No, he said, I came not to bring peace, but a sword. What do you suppose people use a sword for? You think he brought a sword so they could open the pack of wieners? You think he brought a sword so he could scale fish? What is a sword for, y'all? It's time we acknowledge God's plan. It's time we acknowledge God's way. It's time we follow Christ's example. And we're never going to do so by continuing to pander and cuck and bow and be on the defense against upright bipeds who are literally just brought here by our number one arch outspoken enemies as their bioweapons of mass destruction against us. I mean, if someone dropped a bomb from the sky and it landed in your yard, would you go out there and compliment it and tell it how nice it looks in white people's clothes and, oh, here, buddy, I'll buy your lunch, man. Freaking, oh, we should hire this guy. Oh, a token freaking missile. No, when a missile lands in your yard, first thing you do is stay the hell away from it. You keep away from it in case it chimps out on you and blows up. And the second thing you do is once you've determined that it's been a long time and it hasn't chimped out yet, maybe I should send some equipment over there to get a hold of it and push that thing away from my home, away from my daughters, away from my people. So that if it ever does chimp out and explode, it's not going to harm any of my people. And then once you get it far enough away from your people where you're safe from it in that manner, then it's time to figure out another way of using equipment to package it up and send it back to where it came from. And if we don't send it back to where it came from, guess what we got to do with it? Dispose of it. It has to be disposed of. I don't want to have to dispose of anyone. I don't want white people to have to dispose of anybody. I want the non-whites to just go back to where they came from, live where they belong, and before you know it, y'all will have more blessings from white people, even though you don't want to believe this at all. You will actually have more blessings from white people in the future if you leave our countries now than if you stay and white people are continued to be slowed down, continue to be held back, continue to be ignored at the colleges so that non-whites can freaking get in there because they dunk a basketball. And so by golly, we got to let this black in. I mean, look, he's a black and he can dunk a ball. So we got to let him in. You know, meanwhile, there's 12 or 15 white guys that tried out. They can dunk a ball. They out-dribbled him. They actually did more 3 points than he did in the tryout. But because it's a black, they're going to go ahead and hire him anyway or bring him on anyway. And the white guy has to go somewhere else or just not get in that place. And so the more of that we eliminate, if we eliminate all of that scenario all at once where all the non-whites are removed from our country, all of a sudden, white people won't be getting rejected from our colleges anymore. Our young white men, the next creator of the next new awesome thing that you non-whites are never going to want to live without, is going to finally rise up and be able to go to the college and be able to freaking play in the sports and be able to excel in his life to the point where he creates the next new hot thing. You know, all the inventions you enjoy were created before non-whites came around. Even the computer, even the cell phone, the smartphone came out in 2003. Non-whites weren't shit here in 2003. They had only been doing the mud flood for 13 years. And yeah, they had sent a lot of non-whites here. But they still were, far less of our population than they are right now. Even half of what they are right now, population-wise. And look, everything that has been accomplished until non-whites got here. Now that non-whites have got here, what have we gotten since then from white people? Almost nothing. Almost no new inventions. There have been a few, but nothing earth-shattering, nothing that white people couldn't live without, nothing that non-whites would refuse to want to live without now. Instead, we had all the things already done. Already built, already invented, already in use. All right. So I think I have made my point enough. I have ran for almost 9 hours. That's pretty epic. I didn't expect to have the energy to go all night, but because I had, fuel to react to, it was actually quite easy. And so that's that. And was no problem at all. I effortlessly dumped on all of your retarded comments with no troubles whatsoever. Completely effortless on my part. And that's how it will always go. Anytime any of you anti-whites who are cursed by God and will not see eternal life decide to come on the channel and darken your name in ink of the book of death even more, hey, you're welcome to. The book of the damned doesn't care how dark you want to make your name in ink on it. Your name's already there. So guess better might as well come on over and keep making it darker, right? Go ahead. You're literally not causing me to sweat at all. I didn't break a sweat all night knocking all y'all's idiotic comments down. Piece of cake. I could do it all day, every day. I could continue on until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. None of you have the stamina of the white men that God blesses. You don't have the mental capacity to outsmart us. You don't have the mental capacity. It doesn't matter if you come up with some cunning little bullshit stunt move. That's not outsmarting us. That's not outwitting us. That's not proving your point. That's not winning your argument. In order to win your argument, you have to do it legitimately, like a white man. And you have to do it with facts, like a white man. And when you cannot do so, that's that. You've been defeated by a white man. It's very easy and very simple. And literally, nobody has to justify to you. White people don't owe you any explanation. White people don't owe you anything at all. So we don't need to explain things to you. If you come on, you're like, oh, why are you so hateful of this or that or whatever. We don't have to give you an answer. We could just say, fuck off, non-white. That's exactly what the Jews would do. The Jews would just laugh at you if you tried to criticize anything they write about you in their speeches and in their books. If you were to go to them and say, hey, how dare you talk about us like that? Blah, 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 blah. The Jews would just laugh in your face and say, fuck off, Goyim. But of course you have no problem with them, and you have no problem with the fact that they would absolutely do that to you. You only have a problem with Whitey because Whitey's naive and easy to grift. And Jews are not. Since Jews are the grifters, they already know what to look out for when anybody tries to grift them. So it's just not possible. And only some really slick move would allow a J to ever be subverted. You know what I mean? They are solidified in their position with each other. And you're not going to get a J to rat another J out. You're not going to get a J to back to, double cross the rest of the J's. You're not going to get a J to defect from the group. J's care about J's, and they don't care about anybody else. And they're very clear about that in their Talmud and all their other writings. So, I don't owe anyone an apology. White people don't owe anyone anything. We don't owe y'all money. We don't owe you help. We don't owe you our women. We don't owe you our country. We don't owe you our institutions. We don't owe you a spot in our college for no freaking reason. We don't owe you 400 free SAT points just because you're not a white person and can't keep up. And so we got to put off the illusion as though you do keep up by giving you 400 free points on your SATs. And we're not going to keep tolerating blacks being given free college degrees that aren't even real. They're totally fake. They're real, but they're totally fake because the dude can't even read or write or spell or do math that a simple sixth grader can do. So we're going to be revoking in the future all citizenship of all non-whites. Doesn't matter how long you've been here. I don't want to hear that garbage. You don't belong here and you never belonged here. So any imaginary citizenship you ever thought you had is going to be null and void, completely revoked. You will be removed from the country and you will be told not to ever return. God is going to bless our endeavor, whether he does so through Trump in this exact time frame in the near future we're in right now, or whether he decides to use another guy 10 years in the future, 12 years in the future, 17 years in the future, 25 years in the future. He will use someone of our people to rise up and restore the country and save the nation from all the invasion. I'm just trying to prevent disaster between all of us. I would prefer if all just follow the rules, go home, be home, do your thing there, and that's it. We'll send you partying gifts now and then. We'll hook you up with things. And eventually, once you've been out of our way long enough, we will have created such an incredible restoration of our country. And we will have so much wealth built up and so much plentifulness of food and resources that we'll have so much that we'll have to give some away. And so we'll first start giving it to all of our poorest and homeless of white people in our own country. And from there, you don't get it yet because all that's left goes to the European countries to help them. But once the European countries start following in our lead and start building their own selves up again and remove the Jays and non-whites from their countries again and start having no one in their way so they can just work, study, build, create. Next thing you know, we're not going to have to be giving anything to them anymore either. They're going to have too much. And they're going to be like, no, U.S., thank you. We appreciate it. But we have barges full of too much stuff. We don't have room for any more here. You just go give it away to the Africans or go give it to the Indians, and that'll be the situation again. Only this time, we have to make sure when we do cuck things to them, away to them, that we don't do certain things like medicines and things that will make their population grow and grow and grow like hotcakes over there. Because then next thing you know, they're like, hey, white people, we got 1 billion more people here than we had last year, all thanks to y'all. But now we need to feed all these mugs, man. And then white people will be like, oh man, look at this thing we created. Oh gosh, I guess we got to feed them forever now. All that cuckery is going away forever. We're not going to, and why I say forever, I just mean in a time frame all the way up into the 215 years that we could ever conceive. So it's going away for a nice while. And in that time frame, millions of new white people will be born. We will have a new explosion of our race. Our kids will grow up safe again, healthy again. They won't even know unless we show them evidence of how destroyed and how horrible and how horrific of a situation our country was in just years before they were born. And we will have victory. We will be successful because God will be on our side. We won't even have to do it ourselves. God will do it himself. Did the Israelites have to do anything to escape Egypt other than walk the way he told them to and have faith that he was going to part the waters using Moses? That's it. All we got to do is keep our Sabbath. Happy Sabbath, y'all, today. Happy Sabbath to Deborah of Christ again. And Doc Holiday. And everybody else. Erase the bagels. Everybody that's pro-white that's here. We keep Sabbath. God will do the rest. God tells us so. Over and over again. You can find it in your Holy Bible in the Old Testament. But he always starts with if. He never skips it. If you take your foot off my Sabbath, if you stop stomping on my Sabbath, if you stop disregarding my Sabbath. But right after that, if you stop disregarding my Sabbath, what does he say? I will drive out the invaders and heal your land. Now, isn't that what all you pro-white people want? That's what I want. And that's what any real, true pro-white person wants. Any base white person, that's what they want. Well, I'm giving you the solution. Like I said in other streams, people are always bitching about how, oh, these YouTubers are just, all they do is complain and complain. We're never getting anywhere, just complaining on the internet. Never any solutions. Nonsense. I give you the solution every time I'm on a stream. It's the same solution every freaking time. It's the only one. You're not going to win this war against white people with guns and tanks and bombs. You're going to look just as silly trying to do that in God's eyes as what we're going to see the non-whites and damned whites do to try to attack heaven. We look just as foolish in front of God as those idiots will who are anti-white who try to attack heaven. So, I think I've covered everything I want to cover. It's been 9 hours. That's wild. I have no problem doing it though. And I'm grateful to God that He blesses me to have the energy and the time once in a while to be able to do this. So tonight, I didn't get to see many of my peeps, and I understand that because I know it was a pop-up. I realized I started it at midnight. I knew I was probably only going to have JIDF, fools in the chat all night, or YouTube employees are basically the same thing. They're one and the same. And so I figured that's all I would have in the chat, starting it so late. Turns out that's exactly what ended up being there. And so I don't have a problem taking them on. I literally sat and took them on for 9 hours. So you folks can too, and I know some of you folks do. And so God bless you to any of you who do. And stay in the fight. Don't let any of these retards, how could they get you down? You're white. You've already won, So just always remind yourself of that when some non-white's trying to work you up with some ridiculous nonsense they say. Just know that you can just shake your head and roll your eyes and be like, whatever, stupid non-white, just like the Jews do about non-Jews. Anytime we say things or whatever that aren't pointing out facts, but just going, oh, they suck, or oh, they're sniveling nose Jews or whatever, they just look and laugh. They just go, whatever, stupid goyim. Because at the time, they're still getting their way. So they don't really care what you say. As long as they're winning against us, they don't give a crap what you wail out your mouth. Anyhow, I'm shutting her down. Shut it down! But only when we wanted to, on our own time. And I hope all of you have a glorious and wonderful Sabbath day today. I plan on having a wonderful one myself. I'm going to check out a new church location pretty soon. I mentioned it before. I kind of just mildly mentioned it last stream, but I have found perhaps another identity church. It's really far from me, so I'm going to have to plan the right day to be able to do the trip because it's many hours of driving. And so it'll actually be a couple, 3 days. And to get there, spend a half day there and then get back, might be like 2.5 days or something. But I have found another one. And so I would like to go and check it out and cross compare it with the Church of Israel, Missouri. And if it is not up to standard, then I will disregard the place. But I want to go see firsthand whether or not this place is legit. If it is, I will report back that it is, and I will give you its name, location, everything about it. But I don't know when I'll finally be able to go down all that way and check it out. It's quite a stretch, so it probably won't happen immediately in the immediate future, next week or two. It'll probably be more like a month or two away. But I will eventually get down there, check it out. I'll be able to report to you all about the place if it's worth reporting. If it's not, you'll never hear another word about it. So, God bless you all. Happy Sabbath to all my kindred people. God bless you all to all my kindred people. I do not pray for any of you anti-whites. All of you are cursed by God, so there's no reason for me to pray for you. What is there to pray about? You're already in the book of the damned. So nothing I'm going to say in a prayer is going to lift any of your names out of the book of the damned. So no need for us to pray for y'all. And I just want to remind you one more time that I have no problem with any non-whites who are in their own non-white country where they belong. Zero issues whatsoever. Indians in India, great. Mexicans in Mexico, awesome. Chinese in China, perfect. Japanese in Japan, great. Everywhere where non-whites belong, Arabs in Arab countries, cool. That's they own countries over there. What they do with their people, their kids, their women, that's none of our business. As long as they're not in America or in Europe. It is our business right now until we get them out. But as soon as we have them all back in their countries where they belong, they can stop being our business at that point. And then we can turn our attention back on our own folks and we any last cuck subverters and whatnot that helped out the Jays, get rid of those too. And then we just start building, we start creating, we start leveling. For one, we're going to level every apartment complex. That will be one of the things if I'm ever put into power. One of the very first things I will do on week 1 is all apartment complexes will be leveled across our country. There will be no more mass living communist garbage. I do not want us looking like Russia, and I don't want us mass populated in areas like apartment complexes provide. That crap is for non-white invaders. That's what it's for. And so we're going to level every apartment complex, and every white person will have a home. Okay? Just like Uncle A wanted every household in Germany to have a vehicle, and he figured out a way and provided a way. We will do the same thing, where we will figure out a way and provide a home for every homeless non-white, even if they don't deserve one. Just the fact that they're white and they're down on their luck or lazy or whatever, they're going to be given a home to live in. And it's going to be easy to do because think of the billions of new houses that the Jays are building all over our country to fill up with non-white invaders to overtake us. Once we get rid of all the non-white invaders, all of those houses are open game, totally free and open. Not to say that you could just go to them and somebody owns it, and somebody's that's a landlord. But once we remove all the non-whites, all the landlords are going to be desperate and eager to move in new tenants. And the only tenants that are going to be in America, the only potential tenants that will be in America will be white people. And so in a flash, all the white people, if like a white person can't afford a place, but he likes the place, and the person that wants to rent him or wants to rent the place out likes him too, they can both together petition us, the government at the time, to allow them to move in there and assist them on getting themselves started. And because of the trillions of dollars that we won't be hemorrhaging to the Ukraine and Jews and blacks and all these other things, we will be able to easily and effortlessly pay the month bill or multiple months bill or whatever for certain and for any and all whites, really. And then we'll have to create some kind of a structure, some kind of a system where we figure out, okay, these are the sloths, these are the parasites, these are the ones that don't want to work, they're able-bodied, they're just grifting the system like the non-whites did to us, and we will pluck those out. We'll pluck those out of their houses, we'll take their assistance away from them, and those will just be forced to be on their own. A vagabond, whatever, until they figure their shit out. If you can't handle your business right, then you don't belong owning a house and being in the first world country. If you can't act like a first worlder as a first world person, then there's really no business in us giving you a free house. So, and there will be many other things. There will be many other things that come, once we take over our country. We've touched on them before in other streams. There are many other nuances we need to cover. We'll get to those. But for now, go ahead and enjoy your glorious Sabbath day. It's beautiful out. And I hope that all of you have a wonderful one. And I'll talk to you on another one. Take care.